good. Thank you very much, Clerk. Good morning, everyone, councillors, staff, and residents. Yeah, it doesn't work that way, but quorum is now present, and I would like to call the meeting to order. Members of the public are advised that our meetings are webcast live by the City of Hamilton and temporarily archived on the city's website. As well, a reminder that all electronic devices are to be switched to a non-audible function during the committee meetings. Members are reminded of the 5-minute time limit, which will be adhered to during the meeting. Members can submit another request to speak if they require additional time to ask questions. Reminder that I time only your questions and not the answers from staff. Good morning, Madam Clerk. Are there any changes to the agenda?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. No, there are no changes this morning. Thank you. Thank
you very much. I need a mover and a seconder to approve the agenda as presented. Moved by Councillor Paul, seconded by Councillor Kassar. It's an electronic vote. Councillor Nanda's thumbs up. I see a bunch of thumbs up popping up. The mayor is a thumbs up. Yes, it is. And Councillor Alex Wilson indicated thumbs up. Councillor Pauls, you indicated a thumbs up.
Me too, but mine's not working.
Councillor Wang, thank you. Okay.
Madam Mayor, are you in favor?
Yes, she's a thumbs up also.
Thank you. If everybody just wants to try to hit F5 to see if your votes come up, we will go ahead and cross our fingers. Thank you.
F5 on your computer will reboot your eScribe. That vote carried 13-0. Order, please, councillors. We're now moving on to declarations of interest. Members of the committee, are there any declarations of interest this morning? Seeing none, thank you. We're now moving on to item 6 in our agenda, which is staff presentation. Item 6.1 is the 2023 recommended water, wastewater, and stormwater budget. Mr. Winters, Director of Hamilton Water, will provide the first portion of the presentation.
Good morning. We're ready to go. Certainly.
Okay, Director, please proceed.
Thank you very much. So good morning, Mayor Horvath, members of council. I'm Nick Winters, Director of the Hamilton Water Division. And today I'll be presenting the recommended 2023 water, wastewater, and stormwater rate budget. And while I do that, it's my honor to speak to you about all the great people in Hamilton Water and the excellent work that they do for this community on a day-over-day basis. Before I get started, I want to quickly thank Mike Christie, Marco Ciccone, and Matt Walma from Public Works, as well as Andrew Wilkes from Corporate Finance. As usual, I had a lot of help putting today's presentation together, and those gentlemen all did an excellent job in support, so thank you. I also want to recognize that we have the Hamilton Water leadership and management teams here with us today, those being the directors and section managers. We also have Director Jackie Kennedy from the Engineering Services Division with Public Works, and section managers from her team are also present. And finally, we have Pat Leishman, Director of Corporate Asset Management, and also from Public Works. It's all of these leaders and their talented teams that share responsibility for delivering the programs and services that are funded from the rate budget, and they're ready to support any questions that may come up today. Finally, I want to mention that we have in attendance today a number of Hamilton Water staff from across the division, and they're participating in our 2022-2023 Hamilton Water Leadership Development Program. Developing future leaders and succession planning is a core value within Hamilton Water. And participating in the Leadership and Development Program was a key support for my career progression many years ago. And I have no doubt that at some point in the future, one of these rising stars will be in front of Council presenting the annual budget. So this is the outline that we're going to follow this morning. And I'll move into the overview. First, this slide identifies the city services and sub-services that Hamilton Water is responsible for, and that the water, wastewater, and stormwater rate budgets support. And with that, we'll dive right into the numbers. So as approved in principle this time last year, we've been able to maintain the planned 6.49% rate increase, although that wasn't easy to do. Our operating budget needs have increased by 10.3% from 2022 to 2023, or $10.1 million. And we've seen a non-discretionary increase of $10.3 million, which is all made up of inflationary costs related to the chemicals and energies used at our treatment facilities and outstations, and also from impacts from capital for newly constructed facilities that will be fully operational for 2023. We're actually able to offset about 0.2% of the additional increase by making some adjustments in our non-discretionary spending. And at the same time, we were able to find enough funds to cover the 8 additional FTEs that we're recommending for 2023. Also on this slide, you can see the impact of the 6.49% increase to the average resident, which is in the upper right, and it's $53.47. Finally, we've seen significant increases for our capital programs, beginning in 2024, which adds up to $330 million in additions to the capital program from 2024 through 2032. And I'll talk about the drivers behind that increase later in these slides. This slide speaks to the sources of our budget increases. I've already spoken about the FTE need a little bit, and I'll explain that in more detail near the end of this presentation. I've also identified the impacts to our operating budget. For the capital program, we have new projects included in the 10-year program, but we're also seeing significant increase in construction-related costs. So the price for concrete, steel, electrical components, we're seeing increases in all of these across our projects. We're also seeing the impacts of elevated fuel costs show up in the bids from our contractors. So all those pressures are showing up in revised construction cost estimates, which is one of the significant drivers of the $330 million increase to the capital program between 2020 or from 2022 to 2023. So the change from 2022 to 2023. This slide shows the planned annual rate increases from this time last year, and that's the blue line, compared to the updated rate projection that we prepared for 2023 through 2032, and that's the orange line. And unfortunately, unless we can attract some significant grant funding from provincial and federal governments or some new revenue streams, then these are the types of increases that are going to be needed in order to afford our 10-year capital program. Now, what I don't want you to think is that we're asking committee and council today to approve the entire 10-year rate increase plan. We're not asking for that. We're asking for you to consider for approval the 2023 rate increase, and we are hopeful that when we're back in front of you for the 2024 budget, that we'll be able to speak to the attraction of some grant funding or potentially some other modifications to projects to bring down some of the future year pressures. I will talk about some of those possibilities on some later slides. So I'm going to move into a bit of a division overview here. Starting off with an organizational chart. This shows the Hamilton Water Management Team. It also shows our budgeted divisional FTE count, that's full-time equivalents, and the recommended change from 2022 to 2023. And again, just a reminder that most of this great team is with us in chambers today and available to answer any questions about their programs or projects. This slide is an important one. It shows the quality management policy statements for both our drinking water quality management system as well as our wastewater quality management system. And for Hamilton Water, quality management is the backbone of our operations. Following a quality management standard ensures that we're continually delivering our programs and services in a disciplined and an efficient manner, and that we're maintaining the appropriate records to demonstrate compliance. Also, that we're monitoring and planning for risks, and that we maintain a focus on accountability, transparency, and continual improvement. Unfortunately, one of the things that the Chedoke Creek spill highlighted was that our wastewater system wasn't being operated with the same diligence as our water system. One of the corrective actions was the development and implementation of the wastewater quality management system, and Hamilton was one of the very first municipalities in Ontario to do that. I certainly hope that it gives this council and our community great confidence that everyone in Hamilton Water is committed to the importance of quality management and operating and maintaining our systems in conformance to the associated standards. I know that it certainly gives me a great deal of comfort. I also wanted to highlight that Hamilton Water's programs and services are all measured and improved using data-driven metrics and key performance indicators. This slide provides just some high-level information about how we use data to monitor the health of our business. And several of our metrics and key performance indicators feed into the city's dashboards, which are published on the website for our community members. So for the next set of slides, I'm going to speak briefly about some of our accomplishments from 2022. The next 4 slides in particular identify the scope of the infrastructure that Hamilton Water operates, maintains, renews, and replaces. They also speak to some of our core programs. So these are busy slides, so I'll walk you through them. On this slide, you can see that we're responsible for the city's water assets, which have a replacement value of $4.25 billion. That includes 4 systems that provide communal drinking water service from groundwater treatment, over 2,100 kilometers of water main pipes, 13 buried drinking water reservoirs, 7 water towers, 21 water pumping stations, and the Woodward Water Treatment Plant. We have just under 160,000 metered water accounts, and in 2022, we'll perform close to 31,000 analytical tests on just over 20,000 drinking water samples collected from across our system. And finally, we're on track to replace 750 public portion lead water services this year, as well as to repair 240 water main breaks. With respect to the wastewater system, we're responsible for the city's wastewater assets. They have a replacement value of $7.25 billion, and that includes 9 combined sewer overflow tanks, over 1,200 kilometers of sanitary sewer mains, and another 573 kilometers of combined sewer mains. Over 48,000 maintenance access holes, 70 pumping stations, and 2 wastewater treatment plants. For the sake of time, I'm not going to cover every statistic on this slide, but I do want to highlight that for 2022, we're on track to provide grant funds for the installation of 365 residential backwater valves, and that is to help prevent flooding in residential basements. And we're also on track to collect more than $7.5 million in revenues from 91 sewer discharge permits. And finally, we're on track to conduct almost 23,000 tests on water samples from the natural environment. And that's an increase of more than 4,000 tests from this time in 2021, thanks in large part to the implementation of our surface water quality program. For the stormwater system, we're responsible for the city's stormwater assets, which have a replacement value of $3.14 billion. That includes 120 stormwater ponds, 7 wetlands, almost 1,300 kilometers of storm sewer mains, and 2 pumping stations. We're also responsible for watercourse and shoreline assets in several areas, including 57 kilometers of designated municipal drains. So far this year, we've responded to 382 emergency spill reports, which is actually down approximately 10% since this time last year. Apologize, bear with me one moment. This last slide speaks to our overall system performance. I'm extremely proud to let council and the community know that thanks to the dedication of our plant operations and our plant maintenance and technical services teams, we're continuing to discharge excellent treated water quality from both of our wastewater treatment plants. The Dundas facility has met or exceeded all of the regulatory discharge requirements every month for more than 7.5 years. And the Woodward facility has done the same for almost 5.5 years. We're in the midst of an average year for the number of adverse water quality incidents that have occurred, and they've all been very minor in nature, so not a threat to our community. And back to the Woodward wastewater treatment plant, 2022 has been a relatively quiet year for wastewater treatment plant bypasses, which is nice. And we've seen that our 5-year capacity utilization at that facility has lowered to 65.9%. At that location, we've also produced 4,300 megawatt hours of clean electrical energy and just over 42,000 gigajoules of clean natural gas. For some program-specific highlights, I've already mentioned our new surface water quality program. And for that program, we presented our first annual report to the Public Works Committee this past summer. We're also on track to complete 75 deep dive maintenance inspections at our water, wastewater, and stormwater outstations. And that's thanks to the continued focus of our enhanced City of Hamilton outstation inspection team. And just as an update on that, these notes were prepared a while ago. We're on track to complete 75 inspections for 2022. We've actually completed 79 as of this week, so we've exceeded that target. This slide speaks to our water main and mainline sewer lining programs, and those are run by a team under Acting Manager Greg Wiesman, who's with us today, in the Engineering Services Division. This program is a critical rehabilitation program for old water mains and sewers, and the pipes are cleaned and then they're lined so that they're in a like-new condition. It's an important program because with lining, we're not digging up and replacing these pipes, which I'm sure everyone understands is a much more costly process for our operation and for the City of Hamilton. So this slide just provides some statistics on that program. This slide speaks to the many community education and engagement initiatives that Hamilton water staff delivered or participated in this year. One success story was our Fats, Oils, and Greases, or FOG campaign, which centered on a series of animated videos that were created for the community and have been viewed more than 77,000 times. We know from pre- and post-campaign surveys that there was a 25% decrease in residents believing that it's okay to flush fats, oils, and greases down their drains, which is simply excellent. I do want to take a moment to let council and the community know that in 2023, we'll be running our first in-person Children's Water Festival in 4 years, thanks very much to the pandemic, and it's going to be bigger and better than ever. We'd love to see all of you at our flagship youth education event next May. It's held at beautiful Pier 4 Park in Ward 2. And you can all expect an invite to our VIP event, which is attended annually by dignitaries, donors to the event, and key community partners. And we'd certainly love the opportunity to provide you with a tour of the event and to take in some of the fun. These next 4 slides upcoming highlight some of our capital program successes from 2022. This year we completed significant renewal projects at the Stone Church and Garth drinking water reservoir in Ward 8 and the First Street wastewater pumping station in Ward 15. One issue that has attracted a lot of community attention was the discovery of contaminated soil that was part of the material covering the Kenilworth drinking water reservoir in Ward 4. I'm happy to advise that all of that material was completely removed earlier this year and replaced with a new clean soil cover. At the same time, critical renewal work was completed at that reservoir, including the replacement of expansion joints and coating repairs to the in-reservoir support columns. Also in 2022, we completed the replacement of the filter media for the tertiary treatment process at Dundas Wastewater Treatment Plant, which is in Ward 13. And we're confident that we can keep that facility producing high-quality treated wastewater effluent while we plan for its ultimate replacement. We also completed significant upgrades at the old Dundas Road pumping station in Ward 12, and that's going to help to ensure that chronic flooding that's impacted many homes in that area doesn't reoccur. I did want to take the opportunity to give Council an update on our Digester 3 repairs at the Woodward Wastewater Treatment Plant. This is a very costly emergency project that became necessary when the roof on that facility ruptured earlier this year. We brought a report to the Public Works Committee about that failure, and we estimated that the cost for repair would be around $5 million. That report came to committee last May. The funds for that work was approved from wastewater reserves, and that project is on target for completion in February of 2023, and we do expect that the cost will remain within the $5 million estimate that we provided earlier this year. And finally, on our 2022 capital program, this slide provides some photos from the Satellite City Trunk Sewer Lining Project, which is taking place in Ward 9. This is a significant sewer lining project. It's being delivered by a team in engineering and the Engineering Service Division, and it's very complex because the sewer that's being rehabilitated in part crosses the escarpment from top to bottom. And that project remains on track for completion in spring of next year. I have a couple of slides on continuous improvement projects that are taking place in Hamilton Water in 2022. I'm not going to speak directly to any of the projects, but what I want Council and the community to take away is that we're always looking for opportunities to make our programs more efficient and to improve the value that's being realized by the investments that are made in our programs by the community. Every year we deliver several projects with that goal in mind. The projects that are on this slide are all heavily aligned with data management systems. And the projects that are in this slide are aligned with some of our critical processes. We would be happy to answer questions about any of these initiatives, either today or at a later time. I have one slide on people and performance, but it isn't aimed at any specific initiative. Instead, I chose to go with some pictures from across the Hamilton Water team, including culture building events, some celebrations, some important life events. This slide is simply a thank you to the 348 staff that make up the Hamilton Water Division in recognition for the excellent work that they do each and every day to support this community. When we're looking to add team members within the division, we're certainly looking for technical experience and expertise. But we place an emphasis on hiring great people and people that have an interest in public service. And I know that that energy shows in all of our interactions by our team members, with the members of this council, and with the members of our community and stakeholders. It certainly shows to me in the heavy workloads that they're able to manage and the excellent customer service that they provide. And a final team-related slide, just a reminder that 2022 was a year that we started re-emerging working models across much of the division. That also includes reopening face-to-face services and some other initiatives that were born during the pandemic, but that have become part of the new normal moving forward, such as wastewater surveillance and some internal communications methods. The next few slides give you some updates on the Hamilton Water on the Hamilton Water projects that fall under the umbrella of our Clean Harbor program. There's a lot of material available on our websites about these achievements, but I'll walk you through a few of them. First, I wanted to highlight that when I was in front of council this time last year, the environmental benefits of the Randall Reef remediation project had been achieved with the containment of all the targeted contaminated sediment within the new facility. Throughout 2022, more material was moved into that containment area to build it up to the necessary levels, and this was also completed. The tender for capping the containment cell and transforming it into productive portland is expected to be released any time, with the work targeted for completion by the end of 2024. Just a reminder that all of this work was project managed by Environment Canada in partnership with a number of other agencies, including the city. and at a total cost estimated at just under $140 million. And the city was a key funding partner for that, providing a $14 million injection. This slide provides an update on the 3 large capital projects that make up the Woodward Upgrades program. Each of these projects has experienced some delays, which is not unusual, especially since they've all been ongoing throughout the pandemic. However, in late 2022, both the main pumping station and the electrical and chlorination system upgrade projects reached substantial completion. And the tertiary treatment upgrades are on schedule for substantial completion in early 2023. These 3 projects represent the largest capital program delivered in the city by city staff. And we're looking forward to a grand opening event that's upcoming in early summer of 2023 to celebrate the successful delivery of these critical achievements. Public Works Committee can also expect a report and presentation wrapping up these 3 projects at around the same time, so summer 2023. And in particular, we're looking forward to show you, using real data, the significant reduction in pollution loadings that are being discharged to Hamilton Harbour from the Woodward Wastewater Treatment Plant as a result of the tertiary treatment upgrade project. These are some pictures of the largely completed construction, but you all had the chance to see these in real life during yesterday's bus tour. And finally, just to give you the flavor of what you can expect to see from a pollutant loading reduction standpoint in approximately 7 months, this slide shows you planning level estimates that were developed during the conceptual design for the Woodward Upgrade program. What the graph shows is that we expected that once the new tertiary treatment facility was commissioned, that the total suspended solids delivered from that wastewater treatment plant to Hamilton Harbour would decrease by approximately 75%, or just under 15,000 tons on an annual basis. The information on the right-hand side of the slide identifies that we anticipate similar reductions for nutrients, namely phosphorus and ammonia. The Woodward Upgrades program was and is a big part of the city's commitment to supporting the Hamilton Harbour Remedial Action Plan goals for delisting the harbour as an area of concern under the Great Lakes Water Quality Agreement. And the completion of both the Randall Reef project and the Woodward Upgrade program helped to position the harbour to begin the natural recovery that will be required and monitored to determine when that delisting conversation can begin. So in 2022, as part of the rates budget, we made some commitments in the form of FTE business cases. And those commitments were for additional revenue generation or offsetting of expenditures. As a result of the approval of those additional FTEs, these next 2 slides give you an update on the return on investment for those FTE approvals. So first, two water distribution technologies were approved. Our technologists were approved for our water distribution and wastewater collection section. And that was to make our new proactive leak detection program permanent and also to support our C-factor testing and lead sampling programs. Well, in 2022, the costs associated with these 2 FTEs are around $250,000. Well, we're forecasting savings approaching $500,000, which means that in year 1, these resources have paid for themselves twice. As icing on the cake for the team involved, the picture on the slide is that team receiving the 2022 Ontario Waterworks Association Water Conservation Award. And that's a result of the success of the city's proactive leak detection program. In that picture, the current president of the Ontario Waterworks Association, who happens to be our very own manager of our plant operations section, is presenting the award to Dave Alberton, our manager of water distribution and wastewater collection. 2 other members of the project team are also pictured. Mike Sprangella, who is one of the district supervisors in our West Water District, and Jordan Lynch, who is the district superintendent for our East Water District. Unfortunately, Peter Nicolica, our West District Water Superintendent, wasn't able to make the event, but he was certainly instrumental in the success of this program. It was awesome for Jeanette, Carlisle, and myself to be able to recognize this very deserving team who are excellent ambassadors for Hamilton Water and the City of Hamilton. Our second FDE business case was related to a new program that we've been implementing to permit and monitor discharges from the city's sewer to the city sewer system from the dewatering of active construction sites. And that program has seen slowly increasing resource levels and also increasing revenue streams. In year one of the new program, bylaw amendments to support the program were approved by council and implemented, and the revenues generated by the program offset the total program costs, with the benefit of staff having much more knowledge about the construction sites that are pumping to the city's sewer and where and what those impacts are. We fully expect that as adherence to this new program becomes the norm within Hamilton, that revenue generation will continue to increase and both offset any future resource requirements, but also the cost for the treatment of the water that's discharged from these sites into the city's wastewater treatment plant or stormwater facilities. I'm now going to speak a little bit about projects that are in the works for 2023 and beyond, and where investments from the 2023 rate budget are going to make an impact. So this slide highlights some important projects and programs that Council can expect to hear about in the very near future. This includes ongoing rewrites to the city's sewer and drain and waterworks bylaws, which should be in front of committee and council in 2023. It includes continued improvements to the hydraulic modeling programs that are used to manage and plan our complex systems, and the outcomes from the various ongoing projects related to Shadoke Creek, Coots Paradise, and the associated watershed. This slide identifies some key initiatives that are being conducted by Hamilton Water's operating sections, many of which you're going to hear about in 2023 and beyond. I do want to highlight progress on Hamilton Water's cybersecurity program in partnership with corporate IT. As part of the 2022 rate budget, Council approved an additional FTE to create a project manager to lead the Hamilton Water cybersecurity program. But unfortunately, that's been a very challenging position for us to find a qualified individual to fill that vacancy in this job market. That position remains vacant to date. We are working on that challenge in partnership with our City Human Resources team. But at the same time, we're moving the program forward using consulting resources via a roster assignment. And that way we can maintain momentum while we continue to work to staff the program appropriately and internally. This slide identifies a number of environmental assessments and other studies that are being completed by Hamilton Water, and all of these projects are in various states of completion. I included this list because there are ongoing studies that impact every ward. And each of you are going to be invited to some of the associated project meetings, some as early as December of this year, but most progressing throughout 2023. We are happy to answer any questions that you might have about any of these projects today, but for the sake of getting through my slides, I'm not going to speak to any of these individually, although I am going to revisit the Water, Wastewater and Stormwater Master Plan and the Flooding and Drainage Improvement Framework in some upcoming slides. So this slide identifies some of our higher profile capital projects that are underway. I did want to take the opportunity to highlight the real-time control collection system upgrades. That's an important project with construction taking place in wards 1, 4, and 14. And the outcomes are going to be a decrease in combined sewer overflows to Shadoke Creek and Coots Paradise, and that's as a result of new control infrastructure that's being installed. The project also includes the installation of flow detection and measurement equipment at 2 combined sewer overflow locations at which there's currently no instrumentation. And finally, that project includes some modifications to system control infrastructure at the Green Hill CSO tank that will optimize the use of the available capacity in that area of the city. I also want to highlight the last bullet on this slide, which is health and safety and structural repairs that are required at the Dundas Wastewater Treatment Plant. And unfortunately, that facility is beyond its planned service life. And while it continues to perform very well, we're very regularly experiencing and identifying expensive capital needs just to keep the facility safe and functional. On this slide, I wanted to highlight some additional combined sewer projects, both of which have received funding via grants from the Ministry of the Environment, Conservation and Parks. The regulator renewal program is being delivered by a team in our Engineering Services Division, and it aims to replace infrastructure at 9 different locations in order to maintain system functionality and to prevent dry weather discharges of sewage into the storm sewer as a result of aged or failing infrastructure. The Combined Sewer Overflow Rehabilitation Program is being delivered by Hamilton Water's Plant Maintenance and Technical Services section, and it includes the installation of flow detection and measurement equipment at 16 combined sewer overflow locations, at which there's currently no instrumentation. It also includes upgrades at various critical control locations, including the installation of backup sensors and cameras, all with the goal of strengthening Hamilton Water's ability to prevent undetected combined sewage discharges to the natural environment. And one final slide on the 2023 capital program, and it speaks to the project to install a sanitary trunk sewer on Dickinson Road, Trinity Church Road, and Golf Club Road, and that's to carry wastewater from the Airport Employment District growth area to the newly constructed trunk sewers on Regional Road 56. That's a critical and big project. It's being delivered by our Engineering Services Division, and it supports development. It's scheduled for construction to begin this coming year in 2023, with a completion timeline currently of November 2026. So I'm going to speak to you quickly about some challenges and opportunities facing Hamilton Water, some of which community has heard about previously. First, as we reported to the Public Works Committee this past August, the Ministry of the Environment, Conservation and Parks is in the midst of modernizing the regulatory framework for municipal wastewater and stormwater approvals. For Hamilton, once completed, we'll have hundreds of antiquated and fragmented environmental compliance approvals, or ECAs, combined and consolidated into only 2. The goal of the MECP is to streamline the management of the municipal ECAs, including streamlining aspects of approvals for new developments, and that's by transferring the authority for some of those simpler approvals from the ministry to the City of Hamilton. On many levels, we expect to realize benefits from this new approach. But there are risks, particularly from a development approval timing perspective, and specifically as it relates to Hamilton's combined sewer system. Hamilton Water staff are working closely with the Ministry of the Environment staff presently, and that's to negotiate language for these new ECAs. And we are hopeful that we can iron out any wrinkles that would have otherwise negatively impacted the city before those ECAs are finalized. This slide provides some details on the work that originated from the MECP Director's Order and related to the cleanup of Shadow Creek and Coots Paradise. We're actually bringing a comprehensive report and presentation to the November 30th General Issues Committee meeting, so next week, about these. So I'm hopeful that we can save any robust discussion until that meeting when committee has all the relevant information in front of them. But the important aspects related to the rate budget are that unfortunately the Shadow Creek work plan, that's the targeted dredging, was not completed this year as planned and as required by the Ministry of the Environment, Conservation and Parks. We're currently in discussions with the ministry for an extension to the order deadlines, and that would see the project move forward in 2023. But we are going to have to prepare a report to committee with an updated budget for that project once we know when in 2023 we'll be able to deliver it. At the same time, we're progressing with the Coots Paradise work plan, and that includes the Lower Shadow Creek environmental assessment, the Shadow Watershed stormwater environmental assessment, and the Ainsley Woods sewer separation environmental assessment. And the time frame for the completion of those EAs are all late 2023. And we do expect that the outcomes will include new capital projects that have not yet been identified. With that in mind, we have approximately $20 million programmed in the budget from 2024 through 2026, and that's to fund at least some of the capital needs that are identified by those EAs. We've updated committee previously on many of these challenges, including increasing project costs resulting from the management of excess soils, and that's a result of Ontario Regulation 406. I've also already spoken about the consolidated linear ECAs and challenges with our combined sewer system, but also the opportunities for updated and consistent regulatory language. On this slide, I did want to highlight the future need to establish and staff a stormwater source control team. And that's aimed at minimizing capacity challenges with our combined sewer system as much as possible. Essentially, and presently, whenever a new development is being built, we require that development to control the stormwater flow from their property to a very stringent discharge volume. And that's only during rain events. And that generally requires private infrastructure, such as storage tanks, orifice restrictors, or low-impact development features. We as the city are going to need to have a program in place to make sure that all of that private infrastructure is operated and maintained properly on an ongoing basis so that it remains effective. It's doing what it's there to do. That's a program that other municipalities have already put into place, and there's certainly lessons that we're going to learn from their implementation. And Public Works Committee can expect to hear about Hamilton's designs for this type of program in 2023 as we build the program into the development stage of our process. This slide speaks to the magnitude of the cost increases that we've seen for our treatment chemicals, which I've already spoken about briefly. But suffice it to say that triple-digit increases in chemical pricing is having a profound impact on our operating budgets. What I really want to focus on this slide is the Water and Wastewater and Stormwater Master Plan project, which was started in 2018 and was supposed to be completed by 2020. Unfortunately, that project has encountered multiple delays. They've been outside of the control of Hamilton Water. But it's a critical project to inform the infrastructure needs to support development growth across the city. So think treatment facilities, large diameter sewers, large diameter water mains, pumping stations, water storage facilities, that type of infrastructure. The project remains incomplete at present, but we do hope to get it across the finish line in 2023. Actually, not just hope, we plan to get it across the finish line. Unfortunately, there may be some additional scope changes as a result of the recent decisions and communication from the provincial government regarding the city's imposed growth plan. So we're monitoring that. I also wanted to briefly mention that the city is transitioning away from electric utilities as a water billing agent effective January 1st, 2025. And replacing the services provided by Electra is something that the Corporate Finance Division and Hamilton Water are working very closely on. And of course, there's actually a report on today's agenda regarding that initiative. And finally, I wanted to mention that as a result of multiple issues early in 2023, we asked the city auditor to complete an audit of our water metering program and to bring back any issues identified or recommendations for improvement. And that audit is expected to wrap up late this year with a report to the Audit, Finance and Administration Committee in early 2023. I'm hopeful that that audit is going to identify that the controls that we've already put into place are sufficient to maintain a modern and accurate water meter billing system, but we are going to see the results of that. This slide speaks to some ongoing challenges that we've been experiencing with our newly commissioned biosolids management facility. That facility is operated by a third party, a company called Synagro, under a 30-year agreement that started in 2020. Last year at this time, I was reporting a variety of ongoing challenges, including odor complaints from the community, fires at that facility, or production challenges, and generally poor management practices. Happy to report that 2022 has been a much better year. Synagro appears to have resolved their staffing challenges, which is a big benefit to the city. Operational challenges, they did continue early into the year, but improvements have been made resulting in sustainable production and reduced odor complaints as well. There unfortunately was a fire at that facility just last week that required a response from the Hamilton Fire Department. but the damage was minimal and they were only out of production for 6 days. However, as a result of those ongoing issues, Hamilton Water has been applying the financial penalties that are stipulated in the project agreement with Synagro. But I do want you to let you know that we do anticipate some pushback from them in the near future, given the amount of money that they have had to put into the facility, both to get it functional, but also to manage the city's dewatered biosolids, which is their responsibility whether that facility is operational or not. So anytime that facility is down, it costs them a premium to fulfill those responsibilities. On a final note, I wanted to remind Council that in 2022, Hamilton Water completed a site-wide odor study for the Woodward Wastewater Treatment Plant, and that's including the biosolids facility. We're expecting the final version of that report in the very near future, and we'll identify if there are any issues with the Hamilton Water managed infrastructure that require our attention, or if there's additional work that's required from Synagro with respect to the biosolids facility. This slide highlights one of our biggest challenges in Hamilton Water and also one of our biggest risks, and that is staff workload and vacancies. We've seen throughout 2022 that staff are leaving Hamilton Water for various reasons, but frequently we found that those staff are difficult to replace with similarly experienced candidates. They're also good team members and that believe in the importance of public service. The maintenance trades positions within our plant maintenance and technical services section have been particularly hard hit. We currently only have 3 out of our 10 industrial millwright positions filled, 4 out of 6 industrial electricians, and 4 out of 7 instrument technicians. So that level of staffing does create risks to our ability to maintain service levels. And we really only have enough tradespeople at present to respond to equipment breakdowns and emergencies. Which means we have to forget about preventative maintenance and predictive maintenance for the time being. With that said, this is a risk we've been actively working on, both with our trade union as well as with human resources. We are looking to fill vacancies as quickly as possible, and we do have contingency plans in place. Those contingency plans include the use of contracted resources, but I should highlight that those contractors are also having difficulty maintaining staffing levels for the same reasons we are. This slide speaks to a number of challenges, all of which are being actively worked on. Utility locate timelines were poor across the province in 2022, and there's new legislation coming into effect for January 1st that can result in fines against infrastructure owners for late locates. Hamilton Water has been working very closely with the city's procurement section on this matter, and will be issuing a new tender for our utility locates in early 2023 that appropriately transfers the risk and liability to the contractor that's completing this work. Somewhat linked to locates is the issue of encroachments of private infrastructure such as fences, sheds, driveways, in some cases swimming pools, on top of city water, wastewater, and stormwater infrastructure. That certainly makes operations and maintenance a challenge, and in many cases, more significant repairs would be impossible. Why I put this on here is I don't want you to be surprised if in 2023 at some point we're dealing with your offices regarding a private encroachment on city infrastructure. It is part of our process to involve the ward councillors anytime we identify one of these situations. And finally on this slide, the last bullet, I wanted to mention that the LRT project is going to be a challenge for the city in many ways, certainly an opportunity as well. But the project is going to begin work on subsurface infrastructure first, with the surface infrastructure and tracks unlikely to begin for a few years. The 2023 water, wastewater, stormwater rate budget includes $10 million in capital funds so that the city can respond quickly to any opportunities that arise for previously unplanned infrastructure works. And that's going to allow the city to ensure that we get great value for our ratepayers in situations where the LRT contractor is in the field, they've got an open excavation, we identify that there's an opportunity for a system improvement. The ground's already broken. So the idea is that we can move money to Metrolinx quickly so that we can implement that improvement. Committee is actually going to be receiving a report at tomorrow's GIC tax budget meeting from the city's LRT office, and they're going to explain that process in a little more detail. This slide identifies some of the larger capital projects that are included in our 10-year capital program, some of which I speak to individually on upcoming slides. It's important to note that all of the estimated costs for these projects have increased in 2022 as a result of inflation. And that inflation does make up a significant part of the additional $330 million that's reflected in the capital budget this year. I've also identified climate change as a challenge. And while this budget does include significant investments to help make our water, wastewater, and stormwater infrastructure more resilient to different climatic events, much more significant investments are going to be needed over a longer time frame in order to continue that important work. So this slide appeared in last year's budget presentation, and I chose to keep it in the deck again this year. It's a reminder that our community is keenly aware of the challenges that our city faces as a result of our ancient combined sewer system. It's also a reminder of the trust that was lost as a result of the Chedoke Creek spill, and that despite all the other systems and assets that have been operated and maintained so well by our teams historically, that what are initially small failures can really turn into much bigger issues for the city if they aren't identified and corrected in a timely manner. And lastly, it's a reminder that Hamilton Water is still on a journey to rebuild trust with the community, and that understandably is going to take a while. Unfortunately, we all know we took another hit in this regard with the discovery of another long-term sewage spill just this past Tuesday. I want the community to know that it makes our team sick when we identify issues like that, just like we know that it makes them sick. What I can tell this council and the community is that we continue to deal with challenges with the city sewer system. Those challenges have roots from a long time ago, but we're going to continue to improve. We're going to continue to get better, and we're going to do better. So while on the theme of combined sewer overflows, and I include in that wastewater treatment plant bypasses, I wanted to revisit a statement that I made earlier in this presentation, that 2022 is projected to be closer to an average year for wastewater treatment plant bypasses from the Woodward facility, and that's mostly the result of a drier year, so less precipitation. This slide shows that projection. It also identifies the impact of past investments at the Woodward facility. Prior to 2016, the majority of the wastewater treatment plant bypasses were primary treatment or full plant bypasses. And that means that the incoming wastewater was either receiving very low levels of treatment or no treatment at all prior to being discharged to Hamilton Harbor. However, after additional primary treatment capacity was commissioned in 2016, primary and plant bypasses, almost stopped occurring entirely. And instead, the bypasses are mostly secondary treatment bypasses, which means that the incoming wastewater receives full primary treatment. When the new main pumping station was commissioned late in 2021, the number of available pumps at that facility was increased from 8 to 12. And what that means for us is that during every wet weather event, a full 1,300 megaliters per day of wastewater can be reliably pumped into our primary treatment process, where previously that was only possible if we had all 8 pumps fully operational. The next 2 slides speak to our flooding and drainage improvement framework, which we presented to Public Works Committee this past August. And this has the potential to be the most impactful, but also probably the most costly capital sewer program that the city undertakes if it is fully implemented at some point in the future. At a high level, the flooding and drainage improvement framework segmented all of the areas of the city that are serviced by combined sewers into 108 sub-catchment areas that were then further assessed for their resiliency to sewer-related flooding. And the map on this slide shows where there's a high, medium, and low risk of sewer-based flooding, and that was based on the wet weather events that we modeled as part of that analysis. That analysis was then turned into a pretty long list of capital projects at a conceptual cost approaching $1 billion, with recommendations to implement that capital program over approximately 30 years. Now, that included an investment of $367 million over the first 10 years for higher priority projects. The capital program is largely focused on separating combined sewers, which, if we did enough of, we could eliminate combined sewer overflows altogether, and eventually including wastewater treatment plant bypasses. But one major challenge that we have is that we don't currently have large storm sewers within the older areas of the city that could accommodate additional clean stormwater flow if we were to go through neighborhood by neighborhood and separate combined sewers. So with that said, we didn't ask Council to adopt the recommendations of the Flooding and Drainage Improvement Framework this past August. Instead, we advised that it's our intent to kick off 3 large environmental assessment projects in 2023 and 2024 to identify opportunities and preferred alternatives to move that separated stormwater. And so this slide identifies those 3 EAs, one of which will evaluate installing a new storm sewer that discharges to Shadoke Creek, one that will look at options for stormwater transmission through the Old City and the harborfront areas, and one that will look at options for stormwater transmission within the Red Hill Creek area. And then at a later date, there's a 4th EA that's going to be required, and that will look at the same thing, stormwater transmission, but for the mountain, generally north of Mohawk Road. So you can expect to hear about the outcomes of these EAs during this term of council, and at some point we'll be back in front of committee with larger recommendations related to this flooding and drainage improvement framework and the associated capital program. So I'm going to go through a few slides on asset management, then I'm going to get back to the 2023 budget numbers, and then I'm going to finish off. This slide provides a high-level overview of the city's water system infrastructure. And I want to highlight first the $20 million annual funding gap that was calculated this year, and that was based on the approved 2022 budget. Then I want you to note, if you follow my cursor, the data confidence, which is slightly below medium for our water assets. And what that means is that for a lot of assets, the age of the infrastructure was used as a surrogate for the condition, as a surrogate for condition information, which is better obtained by physical inspection programs. That's important because in the future, as we continue to improve our asset management programs, and as our data confidence improves, it's going to impact the calculated annual funding needs and that $20 million gap that you see on this slide. And that gap, it's either going to be proved to be accurate, it's going to prove to be too low, or perhaps it's going to prove to be too high. Finally, on this slide, I want to bring your attention to the condition rating for the Woodward Water Treatment Plant, which is right at the top of the slide. And it's poor. The water treatment plant is, in my opinion, the most critical piece of infrastructure within the city. And it requires some significant investments, which I'm going to speak to you about on an upcoming slide. This slide shows you visually some of the infrastructure deficiencies that we respond to or that we're monitoring. And that includes damage to our raw water intake for the water treatment plant, damage to the filter under drains, also at our, the filter under drain channels, also at our water treatment plant, various water main breaks, some very large pipes that have some corroding or leaking connections, and tuberculation within an old water main pipe. And this slide identifies the areas of the city with the oldest water mains that directly supply homes and businesses. And I put this in here because these are the areas where we may find that we're challenged by our ability to provide available water supply for intensification development. For the greater downtown Hamilton area, we are on a track to complete a servicing study by mid-2023 that will identify exactly where we have available capacity to support that manner of development and where infrastructure upgrades are going to be required first. And this slide provides the same high-level overview of the city's wastewater system. And the annual funding gap that was calculated earlier this year for this system was $50 million. And again, that was based on the approved 2022 budget. The data confidence for the wastewater system is a little bit higher at medium. And that's particularly because it's a lot easier to complete internal pipe inspections for sewer pipes that are generally only partially full versus water mains that are always running full of clean drinking water. For this slide, I want to note that the condition of the city's 2 wastewater treatment plants, which again is in the top of the middle, has a combined rating of fair, but that combined rating doesn't tell the full story. So if you look on this slide at the bottom bar, you'll see that the condition of the Woodward wastewater treatment plant is rated as fair. But the Dundas wastewater treatment plant is rated as poor, and that's the red. That Dundas condition is lost in the aggregate data because of the much smaller number of assets at that facility, also because of the much smaller replacement value. I do have a specific slide upcoming that speaks to the significant investments that are required at Dundas. I'll get to that in a minute. And this slide shows you visually some of the infrastructure deficiencies that we're responding to or that we're monitoring for the wastewater system. And that includes our solids digestion complex at Woodward, some significant corrosion in sewer chambers, a damaged sewer regulator out in the system, and some pictures from the Dundas wastewater treatment plant. And this slide revisits the areas of the city that are serviced by combined sewers. And those are the oldest sewers in the city of Hamilton. And similarly to the water system, it's these areas that may be challenged by available sewer capacity to support infill intensification development. Similarly, again, to the water system, our study for the downtown Hamilton area is on track for completion by mid-2023. That's a servicing study. And that study is also going to identify where do we have available capacity on the sewer system to support intensification and where will infrastructure upgrades be required first. So lastly, this slide provides the same high-level overview of the city's stormwater system infrastructure. And the annual funding gap that was calculated, again, earlier this year based on the 2020 approved budget was $31 million. The data confidence for these assets is similar at around medium and for the same reasons as the wastewater infrastructure data confidence. For this slide, it's nice to note that our city's separated stormwater system is generally in good or very good condition. That's because a lot of it is much newer. We do have some challenges making sure that stormwater ponds and other assets are maintained at an appropriate frequency. But these are programs that we've been working hard to improve over the past 3 years. And that's so that the treated stormwater that is discharged from those assets to the natural environment meets the regulatory thresholds that are in place. Despite the previous slides' high-level good news, not all of those assets are in good condition. So here are some pictures of some of our challenges, including an at-risk species being rescued from one of our stormwater ponds in advance of dredging, some erosion that's resulted in damage to a stormwater outfall, a mostly buried stormwater outfall that is on Lake Ontario, some beaver activity that impacts drainage. I've got a picture of invasive Phragmites that take up hydraulic capacity in our stormwater ponds. a heavily corroded corrugated steel outfall pipe, and finally a private fence that was constructed right on top of one of our storm sewer maintenance access holes. All right, so the next 3 slides tell a big part of the story with respect to the 10-year capital program. This slide is about the Dundas wastewater treatment plant, again in Ward 13. It discharges through the Desjardins Canal and then through the West Pond and into Cootes Paradise. And that facility is well past its intended life cycle. Well, we've been able to keep it running and actually producing exceptional quality treated wastewater effluent. We're now at a point where we either program the replacement of that facility or we plan to spend tens of millions of dollars on Band-Aid type capital programs to try and keep it running for another 10 or 20 years perhaps. This is a project that's been budgeted since 2015. But a decision was made back then to only budget it at $26 million. And that amount, it hasn't been touched over the years. And the hope was that we'd be able to find a funding partner at the provincial or federal level to help make up the additional $24 to $34 million that was needed to replace that facility. Unfortunately, that hasn't materialized. Here we sit 7 years later, and we have to include the full dollar value of the replacement of that facility in our 10-year capital program. And that is now estimated at $140 million. But I do want to note that that $140 million, that's a like-for-like replacement of that facility, so a tertiary treatment facility with a tertiary treatment facility. Whereas the Hamilton Harbour Remedial Action Plan community would like to see that facility replaced with something that's state-of-the-art, something that is capable of meeting ultra-low discharge limits for treated effluent on a sustainable manner. And that type of facility is going to cost much more than $140 million. So we're currently completing a design update for the replacement of this facility, and we plan to bring that to committee and council in mid-2023. And that will include options for the facility with conceptual budgets for you to consider. Apologies. Okay. This slide identifies the next phase of the capital upgrades at the Woodward wastewater treatment plant, and that includes expanding the treatment capacity at that facility from 409 million litres per day to 500 million litres per day. That's for dry weather flow. From a wet weather perspective, that facility will expand from 614 million litres per day to 1,000 million litres per day. And that expansion is budgeted at $300 million to be funded from development charges. And the areas where that expansion is going to occur are highlighted in yellow on the map that you see on this slide. The areas that are highlighted in red and blue represent some critical rehabilitation projects that are still required at Woodward. And in the very near future, and those are at a cost of $156 million to be funded from rates. The present timeline is to have all of this construction completed by 2031, which is when our projections say that the additional treatment capacity will need to be brought online in order to avoid a development freeze related to wastewater treatment plant capacity. However, I do want to note that this project has additional environmental benefits. Currently, I'm sure most of you know that any flow received at that facility above 614 million litres per day requires us to bypass the secondary treatment plant. And once this work is done, we're going to be able to process an additional 386 million litres per day through both secondary and tertiary treatment. And that's going to reduce the volume of wastewater that's bypassed at the facility on an event-by-event basis. And it's also going to have significant additional benefits on reduced pollutant loadings discharged to Hamilton Harbour. So this final project slide identifies the work that's required at the Woodward water treatment plant over the next 10 years. And that work includes critical rehabilitation projects, projects to reduce the risk of drinking water contamination, projects to provide resilience from climate change for our drinking water system, and projects to unlock additional treatment capacity to supply our growing city. This is $350 million of work that's going to be extremely complicated to deliver because we can't shut this facility down at the same time as we work on it. It's critical that we continue to operate, again, what is the city's most critical asset. What isn't clear at this time is whether we're going to be better served to deliver all of this capital as part of one big capital program, or if there's an opportunity to spread some of the project out, some of the ones that are less critical, provided that we can control the risks associated with that. So with that in mind, we're currently kicking off a third-party due diligence review, and that's going to speak to those options. And we plan to present the result of that review to committee and council in summer of 2023. It could be that some of the capital budget within our 10-year program could be mitigated by delivering this project differently, while controlling those risks. And whether that proves to be a possibility or not, you can expect to hear from us about options next year. And finally, I wanted to mention that we're also conducting a pilot to review an alternative pretreatment process at the water treatment plant, and that pilot is for dissolved air filtration. Currently, the facility uses traditional flocculation and sedimentation processes, and that's included in our conceptual budget estimates for this project, so upgrading those traditional processes. The estimated cost for the pretreatment upgrades has increased significantly, particularly, and that's due to the cost of concrete and steel and other components. There's a lot that goes into that traditional process. So what we're doing is we're reanalyzing our options to see if one of the other technologies that we've previously explored now has become more affordable for us than replacing like for like. So that pilot's scheduled to begin in 2023. It'll run into 2024. And committee and council can expect to hear from us regarding those outcomes in approximately 18 months. Okay, so from this slide forward, I'm only going to address 2023 budget numbers. I have 23 slides left, but they're going to go relatively quickly because all of this information is in the budget report. Okay, so first I'm just going to bring you back to the slide that started this presentation, and which gives you the overall picture for the 2023 total operating capital budgets, including the 6.49% rate increase. And I've also already shown you this slide, which speaks to our FTE recommendation and the pressures on both the operating capital budgets. So with that, I'm going to dive into the 2023 operating budget. This slide shows you how Hamilton Water has been performing with our approved operating budget over the years. And you can see that since 2019, we've been experiencing budget deficits on an annual basis, although we've been working to tighten things up considerably. And our projected 2022 expenditure is only indicating a slight deficit, and that's despite some significant challenges that we've had to mitigate over the course of this year. This slide speaks to specific drivers for the 10.3% operating budget increase for 2023, and I've already spoken about all of them. This slide separates the operating budget changes from 2022 to 2023, and it categorizes those changes as either discretionary or non-discretionary. And as I indicated earlier, our non-discretionary increase for 2023 was actually greater than 10.3%, but we're able to mitigate that somewhat with adjustments to our discretionary expenses. Last thing on this slide, it does highlight that this time last year we were forecasting a 2023 operating budget need of around $102 million. That was based on the 2022 approved budget with a 4% inflationary factor. Unfortunately, we've seen in 2022 that our inflation has been much higher than that 4%. This slide categorizes the recommended 10.3% operating budget increase by the budget driver. So you can see we have several key drivers on here, including regulatory changes, health and safety, inflation, operating impacts from capital, budget realignments, and service level enhancements. And this slide shows you what future operating budget needs could look like. That's assuming a factor of 4% for our annual inflation. It also shows you the difference between the 9-year operating budget projections that we submitted with the 2022 rate budget. That's the blue bars. versus the pink bars that show our revised 2023 operating budget projection. This slide identifies the additional 8 FTEs that we're recommending for 2023. I will highlight that at this time last year, we were projecting a need for 10 FTEs for 2023, but we were able to whittle that down. And I'm going to talk about each of these specifically briefly after one more slide. And not to scare anybody, and I apologize for all the acronyms on this slide, but those acronyms do identify specific business areas within Hamilton Water. But this slide shows what the future FTE need could look like over 5 years, including 2023. We're predicting some significant staffing needs, and in particular, that's related to the establishment of new programs, including the stormwater source control program, which I talked to you a little bit about, the establishment of an in-house team for hydraulic modeling for our water and wastewater and stormwater systems. This projection includes growth in our teams that are delivering capital projects and also additional frontline needs resulting from the addition of new infrastructure. But we'll focus on 2023. So for our 2023 recommendations, I provided summaries in these slides for each of the positions, and similar information is available in Appendix F to the budget report. I'd be happy to revisit these slides if there's any questions about any of the positions, but at a high level, we're looking for 2 FTEs to make our watershed management office permanent. The 2 staff that are currently delivering that program are currently in temporary unbudgeted contracts that will come to an end this January. We know that this is an important program for the city and for Hamilton Water, and that we need to make it permanent, particularly as it's presently only focusing on the Coots watershed, although some of the programs are citywide, but we're going to need to expand into Lake Nyapanko. We're going to need to expand into the Greater Hamilton Harbour, and in the future we're going to need to expand into the Lake Ontario watershed in Stony Creek as well. We are looking to make a 2-year temporary position for a regulatory field technician permanent. That's to support our drinking water sampling program, and also to ensure that we can continue to support the wastewater surveillance program for COVID, and now that includes RSV, influenza, and monkeypox, so a key collaboration with our partners in public health. We're also seeing workload challenges at our environmental laboratory as a result of a number of new programs that have been implemented over the past few years, many of which are identified in the bullets here. But as a result, we're looking for an additional quality assurance technologist, and that supports the integrity of our laboratory data and other critical processes. We're looking for an additional contract coordinator to support our growing capital program. Those positions are critical quality control support for our contract development and ongoing administration. And they're a huge resource for our capital project teams that assist them with the successful delivery of our capital program. We're looking for an additional water or wastewater treatment plant operator, and that's specifically to add additional resources to support the operation and inspection of our drinking water outstations and our communal wells. And for a number of reasons, including increasing expectations from the Ministry of the Environment, Conservation and Parks, that portfolio has grown over the past few years, and this position will help make sure that we can meet all of our obligations. Finally, we're requesting 1 total FTE in our customer service and community outreach section. That will actually turn 2 positions that are currently permanent part-time into permanent full-time. The staff in those roles are already working full-time hours on a very regular basis to meet the service needs of those programs. So using this FTE to make them permanent will give them the status and benefits that they truly deserve as full-time employees for the great work that they do. And finally, we're looking for an additional contract inspector. That's within our water distribution and wastewater collection program. This FTE is going to be largely cost recovered from new permit fees that we've implemented for 2023 as we work to put together a permitting program for the inspection of repairs to industrial and commercial and institutional water service lines. And there's currently a health and infrastructure integrity risk associated with the existing program, so we're looking to close that gap. All right, on to the capital budget. So this slide highlights the changes between the 2022 capital program versus the 2023 capital program. And it identifies those changes by program area. The largest changes that we are seeing is within our water wastewater planning and capital team. And that's the team that will deliver the Dundas wastewater treatment plant and the Woodward water treatment plant projects. We've also seen some larger increases with the infrastructure renewal team, formerly called asset management in engineering services division, but also within our water distribution and wastewater collection section. And those changes are largely due to inflation and to regulatory cost impacts. This slide also revisits some of the drivers, if I click on it again, that we've already spoken about. This slide is simply a list of some of the larger projects and infrastructure needs that we're faced with, almost all of which I've already talked to you about. I do want to pause and highlight the $114 million, and it is the very bottom bullet, related to the flooding and drainage improvement framework. Earlier, I mentioned that our consultant's recommendation was to deliver $367 million in capital over a 10-year period. We've only budgeted $114 million for that program into the 10 years, which means that we've left out $253 million. And that $253 million does show up as a risk on a later slide. This slide shows you where our 4 largest projects are programmed in the 10-year budget. So the flooding and drainage improvement framework is indicated in blue. The Woodward wastewater treatment plant expansion and associated projects is indicated in gold. The Dundas wastewater treatment project is indicated in purple and is split into 2 separate programs. And the Woodward water treatment plant is indicated in red. For these graphs, the graph on the top includes the portion of the projects that are funded from development charges. The graph on the bottom only includes the portions of the project that are funded from the rate budget. And it's these 4 projects that are largely contributing to the additional $330 million in capital project increases over the 10-year budget, along with some updated estimates for other projects that were previously existing in the budget. But I do want to note that as it relates to condition of our infrastructure, that the budget we're presenting to you today will restore our 3 most critical facilities to a condition rating of good. That being the Woodward wastewater treatment plant, the Dundas wastewater treatment plant, and the Woodward water treatment plant. And that also includes ensuring that there's adequate capacity for the city's planned growth at both the Woodward facilities in the future. And while these are all true needs, it's also these 4 projects that could most likely be worked with to provide some budget relief. That's either by attracting grant funding from higher levels of government, by deferring some components of the projects potentially, although that's something that we don't typically recommend because it does increase risk, and certainly the cost for those projects only increase over time. This graph shows you our 2022 9-year capital program. That's the pink bars. Versus the 2023 9-year capital program. And I've left off year 10, which is 2032, on purpose. But what you can easily see on this graph is the changes between what we brought you last year for a capital program versus what we brought you this year. I do want to note that the later years of the budget, historically, the capital needs in those later years have been somewhat fuzzy. So we tend to see as we progress through future budgets, those years get filled out with more and more projects. We've now seen as part of this budget that we've filled those out, and it's because of some of these longer-term, larger capital projects that have been included in the budget. And this is my last budget slide. It breaks down our capital program by system spending. So the drinking water system in each of these bars is in orange. The wastewater collection system is in blue, and the stormwater system is in the lighter blue. This is my very last slide, and it includes some risks that haven't been included in the 2023 rate budget. I put climate change on here Not because the budget that we're recommending to you doesn't include significant expenses to support climate change resilient for the city. I've already told you that that budget does do that. But I don't want anyone to think that the budget that we're recommending for the next 10 years is going to resolve all of the climate risks for our water, wastewater, and stormwater infrastructure. That's not the case. So that's why it's on here. I already spoke about the $253 million that hasn't been budgeted for the flooding and drainage improvement framework. And also that a state-of-the-art facility to replace the Dundas wastewater treatment plant hasn't been included fully in this budget. And then there's some other smaller risks that have been included. You're going to hear about some of these in future one-off committee reports. That includes staffing resources needed to deliver the Woodward Water Treatment Plant upgrade projects, as well as the unknown outcomes and costs related to the Water, Wastewater, Stormwater Master Plan, although those projects will be largely funded from development charges. And then there are the unknown outcomes of a few critical studies that are ongoing. Our water age and water disinfection study, which is kicking off presently, and the city's watershed action plan, which includes the 3 big environmental assessment projects that are in progress. So the outcomes from those studies are going to identify some capital infrastructure needs that aren't included in this budget. And the very last thing that I wanted to bring to your attention, the bolded bullet at the bottom of this slide, is that the budget we're presenting to you today assumes that we're going to be able to attract $83.8 million in grant funding from higher levels of government. That grant funding doesn't currently exist in any of our programs. We're hoping that's a safe bet. Our previous 10 years, we've been able to attract $238 million in grant funding, but that's certainly something that we're going to be working feverishly on in 2023 to see how we can get some of these pressures on our community and our rate funds relieved by some grant funding. And so that's it for me. I hope I didn't overdo the detail by too much. Happy to answer any questions, or alternatively, I leave it in your hands whether you want Brian to talk about financials and then have us answer all the questions all together.
Thank you, Director Winters. We will be entertaining questions of your portion of the presentation first. Councillors, if you do wish to be on the speakers list, there's a microphone on your blue bar on WebEx. You can hit that. If that's not functioning for you, you can always type it in into the chat line, and then Matthew, our clerk, will pick it up and let me know that you wish to speak. Our first speaker this morning on this particular presentation, and please reserve your questions to the presentation. If you do have questions about the leak that happened the other day, you can bring those up under general information or new business after we conclude this portion of our meeting. Our first speaker this morning is Councillor Kretsch. Councillor?
Thanks for your presentation, and we had a chance, some of us, to sit down with you in advance of this presentation for a smaller version of that. And some questions I asked there will be some of those I ask now, so apologies to Councillor McMeekin and Councillor Wilson, Alex Wilson, who've already heard some of these questions. There's a lot to digest here. Water is an important part of everything we do. To that, I noticed on slide 19, you talked briefly about the Indigenous, or mentioned the Indigenous Relations Committee with respect to a specific dredging project. I have a number of questions. My first one being, to what extent is Hamilton Water engaged with, listening to, making space for, and taking seriously the concerns raised by members of our Indigenous community, and how has that worked into the budget you presented today to support that?
Thank you, Councillor. Director?
So I know it's unnecessary, but I'm navigating to the slide. Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Kretsch, thank you very much for the question. Improving our interaction and relationships with our Indigenous community members is something that Hamilton Water has been working on extremely hard, in particular since the Cheadoke Creek spill. We have reached out as part of the City of Hamilton's Watershed Action Plan, and we're looking for engagement from our Indigenous community members. We have engaged with the Indigenous Advisory Committee on multiple occasions as part of the Cheadoke Creek project in particular to present what we're working on and take feedback from that advisory committee. as part of that project. As well, certainly the Indigenous communities were heavily involved in the consultation for that project in particular, as well as providing comments that did influence some design aspects. This is something that we need to continue to work on. We have outreach programs and community engagement programs, and we've been working to build that bridge in a more meaningful way, both with the Indigenous nations that have treaty rights in these areas, as well as our urban and Indigenous community members. And that's something we work very strongly on with our Indigenous Relations Office, and we're looking forward to further engagement through the Indigenous Advisory Committee in particular, but as well as how can we build some bridges with certain members of the community. I know through social media, you've got a particular interest with the Indigenous water walkers. And I was a little disappointed, not in you, Councillor Kretsch, or anyone here, but we'd reached out looking for an opportunity to participate in the water walk that took place this past October, and unfortunately we weren't able to do that. It's things like that that we're looking forward to participating in the future as shared stewards of the environment. There are opportunities, and we've realized them in the past, particularly for some of our larger community initiatives, such as the Children's Water Festival, to include Indigenous voices as part of the material that's being presented to the community members and students that attend that as well. So just some examples of where that's working, but it's certainly a program that we recognize that we need to continue to improve on, and we'd appreciate any advice or support from members of council on how we can do a better job there.
Thank you, Director. Councillor?
Thanks, and I think I heard in your answer some specifics with respect to the Chinook Creek plan and other kinds of things, which of course are slightly more reactive, and that what you're looking forward to doing, I think, if I heard you correctly, is finding ways more systemically to involve folks in discussions and reach out to them. Do you think you'll need staff support to achieve this goal? Do you think that the current staff complement you have can achieve this goal at the side of their desk, or should this be prioritized in a way within water so you can meaningfully make progress in the future?
Thank you, Councillor. Director?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So I appreciate the question. My sense is that we have the staff in place to complete that engagement in a meaningful way. I think we need to make sure is that we're using the right mechanisms and the right paths to do that.
Councillor?
Thanks, and I look forward to hearing more about that in the future, in future reports. I have a couple other questions here. I know my colleagues have questions, so I won't take all the questions now. But one I was particularly interested in talking about there was a slide, and unfortunately I didn't write down the slide number, but I think it might have been slide 32. It was the one where you show the different proteins, the different loads going up like this, and then there's a replacement, and then it shows this kind of correlative graph to the side. That's it, yes. 32. I did remember. This is scary to me because what it shows is that once you make project upgrades to the Woodward project, it looks like, great, we're going to go down from the number 5,000 to the number like 1,250. But then immediately, in the next 8 years, we see that it's approaching 2,000 already. And so you address this a little bit in terms of sustainability, but what I understand those numbers to be related to is increases in growth, right? So the more we build, the more we develop, the more we increase the number of people who live in the area, that load is just going to continue to go up. And so from a sustainability perspective, I wonder if you could speak to the realistic outlook you have with respect to how we manage that in a sustainable way.
Thank you, Councillor. Director, please.
So through you, Mr. Chair, again, thank you, Councillor Kretsch, for the question. Your interpretation of the graph is correct. What this graph doesn't say to you is that we're going to commission a new tertiary treatment facility, and then over time, that facility is not going to perform as well. What this shows you is that as more flow reaches the wastewater treatment plant, being treated at the same levels, more flow plus a certain concentration equals higher loadings. And that's the planning level estimates that it's in front of you, is that as the flow at Woodward increases, so will the pollutant loadings from that facility. We're going to be able to offset some of the pollutant loadings from Woodward in other ways as we make additional investments into our wastewater infrastructure in particular. So if we're able to separate sewers, and we already do that in certain areas where it's achievable and makes sense to do, we reduce our combined sewer overflows. We're reducing or eliminating a direct contributor to pollution to the Hamilton Harbour, and we've got some mechanisms in place to tell that story in a different way. We have commitments to the Ministry of the Environment to look at how we balance the pollutant loadings that are discharged from our entire collective system to Hamilton Harbour in particular, and over a period of time, recognizing that development is going to happen and flows to the wastewater treatment plants are going to increase. Where can we make other interventions in the system to try and keep us below a threshold? And the threshold that we're shooting for is the global pollutant targets that have been identified through participation with the Hamilton Harbour Remedial Action Plan. We're looking to keep ourselves sustainably below a line, but it's not going to happen with wastewater treatment alone.
Thank you. Councillor?
Thanks for the answer to that question. I didn't hear in this report, and perhaps it's not the place for it, but in my conversations with residents over many years, a theme emerged with respect to Ward 2 specifically, but of course adjacent wards like Ward 1 and Ward 3 and Ward 4. Well, the swimmability of the water that we have access to. There is this beach in Bayfront Park, I kind of call it Goose Beach. A lot of geese hang out there. I love seeing the geese, so I'm not saying that in any kind of defamatory way to geese. I love them, but there's no chance that that water is swimmable from all the posted notices I've ever seen there. What are our goals as a city in terms of when we think, how we think, in what ways we think that we can get to a place where people can swim in the water that's near us?
Thank you. Director?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. You're probably right that there's a discussion that needs to be had in a different forum about that. Beach monitoring and swimmability is a public health services program, so there's a great discussion to have there at Healthy and Safe Communities Committee. But for some context, it has been identified historically that in particular, the bacterial levels at Bayfront Park, for example, they are related very much to wildlife as opposed to any impacts from the city's sewer systems. In particular, the Bayfront Strawn combined sewer overflow tank that was built in the 90s, that tank never discharges. And it was for that reason to protect an area of the environment that was meant for our community to interact with the water. So that's the highest level of protection in that area from that tank. But that's certainly something that we're partners with our public health services division, and happy to have that conversation at an appropriate time.
Thank you, Director. Councillor?
Thank you for that response. I appreciate that. I appreciate specifically you outlining how that CSO is operating there and the number of times it discharges. That's useful to know. Two really nerdy questions. You talked about chlorine when we were on our tour yesterday, and you talked about, if I recall correctly, there's something slightly unmodern about the way that we use chlorine, if I recall. And so it's part of the way that our facility works right now, and upgrades to the facility would, of course, possibly change the outcome of how we use chlorine. I'm curious to understand, specifically with respect to the 375% cost increase for liquid chlorine that we're going to be facing as a part of this budget. Are there other forms of chlorine at a preferred grade and quality that could be used instead of the liquid form based on the facilities we currently use? I'm just curious to hear your answer on that.
Director?
Yeah, certainly. Through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Councillor, for the question. So there are other forms of disinfection technology that are available for water treatment facilities. We do use different forms of chlorine presently. We use liquid chlorine at the water treatment plant and the wastewater treatment plant. In other areas, we use sodium hypochlorite, still a chlorine product. It's essentially bleach, but in larger volumes for rechlorination. The $350 million program that I spoke about at the water treatment plant includes the construction of a ultraviolet disinfection facility, and that facility, once constructed, is going to help this community in two ways. One, it's going to lower the amount of chlorine that is needed to be used at that facility in order to achieve the disinfection credits under our regulatory requirements through the ministry. Two, it provides some resilience to climate change, so things like algae. It treats for some different contaminants in drinking water through that separate disinfection process. We're always going to need chlorine because that is how we provide a sustainable disinfectant residual throughout our water distribution system. So it's one thing to make sure the water's clean when it's leaving the treatment plant. It's another thing to make sure that there's disinfectant when it's in Binbrook or Winona or the outreaching areas of our system. But the projects that we've laid out for you, they will decrease the reliance on chlorine at the Woodward facility in particular, which over time, we'll have to certainly do some work to talk about a cost benefit, but will have beneficial impacts to our budgets as well. I hope that answers the question.
Thank you. Councillor, you have 30 seconds.
Yes, thanks. That does answer my question. This one will be under 30 seconds. On slide 9, you indicated the staff to management ratio at the bottom of that slide, and it looks like it slid slightly down from 27 point something to 26 point something, if my memory serves me correctly. Do you see that as a trend? I don't see the previous year stats there, and so I don't know what they are. Do you see a downward trend happening in here? What impact is this going to have at all on the water department?
Thank you, Councillor. Director?
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Chair, so the graph at the bottom of slide 9 here, it shows you the impacts of if the 8 FTEs that we were requesting for 2023 are approved. That includes 2 management level FTEs, so it's really a rejigging of math just to show what that ratio looks like. We aren't looking to make significant changes to the staff to management ratio. Things within the division largely are working well. In fact, I would say that through future years, as we look at our staffing needs, we're likely to see the staff to management ratio go up, because where our larger needs are for some of our future programs are the frontline staff, boots on the ground, delivering frontline services and interacting directly with our community members. What the math for 2023, the request, it reflects the fact that if we're able to make our watershed management program permanent, the 2 staff members that we've requested for that are management level FTEs within this organization. So it just changes the math slightly.
Thank you, Director. Thank you, Councillor. You can add yourself on for a second time if you wish. The next speaker this morning is Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
Thank you, Chair. I do have a series of questions, but before getting to them, I'm wondering procedurally whether it's appropriate. I'm mindful that Mr. Winters has been on his feet for almost 2 hours, and whether it would be appropriate for us to give Mr. Winters and staff a 10-minute break, and then we could reconvene. Thank you.
Happy to entertain that. If you'd like to move that motion for a 10-minute recess, I need a seconder for that. Councillor McMeekin, if we can have that quick vote up, please, Madam Clerk. The vote is up, councillors. And that vote carried 14-0. We'll be back in, say, 15 minutes.
Okay.
If I could ask the staff, please, to make their way back to their chairs, please. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for your cooperation. Our next speaker as I indicated before we took the break, is Councillor Maureen Wilson. Councillor, your 5 minutes starts now.
Thank you. Thank you for that very thorough overview. I feel it is my duty and obligation as a governor to recognize excellence as it has been delivered and enjoyed by me in the Ward 1 office. And to that regard, before I get into my questions, I just want to, I know there's a lot of richness on the bench, but I would like to give a special shout out to Deb Stringer, who is consistently unflappable in dealing with the ward offices, including Ward 1. She helps us deal with resident questions and issues, and she is amazing. So thank you to her. I also want to give a shout out to Dave Alberton, who I don't know whether he sleeps or not. And just a little story I'd like to share with you very briefly, and I apologize for taking up the airtime. But last year we had an issue in a City Housing Hamilton building where the water was shut off for an excess, I think, of almost 72 hours. It wasn't his responsibility. It had nothing to do with Hamilton Water, but Dave met me on site and stayed on site because he felt morally obligated. This is a seniors building. We had individuals who were gathering up snow to try and fulfill their water needs, and he saw in those seniors his own family members. So I just wanted to recognize his excellence and his service to Ward 1, and I know you have all enjoyed that. So thank you very much. So.
I'm starting your clock now, Councillor.
Thank you, sir. So I am just trying to, Mr. Winters, understand some of the fundamentals of this budget. It seems to me that we have an aging infrastructure, and I think you have given us assurance that in 10 years' time, we will get the condition of 3 of the main pillars up to a condition of good. But what is present today is a capital investment of less than 2%. And I'm wondering if you can help me understand that, of why less than 2% on something so fundamental and so in need of investment. Through the chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Director?
So through you, Mr. Chair, thank you very much, Councillor Wilson, for the question. And I did put that slide up on the screen that shows where the 6.49% rate increase would be distributed between the operating and capital programs for the 2023 budget. And it does indicate that we'd be looking at a 1.95% increase to capital spending for this year. So I'll answer your question in 2 parts. We are seeing within the 2023 budget a significant pressure on our operating program, as I've communicated throughout the presentation. And that's created an increased need on additional funds for that operating program coming into 2023. At the same time, within our capital programs, we're at a point coming into next year where, well, there's a lot of momentum going within the capital programs. Every project is at a different stage. So whether it's the study phase or conceptual or into detailed design, and when what we see in future years is that a lot of those studies and design works are getting now into construction, which is when the bigger dollars are spent on the capital program. So what I would say is that we've included everything in the 2023 capital program that we're able to deliver, given staffing resources and where we are from a project perspective in that conceptual and into design window. You know, if the 6.49% increase for this year was something different, something higher, it doesn't mean that we'd be able to get more capital work done in 2023. Conversely, if we didn't have the operating pressures that we're seeing for 2023, then it's likely, given our ability to deliver capital, that we'd be looking at a lower rate increase for 2023 because we wouldn't have those same financial needs on the operating program side. I do just want to reflect as well that when we talk about investments into the capital program and the capital financing that you see on the screen in front of you, and you know, Brian or Mike could certainly speak to this better than I can, we're talking about the cost of taking on debt to support the capital program in a lot of areas. So for a lot of our capital program, it isn't funded directly from rates. We do borrow money to be able to deliver more capital than we can afford just from the rate budget. And part of you know, the spending on that capital program speaks to cost of financing that capital as opposed to funding it directly from the rate. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. Councillor?
Thank you. Similarly, I've already stated this on the public record, so I'll state it again. I do not believe it is a badge of honor for this community to have the lowest water rates in Ontario. And I am consistently perplexed at why each year we are delivered a water budget that puts us in that position. And I was wondering if I could ask you, and I read the report, which references the affordability issue. But I am trying to reconcile the need with generational equity, pushing off matters and not giving value to assets that I think are deserving. So if I could ask you, or through the chair to you or to Mr. Zagaric, to try and reconcile this for me, please, and thank you.
Thank you. Director?
So through you, Mr. Chair, thank you, Councillor, for the question. I'll start and I'll ask Brian or Mike if they want to join in. You know, as a director of Hamilton Water and, you know, kind of the most responsible person for the stewardship of our water, wastewater, and stormwater assets, I'll tell you that I don't believe that we should have the lowest rates in Ontario. But there is a spectrum that we need to fit within, and I say that because we have the benefit of, from a water supply perspective, drawing directly from Lake Ontario. And there are inherent additional costs for communities that are drawing water from groundwater wells, from rivers. There's higher costs for the treatment associated with those, and especially when you think of smaller communities, the cost to provide drinking water in particular, but wastewater is the same. It doesn't discriminate really based on a specific number of residents. And what I mean by that is there's minimum costs that are required regardless of whether you're building a facility to serve 20 people or 2,000 people. And if I was to use the community of Greensville as an example, in Ward 12, that is a community with 26 homes, I believe, 26 service connections. And in this budget, there's a project to replace the water treatment system for that facility at a cost of around $6.5 million. And if you were to break down the cost of what it would take for that community to pay for that $6.5 million facility, it would be astronomical from a rate perspective. It's not affordable. Where I'm going is that there are different factors that determine where on that spectrum we should be, and the fact that we draw water supply directly from Lake Ontario, which is a benefit to the city of Hamilton, means I don't believe we should have the lowest rates in Ontario, but I also don't think we should have the highest based on age of infrastructure, because communities like Kitchener and Cambridge and some of those areas that are heavily reliant on groundwater, they've got some higher system needs, cost needs, just based on how they're drawing water and supplying water to the community, as well as dealing with wastewater. So I think we should be somewhere in the middle. We do have a significant aging infrastructure problem here. We have the second oldest water system in Canada, and one of the oldest wastewater systems, and there are challenges with that. So we need to balance our responsibilities for that with what we as a leadership team for the City of Hamilton and City Council feel is appropriate to make sure that that infrastructure is maintained and operated and improved over time in a way that's respectful to those needs. And sorry, Brian or Mike, I don't know if you want to add on anything to that.
Mr. Zagarek, please.
Through the chair, Mike Zagarek, General Manager, Finance Corporate Services. So I won't touch upon, Nick touched upon the programming and the operating costs associated with Hamilton's delivery of water, wastewater services. We do apply a generational equity lens with respect to financing strategy. You'll see through Brian's presentation, through my presentation tomorrow on the tax-supported capital budget, you'll hear references to pay-as-you-go versus pay-as-you-use. And pay-as-you-go represents where we tax existing ratepayers or taxpayers, and those revenues go directly into the capital program. Pay-as-you-use really refers to debt, and where you are making an investment on a water treatment plant or wastewater treatment plant that is going to service future generations, it's reasonable to assume future generations will pay towards the investment of that infrastructure. City of Hamilton's made a concerted effort over the last number of years of increasing the contribution to capital, so recognizing they have been marginal at 0.5% on the tax-supported program, with a few years where that 0.5% was reduced or paused. What you'll see is a more significant contribution to the capital program tomorrow through the tax-supported program. But what you saw in Nick's presentation and in Director McMullen's presentation, you'll see the future forecasts. Those future forecasts are intended to not only leverage debt, but to manage our debt. So we have Council's approved debt policies, and we're staying within those debt policies as it relates to the rate increases, recognizing there is going to be a combination of the requirement for debt and the requirement of increasing water and wastewater rates to deliver the programming, both operating programming and the capital programming. And so that generational equity lens is considered in terms of how we balance debt versus contribution. And final comment on the debt is Director Winter spoke to the risks around debt related to growth, and I know Director McMullen will speak to it. That is, we continue to try to manage the debt related to growth so that we don't put ourselves in a situation where we have abandoned assets and we have debt that we haven't any growth to support that debt. So while our colleagues in planning will align with places to grow, we are very mindful in terms of our financing strategy, recognizing that over the last 5 years, we have achieved about 55% of the Ontario growth forecasts as it relates to residential growth. So again, we budget according to what we see as it relates to growth. We are mindful of how we leverage debt, recognizing there are some significant capital needs in this 10-year forecast that is going to require the city to take on some significant additional debt, both as it relates to benefiting existing in the community and as it relates to facilitating growth. And the final is the rate increases does try to deliver some equity such that we are reflecting those rate increases on the current generation who have enjoyed the services as well as the assets that are required for those services, and who will now be asked to make investments towards the replacement of those services so that we do not pass on that obligation to future generations. And so we try to match that generational equity through our financing strategy.
Thank you, General Manager. Councillor?
So if I could ask through the chair to Mr. Zagarek or Mr. Winters, is there in our 10-year plan an assumption that those rates will be sliding up gradually, or is it based on the assumption that we will maintain our position on that bottom peg.
Mr. Zagarek, please.
So through the chair, we are not budgeting according to our comparators. The financing strategy reflects what staff have identified as the needs over the next 10 years. The financing strategy reflects the capital requirements as well as the operating requirements, and the financing strategy aligns with council's financial policies. And for those reasons, what has been presented to committee today is beyond the recommended rate increase for 2023, a forecasted annual increase of approximately 10% for the next 10 years. And so again, we are not budgeting according to our comparators or a competitive financial position with respect to water, wastewater. It's really a needs-based budget that aligned with council's approved financial policies.
Thank you, General Manager Zagarek. Councillor?
Thank you. Thank you. On the subject of climate change and risk, it's still not clear to me, and it's my problem, not yours, Mr. Winters. You gave an excellent overview. It's not clear to me how within the presentation you provided us, we are accounting for those risks over the next 10 years. I'm not sure, and I'm not sure I could communicate to Ward 1 residents how this proposal is informed of those risks. I'm still not sure how that works. If you could help me out on that through the chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Director Winters?
Certainly, through you, Mr. Chair. I could speak to the specific actions within the city's climate action strategy that Hamilton Water is currently working on that align with those actions and are included in this budget. But perhaps I'll try a higher level and see if that answers the question for you. The investments that are included in this budget include projects to improve our ability to analyze risks associated with climate change, particularly from a flooding perspective, overlay and flow, improvements to the city's water, wastewater, stormwater models to provide those forecasts and identify areas that are at risk. It includes money to support some aspects of the capital program associated with the flooding and drainage improvement framework, should council to choose to support that in the future, which would be looking at investments in those higher risk areas from a sewer flooding perspective, and what are the interventions in those areas, such as sewer separation or upsizing of sewers in those areas. And that's a direct benefit to those areas as we see either more frequent or more intense climatic events from a wet weather perspective. In particular, the water treatment plant project looks at how do we improve the resilience of that facility to climatic events. Presently, if we have significant weather events that come in from the east, we see the lake turbidity increase dramatically, and our facility is not able to effectively treat extremely turbid water for a prolonged period of time, which means that during those types of events, we either have to shut down if we can, or we have to produce water at a very restricted rate. And if we were to see those types of events increase, then we're going to have a challenge supplying the community with the requirements for drinking water. The water treatment plant upgrades project that we've included in the budget will resolve that by improving our pre-treatment processes and giving us ability to deal with those high turbidity events. At the same time, within that scope of work, I'd already spoken a little bit about the implementation of ultraviolet disinfection, and that's a reaction to climate change as well. A different type of disinfection technology that performs better for certain types of pathogens and things that show up in our raw water than straight chlorination or filtration alone. And that's a result of, we anticipate over a period of time to see increases in those types of things in our raw water, and we'll need a different technology to be able to ensure that we're safeguarding the community from a drinking water perspective. Real-time control phase 2 is a project that I spoke about that is looking at increasing, marginally, but increasing our ability to capture combined sewer overflows, which means when that project's delivered on an annual basis, there's a little less combined sewage going out to the harbor. And certainly as we go through a number of studies that are looking at our systems, those studies are aimed at identifying additional improvements for those purposes that, you know, you can expect to see us bringing back to council in the future. And that's just a short list off the top of my head. I hope that helps.
Thank you, Director. Councillor, please.
Thank you. So to that end, through the chair to either Mr. Winters or GM Con or the city manager, is part of our thinking over the next 10 years is it part of our climate action mitigation to pursue more natural infrastructure strategies in relation to this goal of trying to protect both water quality with respect to drinking and also water quality in terms of aquatic life?
Thank you, Councillor. City Manager.
And I'll cede the floor after. Thank you.
I'm certainly happy to address that, but I'll look to Jeanette or Carlisle if they prefer.
Through the chair, I'm going to let Nick start, and then General Manager Ken and I will add on.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Director.
So recognizing that there isn't a representative from our Planning and Economic Development Department in chambers here with us today or on the virtual meeting, I will speak on their behalf to a program that they're working on, which is Green Infrastructure Guidelines for Development. Earlier this year, committee saw a presentation about our complete streets development or complete street design guidelines. And it's outside of my scope of expertise, certainly, but I do understand how the coming green infrastructure guidelines from the development standards and the complete street guidelines are going to build into the engineering design guidelines that are used to plan and construct infrastructure, particularly as it relates to the stormwater system. And you know what we anticipate is that as those studies are implemented into our own engineering design guidelines, where it's practical, as we see right-of-ways reconstructed, we are going to see different types of stormwater management infrastructure within those corridors, whether it's swales or rain gardens or things like that. But something different than traditional concrete and pipe underground, recognizing the benefit of infiltration at source for rainwater. So hopefully that partially answers your question. Just taking a little further, we are also mindful of the way that this community is developed historically, where there was a pattern of taking open waterways and putting them into pipes so that it was easier to build in those areas. So we're always on the lookout for opportunities to open up pipes where it's possible. And a great example is the Ainsley Wood neighborhood environmental assessment, which is looking at opportunities to intervene with the combined sewer system in that area. And that includes taking Iona Creek, which can currently just flows directly into the combined sewer system and on its way down to Woodward. And how do we reroute things like that back to the natural environment, providing a benefit to the community from a flooding perspective or flooding protection perspective, because there's less flow in the system, but also, you know, helping nature do what it intended to do before we intervened. And so we're looking for opportunities like that. They are being analyzed as part of the I'm going to ask Carrie to help me out with the name of the EA. I know it's on the slide here. It's the Ainslie-Wood EA, but it's also the Coots Watershed Stormwater Retrofit EA. Did I get her right? And she's nodding her head. She is.
You can't get these titles long enough, can you?
Yeah, we need to make them longer. They're being analyzed as part of those studies as well. So, I mean, I can't give you a laundry list of projects yet, but certainly we're in the phases of identifying those projects.
Thank you, Director. City Manager?
Thank you through the chair. So I'll add on at a higher level. We now have our climate change action strategy, and hopefully in the very near future, we'll announce our director. And if we are going to tackle climate change in the city of Hamilton, you'll see in that plan that I appreciate was delivered to the last council, it's going to take a whole number of areas that we're going to have to work on, because no one strategy, no one department is going to, and no one level of government is going to be able to fully tackle it. So the use of natural assets, and Director Winters gave you some concrete examples, has to be part of our plan as part of that multifaceted approach.
Thank you. GM Can, anything to add?
Through the chair, General Manager Carlisle Can. Just to further add to the city manager's comments and Director Winters' comments, as the city moves forward in thinking long-term 10-year windows, we're starting to look at new technologies. We're looking at ways of constructing stuff from a a heavy timber type of perspective. We're looking at green steel. That's something that's going to be in the coming years manufactured and produced in the city of Hamilton. So we're really trying to capitalize on those opportunities to lower our carbon footprint. I can tell you that Public Works, we account for 80 to 85% of the corporate emissions, and we are definitely, with the new resources coming on in PED, in addition that we have additional resources within Public Works, we're looking at how do we do that, how do we get to net zero, and how do we go to below net zero as we go forward in the future. And I think one of the key things that we also do is we produce renewable natural gas at our landfill site. We produce it at the Woodward Wastewater Treatment Plant, and looking at ways to be clever and implement those and expand on those type of programs will lend itself to a greener facility, greener infrastructure, and also hopefully get us to that 1.5 degree planet that we all are driving towards.
Thank you, sir. Councillor, you have 45 seconds left. You're done? Thank you. Okay. Councillor Pauls, please. You're up next.
Thank you. And thank you, Director Nick Winters. I enjoyed the tour yesterday, and if anybody hasn't been there, from the public, it's a place that your eyes will be open. It's a fabulous spot. Thank you very much. I just want to ask, maybe I missed it, but didn't we approve last year 5 full-time proactive leak detection? I thought it was 5. Councillor Jackson put the motion.
Director?
So through you, Mr. Chair, Councillor Pauls, thank you for the question. I believe you're referring to 5 staff. They were approved as part of the 2020 rate budget through a motion from Councillor Jackson. And those 5 staff were they were directed to programs, again, as an output from the discovery of the Chinook Creek spill, and in the spirit of doing better. And those staff, they were 4 frontline operational staff, so a water wastewater treatment plant operator, an industrial millwright, an industrial electrician, and an instrumentation technician. And those positions were used to form our enhanced City of Hamilton facility inspection program. We call it our ECHO team. And the idea, it's not idea, it's actual practice, is that those staff go out as a group and they do deeper dive inspections of our facilities on an ongoing basis, including deep preventative maintenance that wasn't being performed previously. And so that program got started in August of 2020 after we filled those positions. And since August of 2020, they've done 162 of those deep inspections across our facility portfolio. They did do 79 of those to date within 2022, and we're seeing a significant benefit, a proactive discovery of issues and repair before something turns into an opportunity for something negative to happen, such as a gate failure or a sensor failure in those facilities. And certainly I've got Director Shane McCauley here, who's our Acting Director of Operations, who could speak to some concrete examples of that. The fifth FTE was to create a surface water technologist who's leading our surface water quality program. And that's a program, I spoke about it during the presentation, but it's been in place for just over a year. And it has increased our presence, Hamilton Water's presence in the field, collecting samples from natural bodies of water, looking for impacts of our infrastructure on those natural bodies of water. We've been collecting those samples for just over a year as part of that program. And at the same time, we're working with our partners, so Royal Botanical Gardens, the conservation authorities, Redeemer University, and others to share data sets. And we're actually sharing data sets on behalf of those partners on the city's website along with our own data. And it's working in collaboration, not repeating work that others are doing, to take a look at our natural waterways across the city and proactively identify, do we think that there might be something going on in that area, either from a city infrastructure perspective, from an input potentially from elsewhere in the watershed, like upstream nutrient flows or things like that, and then how do we investigate, how do we intervene? That program's in its early stages. It does require several years worth of data for us to be able to effectively look at the program and say and identify whether we're seeing something unusual, but that program's certainly far along as well. And I believe those are the 5 FTEs that you're asking about.
Okay.
Thank you, Director. Councillor?
Thank you, and through the chair. So the 8, maybe I saw it wrong or I read it wrong. We don't need 8 more FTEs, do we?
So through you, Mr. Chair, not for those programs, no. The 8 FTEs that we're recommending for 2023 are for different purposes, but 2 of them are related to our watershed management program, which was created after that initial motion and for a different purpose, to look at really how do we, again, working with our partners, make positive interventions into pollutant and nutrient impacts from across our watersheds and from different sources, private property, partners, upstream farmland, things like that. Our own infrastructure, yes, as part of it, but a lot of different areas. And how do we make positive improvements from a watershed basis on those bodies of water?
Okay,
Thank you,
I
Director.
just have 2 more questions.
Councillor?
If I have time.
Councillor, let me finish thanking, and then I give it back to you. Okay, you go through me, please. Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you. We talked about the removal of the contaminated soil on Kenilworth Water Reserve. Can you just let us just explain how it was moved, where it went, and it did not contaminate our water?
Thank you,
For the
Councillor.
public to know.
Director?
Certainly. So maybe I'll speak to the water contamination part, and I'll ask Director Mark Bainbridge to speak about the soil removal, where it went. There were no impacts to the city's drinking water as a result of this contaminated soil being on that reservoir. That contaminated soil was there for a very long time, since the 1960s. And in tandem with the project to remove this soil after it was discovered and replace it, we've been conducting enhanced sampling throughout the system, particularly at Kenilworth and downstream of Kenilworth in the water distribution system, to see if there's any noticeable impacts from this material or the construction that was taking on that place, and we haven't seen anything. That sampling is coming to a close here at the end of this year, now that the problem has been resolved, but certainly we've been keeping a very close eye on it, and we haven't seen any impacts to drinking water. Mark, did you want to speak to the soil and where it went?
Thank you. Through the chair, Mark Bainbridge, Director of Planning and Capital for Hamilton Water. We were engaged with a project at Kenilworth Reservoir to repair that facility, and as a result, Contractors found the contaminated soils on site, and credit to our capital delivery team led by Stuart Leach. They mobilized very quickly to adapt their program to remove the soils. Those soils were moved by a separate contractor that was hired, and a portion of that went to Toronto, a disposal facility in Toronto, and another portion went to Stony Creek, the landfill in Stony Creek.
Thank you. Councillor? Oh, sorry. GM Khan?
In addition, Director Winters, Director Bainbridge, we looked at all our water, drinking water assets, and we recognize that the system is pressurized. So for anything to leach in, the probability of that happening is very low. So in terms of to this committee and to the members of the public, in terms of the drinking water and drinking water safety, we don't see a risk at this time. And I just wanted to make sure that was not lost in the discussion.
Thank you, General Manager. Councillor?
Thank you. Thank you. One last question. In the debt related to growth, we know that the DC fund that said $300 million out of the $456 million, right? And you mentioned something about the infill for intensification that we're going to experience, especially because we have no urban sprawl. Can you let me know the challenges that you will face with a 30, 40 high-rise compared to a single or townhouse? What are the challenging and basically what costs more?
So I'm just trying to find the right slide. I think I actually flew past it here. Oh, sorry, it was in the asset management section. So through you, Mr. Chair, at a high level, the infrastructure in a lot of areas of the city of Hamilton was not built to accommodate a 40-story high-rise. It was built to accommodate single-family homes, smaller neighborhoods. We do have large infrastructure that traverses the city that is able to move water from the Woodward Wastewater Treatment Plant, for example, into the downtown area that can support that type of development, probably. But the local infrastructure, it's unrealistic to think that we could, buy and knock down, a block of residential homes and hope to supply a 40-story condo tower from the same pipes that exist in that area. So this is something that's assessed on an ongoing basis. Our water wastewater master plan looks at the bigger pipes from ability to grow in certain areas and are they big enough and what needs to change there. But at a local level, generally what we see is when there's a development application coming in, part of the job of the developer is to assess the infrastructure using City of Hamilton data in the area to determine whether there's capacity to build what they're proposing to build or there isn't. And if there isn't, the developer has a decision to make. Do they build that infrastructure in advance so that they can proceed with their project? And the study that we're doing in the downtown area to start is it's circumventing that a little bit and proactively identifying the areas where, if we were to try and site that 40-story tower over here, maybe this is an area that has that type of capacity. But if we were to put it over here, we don't have that now. If it needs to go over there, then we're going to have to talk about upgrading sewers or water mains. I will ask Mark if you have anything to add. This is certainly his area of expertise.
Mr. Bainbridge.
Thank you through the chair. That was a fantastic overview. Thanks, Nick. There's one thing that I'll add on to that, and that is some of the new requirements that we're asking of developers to have on-site controls. And Nick did allude to this in his presentation, the need to ensure we have staff to monitor that those controls are functioning into the future when they're installed. But on-site control for stormwater does allow us to mitigate the amount of capacity that a new development might have relative to the old land use that was there, and trying to keep that the same and not allow it to increase.
Thank you. Councillor?
Thank you. So the DC charges would go for the water, stormwater and waterways, all of it, or is it part? I'm just wondering, if a builder's building a 40-story high, who pays for that infrastructure?
Yeah, so
Director?
through you, Mr. Chair, the development charges, they go into all the infrastructure assets that are necessary to support that development. For a greenfield example, urban boundary expansion, if you're looking at completely new infrastructure, it's not servicing anyone right now, that type of infrastructure is 100% funded from development charges. If a developer wanted to put up a 40-story tower on Bay Street over here, and we were replacing existing water infrastructure and upsizing to accommodate that, then development charges are going to pay a portion of it, but there's also going to be a portion that's benefit to existing. We're renewing an existing asset that wasn't needed, wasn't part of the development in the first place, and there's a portion of it that would be funded from the rates budget as well.
Okay, thank you.
Can we just get clarification? 100% supported by DCs doesn't necessarily mean what some people think it might mean.
So through the chair, appreciate just the opportunity is, while the principle is that growth will pay for growth, is because of some statutory requirements, as well as factors, and I'm going to avoid getting into a 1-hour conversation around development charges, but because of service level standards, and again, a statutory restriction in terms of how the DCs are calculated, is growth, whether it's greenfield growth or intensification growth, does not pay for growth. And committee will receive staff's report with respect to Bill 23, and we see further erosion in terms of the ability of municipalities to realize those recoveries as it relates to the cost of servicing growth. So to date, legislative statutory requirements, there are subsidies as it relates to all forms of growth. There are discretionary subsidies as well in terms of DC exemptions, and we're seeing further potential erosion with respect to Bill 23 surrounding DCs.
Thank you. Okay, the next speaker on the list is Councillor McMeekin, please.
Thanks very much, Chair, and lots of very good comments. I want to pick up on a few, but before I do that, I want to just, by way of preamble, say thanks to Nick and his team for a very honest and frank presentation. Listening to it, I'm both optimistic and worried, and I'll say more about that, but I want to put it in context. We live in a complex and challenging time. Some might say we're living between memory and hope. And when I hear talk about debt related to growth charges and the like, I'm cognizant, as most are in this room, that times are changing or seem to be changing. Who knows for sure? We try to be optimistic. I've been blessed over the years with an opportunity to work in a couple of First Nation communities missing water, in a Palestinian refugee camp in the semi-desert with water challenges, and travel through the Middle East where people go to war over water. Only 5% of our world's water is fresh. And we're incredibly blessed here in our part of the world to have access to about 20% of that. And how we steward that long term is going to be the measure of our effectiveness as government leaders and people who work in the system. So with that preamble, I want to make an observation.
Questions, please.
Yep. Well, here's my question. There was a chart that was presented with last year's 10-year forecast, and then this year's 10 years forecast, and there's a fairly dramatic, maybe building on Councillor Wilson's point, a fairly dramatic difference. And I can't help but wonder if we don't find ways to expedite some of the pressing opportunities we have, whether what the next 10-year gap is going to look like if we don't get on top of it. So I'm wondering, are there ways and means, particularly given that we had partnership funding, as you mentioned, of some 238 millions of dollars, that we might exert some political and moral pressure on both senior levels of government to continue to partner with us, given the challenges that we have, particularly around the whole issue of the combined sewer system. I think we need to, you know, we get the odd surprise, and that troubles us all. But I believe for every big surprise we get like that, there were probably 100
Question, please.
100 things we don't get surprised on due to your good work. So can you talk to me a bit, and maybe the council a bit, about what possible opportunities we have to expedite the schedule so as to get a better handle and control on a sustainable system long term?
Thank you, Councillor. Director, please.
So through you, Mr. Chair, expediting our capital program comes down to resources.
Yep.
Both financial and staffing. We can only deliver so much capital with our existing staffing resources, and certainly we have capacity to ramp that up because you see the dollar spread in front of you, and we expect it to ramp up significantly starting in 2024. But if we were to move forward and try and deliver a much larger capital program, then we would have to tell you what that looks like from a resourcing perspective, both financial and staffing. There are constraints, and those constraints are how many locations can you be delivering renewal and rehabilitation capital at the same time? And the water system's probably the best example. We have a very robust water system. You know, Dave Alberton, Manager Alberton, his team could be shutting down a water main, and are right now, for a repair without impacting large areas of the city, because that's the way that our system is designed. But when we talk about larger capital programs, we're talking about taking bigger pipes out of service for a period of time, and there's risks associated with that. So we can't necessarily, deliver a project in Ward 8 that is involving a water main that's critical for supply to Ward 12. And we have to balance those types of things. So I wanted to mention that there's constraints based on system operation. How much can we do at one time? From a funding perspective, I think you were going there, so I'll try and address that. We're not currently aware of significant grant programs that are available for applications that are going to help us with our capital program. That's something that we need to go to the upper levels of government and ask them what's coming down the pipe. I guess that's an appropriate analogy, and see if there's something, or how do we influence that? And so there's a recommendation in the budget report before you today that we work with those partners to identify funding opportunities. That's something we plan to work on heavily in 2023, and I don't know if Director Stahl, if she's with us, cares to weigh in on that, or Jeanette or Carlisle.
Through the chair to the speaker, I don't have much more to add on beyond what Director Winters has stated. However, if we look at the last 10 years as an indication, Nick did speak to upwards of 200 million that we received from higher levels of government. I think with significant advocacy and some of the recommendations outlined in the report, I'm keen to work with Nick's team to ensure that those relationships with higher levels of government occur. And certainly we'll work with the mayor's office to ensure that advocacy occurs. But again, if the last 10 years are any indication of what we hope for in the future, I think that that's a good indicator of what we may be eligible for and what we will be advocating for.
Thank you. Councillor, you have 1 minute, 30 seconds left.
Well, just a quote from my friend, Chief a large Indigenous community who advised, he said, if we continue to soil our nest, we'll wallow in our own waste. And that was a caution that was made some 22 years ago. And it's as relevant today as it was. I guess my final observation is, there are lots of things to fix, but there are also things that we can't live without. If you can't breathe, nothing else matters. If we don't have clean, drinkable water, we're in deep, deep trouble. So, senior levels of government can find $900 million for the arc furnace. I think the challenge ought to be to come to the table with some of the resources we need here. Final question is around staffing. You talked about the difficulty of locating and replacing staffing and the challenges. Yet you're projecting a need for 8 additional people. How in heaven's name are we going to make that happen?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's a great question. We're seeing pressures are different based on the type of expertise we're looking for in today's market. I spoke specifically about the trades, very challenging, and part of the solution to that has to be getting more members of the population into the trades programs, and I know that various levels of governments are working on that. Not the same challenge necessarily for all of our positions. 3 of the positions that we're recommending to make permanent already have staff in them. So we're looking to finalize those. And the other positions that we're recommending, we're not experiencing the same challenges in today's market. Trades, in particular, capital project managers are a hot commodity in today's market and can be difficult. And then for us, we see the pressures where we're looking for, in particular, senior leaders who are able to understand and plan a technical program, but also lead a team and support them for success and manage budgets and things like that. Those are kind of the 3 key areas where we see our biggest pressures presently.
Thank you, Director. The next speaker is Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
Hello, and thank you so much, Director Winters, and the entire Hamilton Water team. I think throughout the presentation, it became clear that Hamilton Water is not only taking on huge projects in our community, but it is our staff and the people in these roles that is so much of the value in the program. And so I really just want to start off with that. I have some questions about where we could go next, but I really want to acknowledge that I think the investment in people that's already been happening is clearly paying off. And you mentioned that right off the top when we were talking about the proactive prevention and the cost of staff. We already found those great savings by investing in our staff and investing in proactivity. And that involves understanding how our systems are connected. And so I have a couple of questions regarding how we value certain aspects of our water system and what are the costs associated with those kind of moral values that we make. And so the first question I want to ask is just a really simple knowledge, kind of so we all in the room are working off the same thing. Could you describe, there's 2 properties in Dundas that are adjacent to each other. There's the Green Block, which is a group of residential buildings where homeowners and volunteers from the community are making green infrastructure improvements, stormwater harvesting, rain gardens, things like that, with small dollar grant funding from various community groups. And then there's the Metro, the only grocery store in Urban Ward 13, with a parking lot right beside it. The outflow of both of those is Spencer Creek. Could you talk about the various kind of costs between those 2 properties on our stormwater system and on our water system?
Yeah, certainly through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Wilson. What you're going to find in scenarios like that is that the Metro that you described is a much bigger user of the stormwater infrastructure because they have a large paved parking lot. And during rain events, they need to carry that water from that parking lot through the storm sewer to the natural environment. The Green Block that you described, they're looking at absorption of stormwater on site. So certainly a lower impact associated with those properties on our stormwater systems. Our current water, wastewater, stormwater rate structure charges all customers based on the amount of water that they use. It has nothing to do with how much stormwater they discharge. there's an assumption that the water that they use leaves the property as wastewater, but and so we charge, a fee for water. We charge a duplicate fee, the exact same fee per cubic meter for wastewater, but that's split to fund the wastewater and stormwater parts of our portfolios. Committee has seen previously reports and studies related to what a stormwater rate might look like, and actually our friends in corporate finance are bringing a report, I believe the November 30th GIC, Brian, he's nodding his head with where we are with the implementation of a stormwater rate. And it's that type of rate structure that really creates, I think, the equity that you're speaking about in your question is how do we account for the metro who, maybe they don't use a ton of water for their facility compared to the amount of stormwater that comes off the property. How do we account for the parking lot that's down the street from us that doesn't have a water connection at all, but has a paved surface and needs the stormwater system to service that property, and they pay nothing to support it because of that. And so certainly committee and council can expect to hear a lot about that, and the previous councils have provided direction with the works that are in progress. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, thank you. I think that provides a really clear example of how the permeability of our built environment impacts the costs on stormwater. Could you just clarify if our tree canopy and the health of our, say, watersheds, like our wetlands and our land use and having those natural environments, do those also have a cost in terms of our stormwater, wastewater, and water systems?
So through you, Mr. Chair, I'll take a stab at this question, and if you're not satisfied with the answer, I'll ask one of my colleagues to chime in for some assistance. At the end of the day, every opportunity to infiltrate stormwater into the ground or uptake stormwater into something natural like a tree or plant is going to reduce the burden on the stormwater collection system. It's going to reduce the opportunity for stormwater to run off, pick up pollutants or nutrients from fertilizer and things of that nature and into the stormwater, into the natural environment. So certainly it's all absolutely interconnected. And if you'd like an add-on to that answer, I might ask Director Carrie Vanderperk, who's running our watershed management program, who's looking at some aspects of this, if she wants to chime in with anything additional.
Director?
Sure, thanks, Nick, and through you, Mr. Chair. I'm Carrie Vanderperk, Director of Watershed Management. We are currently working with the Municipal Natural Asset Group, which is essentially a conglomerate of the conservation authorities as well as the region of Halton, in order to look at our natural assets and provide value from a monetary perspective to those assets. So that is something that we've been a part of, and we're just at the point now where a report is being written, and I believe a communications update will come to council within the next couple of months. But that's another aspect that we're looking at as well, is taking a look at all of our natural assets and applying that sort of value to them to understand what they're worth in our communities and how they support our stormwater management goals.
Thank you, Director. Councillor, please.
Yeah, thank you so much for that. I think it's really important that we all understand that there's the connection, and I'm really glad to hear there's work to better understand those connection points. I do want to go to kind of the challenges and opportunities or the risks that were there. Isn't it a risk that we don't know that relationship right now on our water budget? Because the question I have here is if, say, Spencer Creek reaches a series of tipping points because of water quality tomorrow and is no longer a living organism, like is really, as we pass the tipping points, it dies, we lose all those services. And so there is a certain sense of urgency because we know our natural systems are sick or dying or in declining health. We have watershed report cards that say as much. Could you talk about the financial risk of not having those numbers today and the impacts that could have on our budget as we have these conversations in 24, 25, 26?
Director?
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Chair. So the short answer is it's absolutely a risk. And, those types of situations aren't something that our traditional processes do a very good job of applying a dollar value to. But, we know that every instance where we have a failure of a natural system puts pressure on an unnatural system, or a constructed system, maybe I should say. And that has inherent costs for our community and all of us, and not all just from a dollar perspective. I hope that answers your question.
It does, thank you. And could I just confirm that that relationship goes the other way as well? So yes, our natural system being healthy can provide us savings, but also our built system having outputs that are unhealthy, does that have an input on our natural environment as well?
Director?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it absolutely does, yes.
So these are two interrelated
Councillor, if you could please direct the chair when you
thank
ask
you.
a question.
Through the chair.
Thank you.
So these are two related systems. I'm kind of getting this confirmation, and what we do in one matters what happens in the other. Do you think there could be potential savings as we look in the capital budget about replacing built infrastructure? Do you think if we thought about what replacement with not like for like, but replacement with green infrastructure, natural infrastructure, or ecosystem investments, do you think there are opportunities to mitigate that risk that we acknowledge exists, but we don't necessarily know the numbers of?
Thank you, Councillor. Director, please.
So through you, Mr. Chair, I definitely think there's opportunities, but it's also difficult to tell that story. And so, for example, you know, I talked a little bit earlier about daylighting a pipe. You know, if we don't daylight that pipe, then there's no opportunity for the water, clean water, stormwater running through that pipe to infiltrate into the ground and provide less pressure on the downstream stormwater system. So we're tied to existing conditions, and the risk for that is particularly with hard services from a increasing climatic event perspective, that system only has so much capacity. If we daylight that pipe, where we're able to, it may cost us more initially to do that, but there's going to be inherent savings over the life cycle of our assets where we don't need to build as big. And when I say that we're not great at telling the story, that's a story that we're not very good at being able to tell yet, but certainly we need to work on it.
Thank you. Councillor?
Thank you. And through the, I'm going to switch gears if that's okay through the chair in my question. That was really helpful and better understanding the relationship between these two systems that we have and how what happens in one impacts the other. I just have a couple of confirmation or clarification questions from the content of the presentation. Through the chair, the Hamilton Harbor Remedial Action Plan levels of treatment for the Dundas water treatment plant, wastewater treatment plant. I just want to confirm that achieving the HRAP levels is not currently funded in the capital budget in the rate budget in front of us.
Director?
So through you, Mr. Chair, that is accurate. We've budgeted for a like-for-like replacement for Dundas, which means there's a tertiary sand filter treatment process now. We would replace it with a similar technology. I don't know, Mark, if you wanted to speak at all about the difference between what we're currently discharging from that facility versus what might be required to satisfy the current HHRAP desired objectives.
Thank you. Director Bainbridge?
Thank you, Nick. Mark Bainbridge, Director of Planning and Capital. Great questions through the chair to answer. The Dundas Wastewater Treatment Plant is a tertiary treatment facility that was built in the 1980s. It does represent some advanced treatment at that time, and it does perform very well, and our operators are running it well, but it is getting old. We have done the analysis previously, 2016, to look at some new technologies to meet those RAP targets. And what it looks like is sort of a change from conventional sand filtration to what would be modern, I guess, higher technology infrastructure installations for advanced treatment filtration. And that would allow us to reach phosphorus levels in particular that are ultra low, where we've seen advice and numbers through the RAP process. So we have those numbers and we have some idea of how we can meet them.
Thank you. Councillor?
Thank you. And through the chair, my understanding in the presentation is that there's a report coming forward in 2023 about some of the options for the Dundas wastewater treatment plant. Is the reason that the full costs for replacement at HRAP values aren't currently in this rate budget because staff need direction to include them, or because we're waiting on that 2023 report to have the information first?
Director?
So through you, Mr. Chair, we don't have those costs presently, but we are going to make a recommendation to council, committee and council in 2023 about how we think the city should invest in that facility. For now, we've included what we absolutely must do. I don't know at this point in time whether the recommendation is going to be to go with something more costly or like for like. We'll have to, numbers for us come into or have an impact, and we need to analyze the impact of those numbers, certainly. But there's going to be an opportunity for council to consider what does the future of that facility look like.
Councillor, you have 1 minute left.
Thank you so much for all of these answers. And through the chair, just on the flooding, drainage, and improvement framework, a similar question. So we're funding approximately a third of the total cost of that program spread out over the rate budget that we've seen today. Just looking for confirmation of that. And then a follow-up is, as a result of that, it's because we didn't have the stormwater infrastructure required currently in the Ainsley-Wood area to do the full 3 out of 3/3 of the program, just trying to get an understanding of what we're funding and why it's not the full picture. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Director?
So through you, Mr. Chair, so the flooding and drainage improvement framework, just to clarify, is citywide. There is the EA in the Ainsley-Wood area that's looking at just that area and potentials for sewer separation. It is in close proximity to natural waterways, so we're not talking necessarily about a large sewer infrastructure need there if we could proceed with sewer separation to carry the flow from that neighborhood to the natural environment. Essentially what we've got in the budget now, we use the term budget plugs, which is not a great term necessarily. Unspecified works might be better. We know that there's going to be a financial need, but we haven't identified specific projects to budget. And so that 114 million is unspecified works. We really need to see the outputs of these environmental assessments, which are looking at if we go through a neighborhood in Ward 6, a neighborhood in Ward 4, and look at sewer separation in that neighborhood. How do we get that now separated clean stormwater from that neighborhood to an appropriate outlet to the natural environment? And that's what these EAs are looking at, is these bigger areas to see from an infrastructure perspective what needs to go there in order to facilitate that. And it doesn't make a lot of sense for us to be considering what is a very expensive capital program with excellent intentions, don't get me wrong, but before we know those details, in the interim, as we're delivering our regular capital program, I mean, if Director Kennedy's team is going into a neighborhood and doing full road reconstruction, in the next 2 years, we look at opportunities to separate those as well. But the problem that we run into is a lot of times when we do that separation, we separate the sewers in that area, but we take the storm sewer and the sanitary sewer and we connect it into the downstream combined sewer because we have nowhere else to discharge it to. So there's zero net impact to combined sewer overflows or to the flows going to our wastewater treatment plant. I hope that answers the question.
Councillor, you have 30 seconds left for supplementary.
Thank you so much. And through the chair, my last kind of just clarification or like general knowledge question, if you could, is my understanding is some of the top pollutants in our waterways or some of the top things we're treating are ammonia, phosphate, and total phosphorus levels. Could you speak about where those originate in the process? So what was the cause of the ammonia, the total phosphorus, and the phosphate in our water system before it gets to the treatment?
Thank you. Councillor, or Director, please.
Yeah, certainly through you, Mr. Chair. Nitrogen, ammonia, phosphorus, they're all common components of sanitary sewage. Part of it is natural processes, and part of it is things that residents and facility owners are using as part of their maintenance of homes and properties. For us, with a combined sewer system, a lot of the nutrients, in particular, not ammonia, but nitrogen and phosphorus, comes from stormwater runoff getting into the combined sewer system, people fertilizing lawns. We have municipal golf courses that do a great job with fertilizer, but certainly there's aspects of that, both of those nutrients that make their way into our system in particular. And then, I mean, just speaking to the greater watershed, we see the same thing, not necessarily going through our sewer system all the time, but entering our waterways, Spencer Creek, Red Hill Creek, all of those areas. I hope that answers that question.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Director. At this moment, I think we should break for lunch for about a half an hour, so I can take a motion to that effect from a... Thank you, Councillor Spatafora, Councillor Pauls, and that'll be an electronic vote. Just a reminder that we're doing questions on the presentation. Later on, when the report comes before us, then there'll be an opportunity for debate, comments, and deliberation at that time. But we try to keep it to questions at this moment. And the reason we do it through the chair is to prevent debate with our staff. We've seen some uncomfortable situations in the past, so thank you. Madam Clerk, if you can put the vote up. The vote is up, councillors. And that vote carries unanimously. So we'll be back at 10 after 1, Madam Clerk. Thank you. Okay, councillors and staff, we are back in session and we are live streaming. Councillor Kassar, you have 5 minutes, please.
Thank you. I'll give you a minute. Okay.
Go ahead.
Through the chair, my question brings us back a little bit to the actual numbers we're talking about in the 6.5 or 6.49% potential rate increase, and also touches on kind of telling the story in the conversation we were having just before lunch. So, as an example, the Financial Accountability Office of Ontario has done for transportation infrastructure a projection on if there wasn't enough spend, if we didn't do proactive spending, this would be the impact on costs going into the future. So my question comes back to being able to do that for a water infrastructure. Are we able to, and have we put thought into being able to say, we're spending this money now, this is what it's going to mitigate in the future, because we're putting up some big numbers. So if 6.49 is approved and then 10% in future years, we need to be able to tell the story to the public and to ourselves to understand that, yes, this is an investment, but actually it's paying off, because if we don't do this investment or only part of this investment, the costs are greater in the future. So I think it's incumbent on us to be able to do that work. And my question is, have we put thought into that? Is it something that we can do, that we will do? Are there more resources required to do that?
Thank you, Councillor. Director?
So through you, Mr. Chair, I just want to make sure I understand the question. Is it about what our communication strategy is related to the recommended budget?
Yes.
Okay. So, you know, that's something that we're going to have to connect with our corporate comms team to speak about. Typically, there is a communications that goes out with the approval of the budget, and that would happen, you know, again, assuming that the budget gets approved, I think at the December 6th council meeting, which is what it would go to, then communications would align with that. Stephanie's saying 7th in the background here. But yeah, we would speak to, there would be some high level key points as part of media release that are released for what is it that this budget is financing. And quite frankly, I would suspect that there's members of the media after this session who are going to want to talk to me to get some of those key messages out as well. But those are the types of things that we do need to highlight is what is the benefit of the investments that we're recommending for the community, both in the short and long term, and that would be our hope. I don't know, through the chair, Councillor, if you're looking for some comments about what the Financial Accountability Office does. Haven't looked into that myself, but I don't know if you're looking for something on that, if maybe Brian or Mike might be keyed into that.
Councillor?
Yeah, through the chair. I was just raising the FAO as an example of some work that was been done. I'm not suggesting that that is available. I don't know. To clarify the question, and yes, of course, there'd be communication about the investment and why we're doing that. But if we go back to this whole intergenerational lens and a climate lens, which I think are very much overlapping, if not exactly the same thing at this point, do we have data today to say that this spending and this capital plan will help offset these climate-related costs in the future? Therefore, it makes sense to do this, even though it may at first blush by the public seem expensive.
Director.
So through you, Mr. Chair, I think I understand the question. And it feels like this is the second time that I'm going to say this. I don't know that we do a good job telling that story presently. You know, I can speak to you about the cost of investing too late. And an excellent example is the digester failure we had earlier this year. I mean, it is 50-year-old infrastructure that it's had some minor renewal work done over the years. But our programs weren't up to speed in a timely enough manner to renew that infrastructure before it reached a significant risk of failure. And as a result, we had a failure and a subsequent emergency. And emergencies are the worst possible way for us to spend money in a manner that provides value to this community. And we could speak to examples like that. Thankfully, they're few and far between because our teams do a really good job catching things before they happen. But if we fail to invest, then those types of occurrences are going to occur with more frequency. But from the perspective of telling that story of if we don't invest today, then what does that mean from a future financial perspective? That's something that we'll have to take away. I do see Matthew Grant, Director of Communications and Strategy, is looking to chime in.
Director Grant, please.
Thanks. Through the chair, to add to that, Councillor Cassar, my team and I have been talking about the broader need for education around water and sewer system as a whole. It's a massive, massive system that we run. It's, as Director Winters has said, the second oldest in the nation. And, we need to start with public education around what the system is, what the system does, how we keep it running, and, what we see on the horizon. And I think inviting people in to, have that level of education and awareness around what the system is and does, I think it sets them up for an understanding of why we're making the investments we're making. So in addition to, regular sort of, this is the budget that was passed, what I'm working on with my team is a longer term strategy, particularly around this topic. How do we educate people on one of the largest capital spends and one of the most important systems and heavily regulated systems that we have to help them understand? And that's what we're undertaking now, and it'll be something we have to do on multiple platforms for an extended period of time, and then continue to do so for the years to come, because this is only going to become more of a hot topic. And so that's the work that we're going to undertake, Councillor, and it's going to be an ongoing effort.
Thank you. General Manager Zagarek, please.
Through the chair, I'll just simply add there are some themes that are reflected in the 10-year rate-supported budget: asset management, maintaining assets, and we have communicated to the community in the past, and using the example, if one doesn't replace their roof on their home, then that maintenance becomes a failure, and a failure is more costly. So we have examples in terms of how to communicate asset management, how it's reflected in the presentation before you today. And A is the need, and B is the value surrounding asset management. Flooding and drainage, while there may be a investment by ratepayers, there's a benefit that accrues to property owners. If the city does not make these investments, the risks aren't to the city alone, the risks transfer on to property owners as well. And so those initiatives represent a potential benefit to the community as well. The area that we don't have expertise around is around ecosystem valuation. And if there are particular investments that tie to the value of the ecosystem, while those initiatives have happened in the past, principally around the Hamilton Harper Remedial Action Plan, we don't have that expertise in the House, and we would have to leverage that expertise externally to communicate that story surrounding the correlation between the water wastewater program and the natural environment.
Thank you. Councillor?
Thank you very, very much. That's really great input, and I agree with the perspectives you're sharing. And Director Winters, I didn't mean to belabor the point. I know you had already answered it partially. I just wanted to put a point on it because I think it's very, very important, and to show the importance of investment in assets. And it sounds like there's still work to be done to be able to demonstrate not only the importance of asset management, but also the mitigation value that we would have through these investments. So it sounds like there's work being done and more to come, which answers my question. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Second here. The next one is Councillor Wang, then it's Councillor Nan, the Mayor, Councillor Jackson, Beatty, Maureen Wilson, and Alex Wilson, and Cameron Crutch for a second time. Go ahead.
Thank you, Director Winters. I have a couple of questions as it relates to slide 48, which was the biosolids contract. I wonder, could you do a little more explanation on what is the nature of that relationship? Do we generate revenue from that relationship? And what is the percentage of RevGen if we do have that?
Director?
Certainly. So through you, Mr. Chair. The nature of the relationship, this facility was constructed through a private-public partnership model in partnership with the federal government. And so under that model, a consortium was formed, private consortium, that partnered with the city for the construction and operation of this facility. And so Synagro, who was a part of that consortium, was not responsible for the construction of the facility, but they are responsible for the 30-year operating period. There's no revenue generation from a city perspective associated with this facility. Essentially, the benefit was, City of Hamilton, we get a brand new state-of-the-art biosolids facility that we were paying for a little bit at a time over a 30-year period. And part of that benefit to us was we received grant funding from the federal government, I think in the tune of I think it was $26 million-ish. John Helka, our Director of Woodward Upgrades, is nodding his head. So it's in around that dollar value, which lowers the cost. So benefit to the community is City of Hamilton isn't outputting all of our own rate funds to construct this facility. We had help and were able to pay for our portion of that facility over a long period of time. There is a requirement as part of the project agreement for this facility that the operating partner, who's Synagro, that they refurbish that facility before 30 years so that when we get to that date, we have a decision to make as a city. Do we take over operation of this facility? Do we contract out operation again? But either way, we're not receiving a 30-year-old facility that's had no maintenance done on it over that period of time. There's a requirement for them to make sure that that facility is still in a good state of repair. We do have a good relationship with Synagro. The challenges with this facility are the City of Hamilton. It wasn't our place to sign off on the design because it was being built and constructed for a private operator. And we've uncovered that there were some issues with the design, and even Synagro staff have said to us that, in hindsight, they wish that they had made some alterations because it's made maintenance a difficult procedure for them in certain aspects, and some of the extended disruptions we've seen in their ability to process biosolids. It's a nature of that design and the challenges they've had with going in and replacing a pump, for example, when it fails. So those are some of the challenges that they've run into. Net benefits to the city with this facility. We anticipated that because we were eliminating our old process for biosolids management, which was trucking dewatered biosolids off-site, that we'd see less odor complaints at the Woodward facility because we no longer have biosolids that are exposed to open air and moving around the community, reduced trucking, greenhouse gas emissions, benefits of that nature. And in year one, from an odor complaint perspective, we saw an increase, the opposite of what we were expecting because of the failures at the facility from ability to produce. We saw additional truck traffic because Synagro had to pay for trucks to move the dewatered biosolids instead of drying that product out, reducing the volume, and having less trucks leaving the site. They've had some challenges with the ministry as well because of the odor complaints, and they've been very responsive to the discussions and requirements of the ministry with that facility. And so things are all pointing in the right direction. I would just again highlight that because things haven't been going as swimmingly as everybody had hoped, we're keeping a very close eye on this. And there's still work to do here to make sure that we're receiving the benefits that we expected to receive with this facility. The partnership is strong, which is excellent, but there will be some discussions about financial constraints because we have the ability to impose those penalties, and that's our obligation to do so. But Synagro, as the operating partner, have been expending a lot of money to try and meet their obligations under this facility too. So they've got some challenges there. I hope that answers the question.
Councillor?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And through you to clarify a couple more, Mr. Chair. I'd like to understand, do they pay rent on that facility? Is there any type of potential revenue generation from the partnership with Synagro?
Director?
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Chair, no, they don't pay rent. We pay them. For an annual dollar value, I'd have to ask our manager, Deb Goudreau. She's trying to whisper it to me, but I'm a terrible reader.
If she can do that from there, that's a feat.
So Deb, please feel free to step up to a mic and you can give us the annual dollar value, but I'll just preface it by saying we make 2 payments on an annual basis through to this consortium, which includes Synagro. One is a capital repayment for the costs that they outlaid in order to construct the facility in the first place, and one is paying them for the service of operating and maintaining this facility on an annual basis under that 30 years. So please go ahead, Deb.
Director,
please introduce yourself first.
Through the chair, Deborah Goudreau, Manager of Plant Operations. So we have operating costs to Synagro and approximately $2.5 million per year. And the capital costs repayment for the facility is a little bit higher than that. It was probably about $2.7 to $3 million per year.
Thank you. Councillor?
And sorry, I apologize, Mr. Chair, just to finish that off. So that agreement is locked in stone. It's a 700-page agreement. It's a tome. There's no opportunity for the city from a revenue generation perspective at this point in time. Synagro is receiving revenue from their marketing and sale of the product that they produce, and that's their benefit from this agreement as part of that agreement.
Councillor?
Thank you, and through the chair, that's kind of the clarification I was looking for, just because I found that that's a significant revenue generation opportunity, specifically if we could share in the revenues of their sales of that biosolids. It's interesting because we make all those biosolids and then we don't make any money off of them. So that's one of the sort of areas where I was interested in. And as a follow-up, what is our capacity to potentially take on more technology pilots? Because is there an opportunity to have similar type public-private partnerships to exactly copy and replicate what the Synagro sort of relationship looks like, where there's an opportunity to leverage government dollars with private sector? What's our capacity for that?
Director?
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Chair, we have some capacity, and we do have ongoing partnerships and pilots working out of our facilities. Usually there's at least one partner working out of both the Dundas wastewater treatment plant and either the Woodward wastewater treatment plant or the water treatment plant at any given time. And so these partners are looking at piloting their own technology, proof of concept, so that they can move forward to marketing full scale in certain situations. We have some constraints with that. The Dundas plant in particular, because it is a conventional treatment plant that's not too big, has been a popular site for some pilots to take place. But given some of the infrastructure challenges, we've been able to support those pilots to date, but we'll run into some challenges in the future, particularly if we're replacing that facility. Same thing at Woodward. The quantum of construction that's been happening at the wastewater treatment plant over the last 5 years has prevented our ability to have other parties on the site doing pilots and things of that nature. I mean, there's conflicts from a health and safety law perspective and separation of works under Occupational Health and Safety Act that we have to be mindful of. We have had partnerships certainly on the water treatment side more recently. I mean, I can ask, Mark Bainbridge tends to manage most of these partnerships, him and his team. He could provide some comments, or we could take it offline if that's your preference, and we could talk to you a little bit about it.
Councillor?
Thank you. Last question, and through the chair. It's a little more of that community engagement. So when I was looking at slide 19 again, I didn't see anything as it relates to low impact type projects for the community. So do we have an opportunity to enable or empower the community to do things like permeable driveways and rainwater storm? Like, is there an opportunity for us to engage the community to have a bigger conversation about those types of investments?
Director?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So we do those things. You know, I could have had a 150 slide presentation, but our comms team wouldn't let me if we wanted to list everything that's going on. But we partner with Green Venture in particular to support their programming and some of those initiatives, and a lot of it they do all the legwork. We're a partner, provide some funding, as well as they have involvement in some of our community events, such as the Children's Water Festival. But we do lean on them heavily. Earlier, I think it was, trying to recall if it was earlier this year or late last year, there was a desire for a adopt a storm drain type of program, which we were talking about Green Venture, about how we could, talking to Green Venture about how we could move a partnership like that forward as one idea. Green Venture, they do the rain garden funds and things like that, which the city does support them. Always opportunities to enhance some of those initiatives, and we'd be happy to hear ideas, especially if we're missing the mark in any areas. But a lot of those discussions do go on.
Thank you, sir. Councillor?
Thank you. That is all.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Councillor Nan, please.
Thank you, through you, Chair, and thank you, Director Winters, and to the whole team for the presentation today. And your preferences at the beginning in terms of the desire for a relationship of trust with our community and the ongoing commitment of Hamilton Water towards whatever improvements we need to do incrementally every single year to get us to that place of increased trust with our residents. I truly appreciate that as being part of your introductory comments on the presentation, as well as framing the opportunity that this budget speaks to and all the subsequent budgets in that 10-year forecast as it relates to bringing the quality standards up for wastewater and stormwater as well. So appreciating those frameworks, because I think it's helpful for the public as we're deliberating this rate budget to understand that framework as we move forward in this discussion. So a few questions, if I could, through you, Chair. You mentioned that as a city we have a commitment to work towards delisting Hamilton Harbour as an area of concern. What is our target year for that, and is that is that specific to the Randall Reef project, or is that beyond?
Director?
So through you, Mr. Chair, unfortunately there is no target year at this point in time. Our understanding from our conversations with the HH RAP office, and we actually had Kristen O'Connor in front of Public Works Committee this past spring to talk about this process. The scientific community needs time after the tertiary treatment facility is fully operational and performing to continue to monitor the state of the harbor and watch how quickly it's recovering based on the removal of contact of contaminants with natural life, both aquatic and plant life in the harbor, as well as the reduction of pollutants from the Woodward wastewater treatment plant. that's a natural process. So putting a clock to it is going to be very difficult. The only commitments I think that we have is that we'll continue to work together, reviewing results on a very regular basis and seeing when the tide is turning, so to speak, to point us towards potentially having that conversation about delisting.
Got it.
Councillor?
Thank you. Couple of follow-ups on that one then, in terms of our overflow system and the number of overflows that occur into the harbor right now. You'd mentioned in the presentation, and I think it was in response to Councillor Crutch's question around the bayfront. How many overflows do we have, or overflow tanks? No, overflow
Outflows?
pipes. Thank you.
Outflows?
Outflows. Thank you.
Director?
So I suspected that number was, that question was coming through you, Mr. Chair, and then I didn't prepare for it. The number is approximately 32, and I apologize because I don't have the exact number in front of me. It is identified on our website, but we've talked about it to committee and council before. There's approximately 32 locations where during a wet weather event, we may see either combined sewage or a wastewater treatment plant bypass make its way into the natural environment.
Thank you. And through you, Chair, if I could, you mentioned the real-time data collection that we're associating to those outflows as well, and the work that Hamilton Water is doing to make sure that the instrumentation is put in place where we have none. How many of those are along the Hamilton Harbor where we don't have instrumentation at this point?
So sorry, through you, Mr. Chair. I'm picturing the map in my head. We have 16 locations where we can currently detect whether there is combined sewage that is impacting an outfall, which means we have 16 that don't. All but 5 of those locations are within Cootes Paradise or along the harbor front. I'm not saying that all of those locations don't have instrumentation. Many of them do. With the work that I described in this presentation about adding instrumentation in our system to be able to detect combined sewer overflows, when that work is done, our real-time control phase 2, as well as our CSO upgrade program, we'll be able to detect at every outfall if there is a combined sewer input reaching that outfall during a wet weather event. But I want to provide a little bit of context around that. Because what we found during a study that we completed approximately a year and a half ago when we presented to committee in June of 2021 is that if we were to fully monitor our combined sewer overflow system to the point where we could tell you at any time that there's combined sewage making its way to a storm sewer into an outfall at each of these locations and measure the volume, we were going to have to install instrumentation at about 164 different locations across the city. And so what we're moving forward with is we know the locations that discharge first. And so we're installing instrumentation at those locations, not necessarily to quantify or measure a volume at every location, but that's our first indicator that there's a discharge coming out here. From a protection of public health perspective, a transparency perspective, we can communicate to our community that there's a discharge happening here with accuracy, and that's the goal of the initiatives that we've programmed into the budget so far.
Thank you. And I think I'll take the rest of my questions on this specifically offline and be able to bring them back in the context of a Public Works report as appropriate. Through you, you mentioned the construction dewatering fee service, which I'm excited, not excited, but glad to hear in terms of a program adaptation moving forward. And I think it's really important that we do, where possible, take the burden off of the residents and put them directly on as a fee for service. Currently, you mentioned that part of the outcomes or the goals of the program is to direct that dewatering into the Woodwards plant specifically. Is there any circumstance in which that doesn't happen in the combined sewer system, given that we have so much combined sewer system? What happens in that process? Does it get tanked and then shipped over to Woodwards, or does it go into our sewer system and then the flow happens to Woodwards? And is there a scenario in which that gets outflowed?
Director?
Yeah, so through you, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, I understand the question. Part of our permitting process for construction dewatering sites is that they not discharge during wet weather events. And the developer or the builder, they need to figure out how do they control water on that site in order to meet that requirement. So what we look for, and it actually, our permits tend to state that they not discharge within 24 hours, either during a rain event or 24 hours after, because our system is still recovering from the rain event. And the idea is that we don't want any unnecessary water in the combined sewer system when it's being impacted by a wet weather event and potentially having combined sewer overflows. So that is a requirement of those permits, and it's something that's inspected by our environmental enforcement officers under that program.
Of course it is. You guys are brilliant over there. A couple more questions. And I wanted to unpack one that is built off of one that Councillor Wilson had asked around the natural waterways. When I look at the maps that are on page 54, 55, and 59 of the slide deck that outline our high priority zones as it relates to risk of flooding. So that's 54, right? The heat map. And when we zoom in into that and look at the red zones in the lower city, and then we look at slide 55, which speaks to the EA studies for the areas for review as it relates to our improvement framework going forward. And then looking at page 59 as it relates to our aged infrastructure and how those do completely overlay on top of each other. One of the questions that residents in Ward 3 have been asking is about whether or not Hamilton Water or the City of Hamilton is mapping out historical waterways that might be in play underneath this system, and how we as a municipality are putting that in the context of the flood mitigation framework as well. So if we are going to be experiencing in this climate continued increased waterfall that could potentially open back up old historical waterways or create new pressures in underground that create new waterways. How are we taking that into account, and is that part of the mapping that Carrie was talking about earlier?
So through you, Mr. Chair, you've managed to ask a question that I can't answer for you. So I will lean on either Mark or Carrie based on their expertise in these areas to answer.
Thank you.
Director Bainbridge, please.
Thank you. Through the chair, Mark Bainbridge, Director of Planning and Capital for Hamilton Water. And thanks very much for such an insightful question. It is true that we have a city that's built over natural waterways over a long period of time, and we have a city that's actually infilled the harbor in a lot of ways as well. The Flooding and Drainage Master Servicing Study, or the Flooding and Drainage Improvement Framework that we've been working on, did look at topography and some detailed information around the topography of the lower city. I can't say that it actually looks specifically at where the historic creeks and inlets and waterways existed. But the topography generally, where there's lowlands, there probably was a drainage creek at one point in time. And we looked at that in the context of the plans that we're developing right now. The one thing that I can say, though, is that green infrastructure and natural sort of infiltration strategies are not absent from our thinking. But they were very clearly identified as not something that would create a solution that solves all of our problems. So we still have to implement traditional methods for solutions. But through the EA process that map identified the zones that we're going to apply the EA process to, it not only will look at gray infrastructure solutions and concrete and traditional infrastructure solutions. There will be an open process of dialogue that will come as part of the EAs, and green infrastructure ideas can come forward at that point in time.
Councillor, you have about 15 seconds for a supplemental.
Thank you. And so I guess my final question just on that one is there value in having a map of the historical waterways? And is that readily available to the city of Hamilton and to the residents of the lower city that's being impacted by in that zone?
Director Bainbridge.
So through you, Mr. Chair, I'd say I think there's definitely a value. I don't know if Mark can comment on what's currently available or not.
I would agree through the chair. There's some value. There's historical documents that could be developed. I don't have anything that's necessarily current on that particular topic.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, our next speaker is Mayor Horvath, please.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and through you, I just had a quick question about slide 44 and the environmental compliance approvals change that you touched on. 44, right? Is that 44? Yes, that one. And you mentioned that this is work that was being done provincially. It's going to be done locally now. I didn't get a sense of any cost pressures that might create. Is it going to be costly? Are we going to need more resources to do that work? And then you also mentioned that it may have the impact of slowing down development approvals. So I just wanted to get a little bit more detail on that.
Thank you. Director?
Certainly. Through you, Madam Chair. Mr. Chair, geez, I must be getting tired. I apologize.
It's okay. I'm getting tired too.
To Mayor Horvath. You know, I didn't speak about cost implications at all. We did speak about it to Public Works Committee this past August. The city staff already, in many cases, approve development internally in conjunction with ministry programs, and you know, there's processes under the Safe Drinking Water Act for us to approve water main extensions, water system extensions. There are processes under the transfer of review agreements where the City of Hamilton staff approve a lot of development. What the ministry is implementing on the wastewater side is very similar and almost mirrors exactly with different terminology the approvals processes for development, new growth, new infrastructure that exist within the water system related regulations. And so it does mean that where the developers are currently submitting an application to the ministry with their design drawings for what in the future is going to become municipal infrastructure. Right now, the ministry is reviewing those and then commenting back to the developer, but the city's already part of that process as well. So from a review perspective, we don't anticipate any additional resources. And again, I apologize because I want to put in a caveat. We have talked about specific positions that are required by the legislation for sign-off. Do we have the right people in the right places right now to provide that service? We think we do. But we need to understand, once this process is up and running, what is the pressure on those positions and is it sufficient or not? So we may see some pressures. Through the legislation, the ministry has provided the opportunity for us to charge fees associated with those approvals processes. It's not something that exists previously in a lot of areas, but it's something that we need to consider. So I would say that, you know, if there are staffing needs in order to implement the approvals associated with these processes, that we're going to have an opportunity to collect revenue to fund those staffing needs as opposed to leaning on the rate budget. To answer your question, Mayor Horvath, about development approvals and the timing, and I'll try and keep this brief. The updated environmental compliance approvals, they contemplate municipalities being able to approve low-risk infrastructure that's associated with new development. And one of the things that they don't classify as low risk is extensions to the wastewater system that impact combined sewer overflows or wastewater treatment plant bypasses. And the processes in the ECAs, if it's a low risk, if it falls under their definition, City of Hamilton staff, we just approve it. Ministry's not involved other than that what we're approving is in compliance with the legislation that's in place. There is an exception process for things that are considered higher risk where the ministry would like to weigh in, and that's an application. It's very similar to the ECA application process now. Again, it just uses different terminology, but the ministry would be required to be brought into the picture, review what's being proposed and the impacts on our wastewater collection or stormwater collection systems, whichever it is. The challenge that we're speaking about is because we have a very large combined sewer system, and the nature of our combined sewer system is that we have our main, really only wastewater treatment plant, not to be disrespectful to Dundas, but in one corner of the city, is that there's no real opportunity in this city for growth to happen without wastewater flowing through our combined sewer system to get to Woodward. And so that means that there's a potential that every application that we receive follows the high-risk path under this legislation. And it's not that that's going to be necessarily a slow path, but the concern is that we've got developers who are building things in different communities, and if the path is slower in Hamilton than it is in Halton, or Niagara or Guelph or some of the surrounding areas, I think we can expect to hear about it. And there could be very valid reasons. And just to finish this off, again, this is information that we gave to the previous council, but the ministry is keenly interested in what's happening with Hamilton's combined sewer system. We're keenly interested in what's happening with Hamilton's combined sewer system. And they have concerns that every time a new development comes online that is discharging new wastewater through our combined sewer system, even though there's tons of capacity during dry weather, that when we do have a wet weather event that causes a combined sewer overflow, that there's just a little bit more base sanitary sewage in that combined sewer pipe, and it makes that overflow just a little bit worse from a pollutant loading perspective, and maybe even undetectably worse, because we're talking about really large volumes of water, but they have concerns about it. And our challenge, and what we're working with the ministry on, is how do we land on compliance approval language that doesn't require every approval within the City of Hamilton that impacts the wastewater system to take the slower path, unless they absolutely need it, and that's okay too, but we need to understand the implications. How do we balance the fact that the city is going to grow with the existing situation where we have a combined sewer system with one major wastewater treatment plant, and balance that growth with the environmental stewardship that our community expects, that our regulator expects, that we expect of ourselves. And those are the discussions that we're having. And back in August, we proposed a solution. And just to highlight it really quick, and actually when I was answering Councillor Kretsch's question earlier about balancing pollutant loadings, the solution we proposed to the ministry is that we use that balanced pollutant loading as a threshold for how we as Hamilton are doing. And the theory is that if we're meeting the objectives of the Hamilton Harbour Remedial Action Plan, a lot of science has gone into creating those objectives, and it's been agreed upon that if we're able to meet them, the harbour is in a good place from a recovery perspective. If we're able to keep our global pollutant loadings below that threshold, then can we follow the easier path? Not to try and shirk any responsibility for system improvements, but to allow for city to grow, environmental stewardship at the same time as we continue to study, identify interventions in the system, and make improvements to get even better. I know that's a long answer, but it's a complicated situation.
Thank you. Mayor?
Made more complicated by recent moves by the province. I dare say thank you, through you, Mr. Chair, thank you for the explanation. I appreciate it. Just one last quick one, and that is the stormwater source control enforcement piece. And when is that likely to be something that will be before us to implement?
Director?
So through you, Mr. Chair, to Mayor Horvath, we expect a preliminary report on that in 2023.
Perfect. Thank you. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Councillor Jackson, please. Councillor Jackson.
Yes, good afternoon, Chairman Clark. And although I sent an email to staff and my colleagues, I just want to say for public consumption, my sincere apologies for missing the first 2.5 hours due to IT laptop issues at home and needing to rush a pet to the clinic on Concession Street. So my apologies. And Chairman Clark, I want to say that I've checked with a few of my colleagues with the 2 or 3 questions I wish to ask, and they've all indicated to me that if they were answered, they weren't answered maybe in the greatest details, so hence I could pursue, and or 1 or 2 of my questions may be brand new. So, and I'll look for you to direct me, Chairman Clark, because I don't want to be repetitive.
Thank you.
Okay, Senior Director Winters, as always, I did have the preview with you, as I know you do with other members of council. So I recall and took lots of notes from the gist of that moving forward here. I understand you touched on the status of the dredging at Chinook Creek, but I understand that maybe not as much detail was given as to the status of the MECP and their understanding that the City of Hamilton has approval to move forward. The contractor's ready to work, has been since I think early mid-August, but the HDI has, whatever term you want to use, protest, boycotted, stood in front of, so the dredging cannot continue. So exactly what is the progress we're making, both on that front, if any, and maybe more importantly with the MECP in terms of an extension? Through you, Chairman Clark, please.
Thank you. Director.
So through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Jackson, thank you for the question. At a high level, the Chinook Creek dredging project remains paused to the point where we've demobilized the dredging equipment from that location approximately 3 weeks ago and have winterized that site. It's our intention, working with our ministry partners, to revisit the dredging at an appropriate time in 2023. And we're currently working with them on what an extension to the regular or to the order deadlines looks like. And when I say currently, we had a meeting with them it was yesterday morning, to begin discussions, and they're interested in things like permit timelines and flexibility through different agencies to get an understanding of that. I will say, and I did have this during the presentation, but I know that that you weren't able to be here for that part of it. We are bringing a fulsome report and presentation to the November 30th General Issues Committee. I know you're not going to be able to be there. And the information that committee is going to receive on that date, I think, is going to answer just about every question you could probably come up with. There are a lot of sensitive issues associated with this file, and as a result, there is a separate legal report going in camera on that date that I think committee is going to need to read, and then we'll have to have a conversation about some of the implications. Again, that's not me trying to shirk any questions here, but I do think that committee and council would likely be in a better place to take on this discussion when you have all the information in front of you, as opposed to just what I included in the budget presentation today.
Thank you. Councillor?
Yep, Senior Director, I really appreciate that. I'm thoughtful and sensitive to what you've just shared. So bottom line on this question, at this moment in time on November 24th, the MECP is aware of what's been paused, and can I deduce that they're sympathetic to what the corporation, what council is going through, that we have not begun the dredging and cleanup? Are they at least sympathetic and aware? Through you, Chairman Clark.
Thank you. Director?
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Chair, they're absolutely aware. I would say that it's my opinion that they're sympathetic based on our conversations with them. We did receive correspondence from them last week that indicated that they're open to an extension given the circumstances that we've encountered. We have requested something in writing that's a little stronger in advance of the November 30th GIC, and really what we've requested is we don't need them to tell us what the new order deadline might be at this point in time. We understand there's a process, particularly involving our technical experts and their technical experts to figure that out. But we would appreciate something essentially in writing that says they're not going to hold us to the December 31st, 2022 order date.
Excellent, Senior Director Winters. You're on top of that as always, and ahead of the curve. Secondly, Chairman Clark, through you to Senior Director. Senior Director, it's been talked about the combined sewer system is part of the problem, being an old aged city of Hamilton, 160, 170 years old. And if you started a city of Hamilton all over again, brand new, you would never build it with a combined sewer system. Chairman Clark, through you, I remember talking to one of your several predecessors during 2009 when 7,000 homes were flooded on that July Sunday when 6 inches fell within an hour. 7,000 homes were flooded. I asked the director of Hamilton Water at the time, what would it take to overhaul the combined system? And I recall him saying about $1 billion. Any comment as to what that number would be today, and or even is it a feasible option whatsoever? Through you, Chairman Clark, please.
Director.
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Chair, we actually presented that number as part of this presentation, and it was included in our analysis on the flooding and drainage improvement framework. And it was estimated by our consultants that there's $1 billion worth of work. That's in 2022 dollars. That is required over a recommended 30-year period. Certainly over that 30-year period, as we're able to make those investments and deliver those projects, that dollar value is going to grow, but that's what it was estimated at earlier this year.
Okay, so yeah, thank you. So it's basically stayed roughly the same over the last 13 years. That's interesting in itself. Senior Director, I've always asked of yourself and your predecessors, when bringing your rates budget for each year, as you know, with the global budget, GM Zagaric and the senior leadership team, as we're whittling it down to whatever number ends up being acceptable for our community on behalf of the majority of council, often gives us, look, if you want this X number of percentage increase, pros and cons. If you want this instead, pros and cons. I just find with Hamilton Water, I'm not being judgmental, I'm just trying to be constructive. You come forward, 6.49 I need, 8 new people I need, and it's almost I'm taking it to be Councillor Jackson, I need this or forget about it. Can you give me some understanding as to why maybe a plan B isn't possibly offered if we're trying to be cognizant of our ratepayers and taxpayers and how much they can afford as well? Through you, Chairman Clark, please.
Thank you. Director.
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Chair, I mean, I'd look for likely some help from Jeanette. I know she's turning her mic on there. Maybe I'll let Jeanette start, and then I can provide any extra context as required.
City Manager Smith, please.
Thank you through the chair, and thank you for Nick for delegating up. Through the chair to members of council, certainly, should council want us to come back and look at what be feasible to reduce, but staff bring the recommendations forward on what we believe is our best professional advice on what should be spent to ensure the sustainability and integrity of the system. We go through a process where the directors go through, similar to Hamilton Water, and make some recommendations to their general managers. That feeds up into the entire senior leadership team. And, we look at balancing things off, ability to deliver if we haven't delivered on current projects and all those things. So it's quite a lengthy process before it lands in front of you. But what Director Winters and General Manager Canna put in front of you is what we believe the system needs to, again, maintain its integrity, service levels, and the sustainability of the system. Should council want us to look at some other options, we can always come back with that should we get directed to do it.
Thank you, City Manager Smith. I appreciate that, and I appreciate you outlining the process and what council could still do if it desires to. Chairman Clark, can I do a closing quick comment, please?
No, sir. questions right now and then comments later on.
Okay. If I could just say through you to Senior Director Winters, it's been mentioned to you about communication, reinforcing, reaffirming all the good stuff Senior Director Winters, you and your team are doing. You mentioned about 75% less discharging with the unfortunate situation on Burlington that was discovered recently. More than 100 inspections to the 5 new employees. I just, again, for my public listening in from Ward 6, can you just reaffirm again the type of communication on a more consistent basis of the positives of what we're doing going forward? Through you, Chairman Clark, that's my last question.
Thank you. Director?
So absolutely, through you, Mr. Chair. And again, I appreciate you joining the meeting late, Councillor Jackson. Director Grant provided, I think, some very salient comments earlier in the meeting about the need and plans for communications plans associated with the water and wastewater programs and how we can improve those. Certainly the stories are there. They are on our websites. They show up in our community meetings. They show up in our reports to council, but recognizing that there is a better way to package that so it's easily consumed by the community, and that's what Director Grant was speaking about, a program moving forward there. I hope that answers your question.
It does. Chairman Clark, thanks for your indulgence. Thank you, Senior Director Winters.
Thank you. And to clarify, Councillor, we have one more presentation and then we have the report itself, and comments will be during the report phase.
Perfect. I'm right up to speed now. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councillor Beattie, you're up next, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you to Director Winters. First, thank you for the tour yesterday, and I'm a tactile learner, so having the opportunity to view the systems and at the Woodward treatment facility and then have fulsome conversations today was exceptionally useful, and I suspect we'll probably never have that opportunity again, but I hope we do. During the tour, there was a mention of the biogas program, and you gave a kind of a high-level overview of it, and it came up again today. I'm wondering, in terms of, and perhaps this is building off of Councillor Wang's questions, in terms of revenue opportunities, the biogas program currently, what kind of revenue opportunities are we afforded, and what does the future look like of that program, and is there space for additional revenue opportunities through that? Through you, Mr.
Thank
Chair.
you, Councillor. Director?
So through you, Mr. Chair, General Manager Can would like to take first shot at that question.
General Manager, please.
Thank you. Through the chair to the councillor, when we look at the RNG or the biogas that's being produced, cleaned, and injected into the system, we're going through a more robust analysis on how best to use that low carbon fuel. Should it be used within the city to decarbonize our facilities, our fleet, our buildings, or should it be sold on the open market as a revenue? There probably is a optimization on what makes sense, and we'll bring that forward to council and committee as we move forward. But I think it's a bit of a balancing act that we also need to hit our targets by reducing our greenhouse gas emissions and our emissions into the atmosphere, and moving to a low carbon fuel is part of the option and what we're looking at in the future. Currently, we produce electricity. The FIT contract is expiring in 2025, so we're also evaluating options for that as we move forward.
Thank you, sir. Councillor?
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair, just to clarify then, there would be a report coming forward to a future council or committee that would highlight the program and potential future opportunities. Through you, Mr. Chair.
General Manager?
Correct, through the chair, Councillor, that is correct. The exact timing of that, we are putting our heads together on that, and probably, I think, late 2023, if not into 2024, we will have some recommendation and path forward for council to review and make decisions around.
And that would be coming to Public Works?
Correct.
Thank you. Councillor?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, a question with regards to the contingency, the $10 million contingency that you highlighted during the presentation with regards to LRT-related unplanned works. Am I correct in assuming that's for the 2023 budget? Through you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Director?
Yes, so through you, Mr. Chair, we have included, we spread that $10 million out between the water, wastewater, and stormwater system spending, and in 2023 and 2024. And the reason for that is we expect ground to break on some early works projects related to the LRT project this coming year.
Councillor?
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. I have a 130-year-old farmhouse, and every time we go to make a renovation, when we open the wall, we find that there's something else wrong that we have to budget for, and I'm very cognizant and rather appreciative that you've taken the time to build the contingency in. I'm just wondering if you could shed any light into how you came up with that number, is there a plan to report back during the duration of these unplanned events that take place as to, number one, the projects that may have popped up during the construction phase of the LRT, and then if there was any reporting mechanism for perceived savings that we would have achieved by going in tandem with the project?
Thank you, Councillor. Director?
So through you, Mr. Chair, I think I can answer part of that question. With regards to the savings, we'll take that under advisement. Hopefully, it's relatively easy for our community to understand that there's going to be savings when we have a contractor who's already on site with a hole in the ground, and we identify that there's something that needs to be done with that subsurface infrastructure that we weren't able to plan in advance, because we're not paying someone else to come in at a later date and dig it up and fix it. So we'll have to think about what that quantification might look like. I'm just wondering, with regards to process and reporting back, I mean, I know that the LRT office is planning to discuss this tomorrow at GIC Tax, but I don't know if Brian or Mike might like to chime in on the discussions in the background and how the $10 million was determined, I think was part of the question.
GM Zagarek, please.
Through the chair, the report that will be tabled tomorrow speaks to some specific projects, and there is a commitment in the report to come back to committee and report on the details of those projects in Q2 or Q3 of 2023.
Thank you. Councillor?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. I'm just going back to, and I know I kind of loaded up 3 questions at one. I thought it was a 3-for-1 deal today, but the original question, how did we arrive at that $10 million contingency figure?
Director.
So through you, Mr. Chair, my understanding is that was based on the experience of our LRT office staff and what they've seen working in other projects. Something that seemed appropriate, that was able to be portable to cover both any consulting analysis work that might be required, as well as construction costs. What we're talking about using this money for, should we need it, is things that were unknown, like you referred to. I mean, we have design drawings and all kinds of history on our system, but in this system, like many, when you open up the ground from time to time, you find things that aren't reflected accurately on those drawings, and it's to be responsive to those types of issues. I think Mike wants to add on to that.
GM Zagarek?
Sorry, through the chair, I should have added the commitment to reporting back is not to report back after the fact, but as staff have a better sense in terms of the opportunities, the scope of work, and the associated investment, is to then seek committee and council approval to proceed. So simply the funds are earmarked, recognizing there will be an opportunity, and as that opportunity is better defined, staff will come back before committee and council to get approval. And again, the funding is simply earmarking some funds for that opportunity.
Thank you. Councillor Beattie, please.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. Finally, as we go through the long-term project of constructing the light rail transit, it would be my assumption then that this contingency would come back to this body for report or review, and future budget processes would probably include a higher or lower number depending on how things are going.
Director?
So through you, Mr. Chair, I think that point's taken. And there is a reporting process that certainly you're going to hear about tomorrow. If there's any adjustments in the future, replenishment of a contingency or things like that, all of those types of things would come through committee and council for approval.
Thank you. Councillor?
No further questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. We're moving on now to second-time speakers. Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
Thank you. I think I'm going to try and limit my question to one main theme. Thank you through the chair. Councillor Kazar raised the issue of communication, and I've heard it a few times. I'd like to make sure I understand the full scope of that which we are capable of doing. And I was very pleased to hear in our mayor's inaugural address a reference to making sure we're fully communicating to the public measures to keep ourselves accountable and to bring reason for why we're spending when we're spending. So could you educate me on what is it? Do we have a front-facing piece which sets out what targets we're setting for the corporation to help support in expending money? And the background I'm asking this for, Mr. Winters, is I was at an RBG event earlier this week focused on the water quality of Coots. And they used sampling of water from the middle of Coots. And there were 4 different colors presented on the screen. The top being the best in terms of achievable outcomes, the best being just normal water. And not casting shade, but the municipality since 1990 has been stuck in the very bottom for water quality. And it's hard to bring the public along and to work on that and be committed to it, as I know you are, to that trust when I'm not sure what we're using in our efforts to be fully transparent and saying, here are the targets and here's what we're responsible for and here's what we're measuring it. Could you help me out on so we can kind of triangulate that request of not just communicating what we're doing, but what are we setting out to do and how are we measuring that, and then how are we being held accountable in our achievements of those measures or those targets? Thank you, through the chair.
Thank you. Director?
So through you, Mr. Chair, I'll do my best to ask or address this question, and if anyone else would like to chime in, please just give me the signal. You know, when I heard your question, Councillor Wilson, what I interpreted it as are, what are our service levels? And how are the investments that we're recommending as part of this budget either getting us closer to what those service levels are or potentially exceeding those service levels in some cases? And, you know, part of Regulation 588, the asset management planning regulation from the province, is the requirement for us to set those infrastructure-related service levels for all of our assets, but again, starting with our core assets, and we need to do that and report those to a committee and council by July of 2025, if my recollection of the dates are correct. You know, we did the core asset management plans earlier this year, which was the first step on that journey, and you know, I take your point about communication and how do we communicate to the community the goalposts we're shooting for with our investments and what the expected improvements are, and then did we achieve them? I think a lot of that is going to get wrapped up into those service level conversations, particularly from a communications perspective. I don't know if Director Matthew Grant has his hand up again at the back.
Director?
Thank you. Through the chair, to the Councillor Wilson, I think this also speaks to the larger education issue that we're going to be doing. So it's not only, you know, what the system is, where it came from, what are the components, what are we doing in terms of like quality control, maintenance, what investments are we making, why are we making them, and also how are we measuring ourselves, and all equally importantly, how are others measuring us? So that's going to be part of that effort. It will be a large effort that, primarily lives on this, the city website, but also has other components that encourages people to come and learn more about it. And I would suggest that accountability and sort of the regulatory framework and the standards that we have to meet where we are on that journey all has to be part of that overarching discussion. And it's similar to, I think, a conversation we've had about municipal one-on-one, about how do we describe the services that we offer? How do we get people to understand them, a little bit in our world? And that's something that will certainly be part of that effort.
Thank you. Councillor?
I respect the fact that we have to, by regulation, set out service standards to be in compliance with the province of Ontario's asset management schedule. But I am struggling still with where and how we as a community are going to be setting those targets for ourselves. And how are we going to be held accountable if we're not able to, forgive me, it's not a communication challenge, it's an exercise challenge that we have not conducted. Are we satisfied by not being able to shift out of the lowest standard of water quality in the middle of Cootes Paradise? Are we as an elected body satisfied with that? And what do we have to do if we're not to work in community with trying to get out of that and invest accordingly? And that's what I'm hoping that we'll be able to do in this journey forward. Because when I read a report that says the focus of this budget is to grow our economy, environmental stewardship, climate change resilience, financial sustainability, I'd like to know how we're doing that and how we're measuring our success along the way. Thank you.
I'm not sure that was a direct question or rhetorical.
No,
was
beg your
venturing
pardon,
into.
Chair, it's not rhetorical. It is a question of, I'm not sure in this administrative process, we've been asked to set those targets, and I'm not sure when we as an elected body will have the opportunity to do so. And I don't know the answer to that. If someone, thank you.
I'm thinking that's a question and a debate we need to have around the table as councillors. First time speaker, Councillor Mark Tattison.
Through the chair, the Airport Employment Growth District is a huge undertaking for our city. The 10-kilometer trunk sewer currently being put through Glanbrook represents a significant proportion of our capital expenditures until 2026, I believe. Are there benefits to having that infrastructure being put in? Are there benefits to our budget cost-wise going forward, or is that going to put added pressure and costs on Woodward in its function?
Director.
Through you, Mr. Chair, thank you for the question, Councillor Tattison. So just thinking for once before I speak, there are absolutely benefits. And in particular, the reason why this route was chosen for moving the wastewater from the airport over to Regional Road 56 was due to capacity constraints in the other available paths from the airport to the Woodward wastewater treatment plant. And so the route that's been chosen bypasses the combined sewer system completely and will take the flow of wastewater from that area of the city directly to the Woodward wastewater treatment plant. And what it means is that as we have growth in the AEGD, that growth is not contributing to combined sewer overflows along the way as it makes its way to Woodward, and that's one of the benefits from an environmental perspective. Now, there's still going to be pressure on Woodward, but Woodward right now has capacity, dry weather capacity, and I know I don't want to get into semantics. We know that we have bypasses during wet weather, and anything that happens in the AUGD becomes a component of those bypasses when they unfortunately do occur. Based on the way that our system has been designed and operated, but those are the benefits. There are going to be ongoing operating and maintenance costs certainly associated with this new sewer and route, but all of those have been planned for as part of past studies related to all of this. So I hope that answers the question.
Councillor?
It does. Thank you, Director. No further questions.
Thank you, Councillor. Second time speaker, Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
And through the chair, a couple of kind of more miscellaneous questions I didn't get a chance to ask last time. On the lead pipe replacement program specifically, my understanding was the folks who found the leaks preventatively were also part of that program. I'm just seeking to better understand the lead pipe replacement and how being a tenant in a property versus being a landlord in the property affects our municipality's risk. My understanding is that there's no mandatory participation in the program, and that landlords may feel de-incentivized to participate. What is the impact of both on tenants, but also in the context of our rate budget on landlords who don't proceed with replacing lead pipes?
Director?
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Chair, interesting question. You're correct that there is no onus on a property owner to replace lead on their property if they don't want to. And the way that our lead service replacement program works is that we look to the property owner to replace the private portion of the water service before the city comes in to replace the public portion of a lead service. And the reason for that is because there are some water quality challenges that can occur if the city were to go in and replace the public portion first with a brand new copper service and you have copper connecting to lead, it's two dissimilar metals, it can actually increase corrosion, or the fact that we have a brand new pipe, it can increase the pressure on an old pipe that's heavily corroded, and it can cause additional precipitation of some of those contaminants into the drinking water. With that said, previous council did approve some changes to the property standards bylaw, whereby, if the city of Hamilton goes through, and maybe we're doing full re-road construction under Director Kennedy's program, we're not going to leave lead in the ground when we do that. So if we find that we're replacing the public portion of a lead service and leaving a known private portion lead service, we do have the ability to compel a property owner to replace the private portion of that lead service. And there's a lot of history on this. We could talk about the assistance programs that are in place for property owners from a loan perspective, water filter kits that Hamilton Water makes available to assist homeowners with the challenges with the lead water service. But that's it at a high level. There is no there's no hammer necessarily to say that, every landlord out there who has a home with tenants in it that has a lead service, you need to go replace your lead service.
Thank you. Councillor?
Thank you so much for that answer. That really did help. And through the chair, picking up on Councillor Wang's questions following nutrient cycling or the biosolids and that private-public relationship, I think those were some great questions to clarify that specific relationship. Moving forward and thinking about some of the opportunities we have in our budget, a lot of the conversation around the table is how can we embed this budget and these rates within a broader ecological system or within a broader context. One of the contexts we find ourselves in is that we have to regulate our nutrients, primarily nitrates, nitrogen-based and phosphorus-based things already. There's conversations via international treaties, like that's an ongoing conversation and something we're seeing the impact on our watershed. We also produce these via waste at our wastewater treatment plants. To what extent do we have an economic potential to make investments in nutrient cycling today For example, if we're doing a harbor renewal and trying to bring in climate-friendly industry and really green industry, is this a green industry that our wastewater treatment plant could get in early before other cities start doing this? What's that potential is kind of part A, and part B is a public ownership or public-private partnership the best way to unlock that potential based on this current experience?
Thank you, Director.
That is an excellent question. Through you, Mr. Chair. Honestly, I think that we have some learning to do in those areas. You know, the opportunities for a wastewater treatment plant in particular as a revenue generator, we were early adopters of the green energy component of it. But there's room to learn about nutrient management and how we can use that. Certainly, we're aware of our opportunities for improving our ability to generate and harness the energy at the wastewater treatment plant, and that's part of the question that Councillor Beattie had asked about in the future. From a nutrient perspective as a resource, you know, we'll have to think about that. In particular, you know, the Woodward site, you know, we've tied ourselves to a 30-year agreement, and we've foregone the revenue associated with that process, and it was for an upfront capital investment to take some pressure off in that scenario, but we'll have to think about that long term. And certainly, I'm sure I know there's opportunities from a organics processing perspective and others, and you know, I just know that this is Carlisle's one of the things that really excites him. I'm wondering if he's sitting there thinking of something brilliant that I'm not articulating.
GM can.
Through the chair to the committee, definitely thanks for that compliment, Nick. When we look at a wastewater treatment plant, a landfill, we look at it as a resource bank, and we start to investigate and see what technologies are in place that will make the business case to move forward. The business case is simply not a triple bottom line assessment. It's strictly not financial. We're looking at environmental benefits. We're looking at socioeconomic benefits, and we're also looking at climate benefits. So we continue as staff to work with the Water Environment Federation of Ontario, the APWA, the CPWA. We're actively involved in the committees in terms of renewable energy, renewable sources of materials. We also participate very actively. That's one of the things we do in our leadership and our development phase. But as we come forward with plans and strategies, we will bring that back to committee and council for consideration, and we will make insightful recommendations on path forward. But we constantly continue to monitor that.
Thank you. Councillor?
Yes, thank you so much. And through the chair, really grateful, better understand what we're thinking about as a city. So really appreciate these answers. To move to a new topic, Councillor Crutch earlier brought up this idea that we can't have continual growth forever, like we live on a finite planet with finite resources. To better understand how that really impacts our wastewater system, I'm hoping I can ask a specific example about how the growth that's occurring and has occurred in Waterdown has impacted the Dundas wastewater treatment plant, to get a better understanding for all of us throughout the system how growth impacts.
Director?
Certainly. Through you, Mr. Chair, I don't know if everyone knows here, but Waterdown used to have its own wastewater treatment plant just off of Mill Street, and that facility was decommissioned in the early 2000s. So it was taken offline in the early 2000s, and actually we just finished the decommissioning project either last year or the year before. It's now a pumping station. And the wastewater that's generated from the community of Waterdown is pumped to the Woodward Avenue wastewater treatment plant. And there's a second facility almost down the street from the Dundas wastewater treatment plant. We call it the Dundas diversion tank. Essentially, it's a big pumping station. And what that facility does, it takes wastewater flow that the Dundas wastewater treatment can't treat because it is a small facility, as well as the wastewater from the community of Waterdown, and it pumps it up the hill towards McMaster University, dumps into a gravity sewer, and all of that wastewater makes its way to Woodward for treatment. You know, the growth in those areas and the opportunities to deal with the infrastructure needs, wastewater, water, all of these are things that are explored as part of our water, wastewater, stormwater master plan and what those infrastructure needs are. But I hope it answers your question that the decision was made years ago that rather than have and maintain a wastewater treatment plant that discharges to Grindstone Creek, which is where it discharged to, which is a sensitive receiving body, as a city, we made the decision to build infrastructure that would allow us to service water down all the way to the Woodard wastewater treatment plant.
Councillor?
Thank you. Just a short follow-up on that, or a supplemental. When it's being pumped up the hill back to towards Woodward, east across the city, does it stay separated, or does it then enter the combined sewer system that it's passing through as it travels east? Thank you.
Director?
So through you, Mr. Chair, no, it absolutely enters the combined sewer system on its way. So, you know, if, for example, if we have an overflow at the Main King CSO tank, a component of that overflow is wastewater from Waterdown.
Councillor?
Thank you. If we could all sit on that, I think that makes an impact. But yeah, back to the questions. Thank you so much. Just to get to this piece that we've been talking about regarding satisfaction and what some of those KPIs could be as we move towards an integrated system. I think we've heard today that we have to better understand the financial value in our natural system and how that relates to our built system. We've heard that we have to better understand the permeability, forest cover, also citizen capacity via deep paves and other community events to impact this. My question is, under the current work that we've heard is coming forward from staff regarding some of these inputs, will we have the information we need within 12 months? So when we're doing this budget again next year, do we already have all the information for these KPIs and those are already in reports that are moving forward? Or will additional reports needed to be moved actually in this point in 2024 have the information we need as council regarding these KPIs?
Director?
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Chair, again, I'll endeavor to answer this question. If anyone else wants to jump in, please feel free. But I would say that, you know, you paint a very interesting picture. And I feel like we might disappoint you, not because we're not working on all of these things, but because we've got a lot of folks across the corporation who are working on different components within their own portfolios. And I don't know that we've got a nice umbrella over them to be able to communicate them efficiently. And I think this probably goes back to Councillor Wilson's questions as well with regards to communications is we've got a lot of different communications paths, but are they too complicated for our community to understand? Can we simplify them into some of those messaging? So what I take away is that there's an opportunity for us to combine those stories in a way that's more efficient and build them into some of our existing processes such as budget. And I don't know if there's any other comments on that.
City Manager Smith?
Through the chair to members of council. I think one of the challenges you're pointing out to that we're still struggling a bit through is when it comes to say something like climate change that touches almost everything in the corporation, how do we put that together, because there's work being done in every single department and it'll get approved via their different budget presentations. And that's one of the reasons why we recommended, once we had the climate change action strategy finished, that we needed a climate change office with a director role and some other resources, and you'll see that coming through the budget, to be the one to kind of pull that together. And how do we report on it holistically and measure on it holistically versus kind of measuring piecemeal across the different programs. And so I think once we have that position in place, and we're still struggling as a leadership team, when we kind of bring our budgets forward by department, if over time we're going to have to change and bring our budgets forward in maybe a different way, by programs, by services versus structure. And that's a bit of a shift because we have financial systems, whoops, I'm hitting Mike, financial systems and everything set up more by our structure. And so that's a change to get to a different place. But at the very least, having that climate change office director who will have their annual reports to council on how we're doing on that piece, I think you'll start to get more what you're looking for.
Thank you. Councillor, you have 1 minute left.
Thank you so much. If I could Last question from me. Thank you so much. And through the chair, just seeking some clarification on stormwater ponds. I think I saw that the municipality operates over 110 or so, or close to 110, a little over. Is that all of the stormwater ponds in the city, or are there private stormwater ponds? And if there are private stormwater ponds, as part of this stormwater management policy that we're bringing forward, my understanding is that privately managed stormwater ponds are often neglected. And often can create huge issues down the road through lack of maintenance. In general, are stormwater ponds a good decision for the sustainability of our wastewater budget and cycle and system? And how does the private stormwater pond maintenance impact that bigger picture?
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the question. So we have 120 stormwater ponds that Hamilton Water is responsible for operating and maintaining. There are other ponds within the municipal inventory that are associated with specific city facilities, and those are currently operated in some cases, operated and maintained in some cases by parks within environmental services or our corporate facilities team, because they aren't associated with receiving stormwater from infrastructure that Hamilton Water is responsible for. So the actual city inventory is larger. That's the point I was trying to make. I do believe that stormwater ponds are an effective treatment technology for the stormwater that they receive. They provide the opportunity for solids removal, a lot of nutrients. We've spoken about it. They tend to mobilize through the environment by being attached to solids. So the more solids you can remove, the more nutrients you can remove. And we find, and we're required to monitor them, that yes, they're effective. We're seeing that through changes to ministry guidelines that in the past, we would design and construct dry ponds. And they would fill up during a wet weather event, and then all that stormwater would go off into the system in one way or another, and then you'd be left back with a dry pond. The ministry's moved to a requirement for wet ponds as opposed to dry ponds in order to achieve those benefits from a sediment and nutrient removal perspective. So there is that, and I would just say as well that from an infrastructure perspective, the nice thing about stormwater ponds is you don't have to rebuild them every 40 years. We go in, we dredge them, we remove the material that's built, we restore the profile, and they're back to functioning like they're brand new. There's no requirement to go in and construct a new facility where an existing facility already exists. So I think from a budget perspective, a sustainability perspective, they're a good technology. The problem that you run into is, if we're to separate the combined sewer system around this building, for example, I can't put a stormwater pond across the street at the Arts Center. So you have to look at different technologies where you don't have the ability to use something that's more traditional, and that's where green infrastructure and other things come into play. With respect to the private stormwater ponds, it's an interesting question. I'd ask Director Vanderperk if that's been considered as part of the watershed management program yet. I'm sure it's a future extension, but we don't have a lot of interaction with those types of facilities necessarily, unless there's a private facility that's discharging directly into our stormwater system and may be regulated by our sewer use bylaw. So, Carrie, I'm putting you on the spot, but has there been any discussion around our stakeholder tables about that type of infrastructure and its impacts, and should we be doing something different yet, or is that a future initiative?
Director, please.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. It's certainly a discussion that we are having at the watershed action planning level, particularly around industrial ponds that may come from our heavy industrial sector. That's something that we can look at internally with regards to the stormwater monitoring program in the future. But yes, there's definitely, and the other issue too, from a watershed perspective, is that Many of the ponds that would feed potentially into some of our creeks are cross-jurisdictional. So, we may see the results of the effluent coming from a creek that may have originated, the headwaters may have originated in the region of Halton, for example. So that's something that, we're working with our partners within the Watershed Action Plan to determine what the best course of action is to monitor the quality coming out of these ponds and, looking at greater programs that we can address these issues in the future.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Councillor Kretsch, second time.
Thank you, Chair Clark. You said moments ago something about simplifying our messaging. And my question for you is about that messaging. One of the things I've always struggled with is the way we conventionalize language through budgets. And so this is going to be really a boring, perhaps, question, but I think an important one. The word rate. You use the word rate, and the word rate means so many things. We talk about ratepayers, we talk about tax rates, we're talking here about water rates. But the word water doesn't appear anywhere beside the word rate. And so for the general public, for those who are trying to access and understand our budgeting, immediately this becomes confusing. Is it a parking rate? Of course it's not a parking rate. But again, you have to then go through several layers of cognizance, I would say, before it's apparent to you that the word rate is almost always used to describe water. We could just say water. Do you see this tension and problem? How can we solve this problem? How can we be clearer in our messaging when we're getting these financial instruments out to the public for their consumption?
Director?
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Chair, thank you for the question, Councillor Kretsch. And I know we've spoken about it previously. I don't know that we've encountered that tension in communications, or if it's there, that it's been brought to our attention. And if it is, then it's certainly something we need to work on. We issue various communications pieces surrounding the budget. In particular, when we do have an approved budget, water, wastewater, and stormwater rate budget for 2023, we'll have a bill insert that speaks to the nature of the changes as a result of that. Honestly, your point's taken. I think it's a good question of, does the language that I'm using when I'm in front of committee and the community now, is it causing confusion, or is there an opportunity for improvement? And I'm kind of giving you the same answer that I've given you offline, that I think that we need to take that thought in and ask some good questions. And certainly there's an opportunity for us to ask the community directly if there's better language that we can be using to help them understand what tends to turn into very technical conversations.
Councillor?
Thanks. It also kind of dovetails with things like the levy, other kinds of words that we use when we describe our budget instruments. So thanks for that. I have some real kind of hopefully quick and easy to answer questions. This one's about the Coots Paradise Work Plan that you mentioned on slide 45 that you don't need to turn to. It's very, very direct and specific question is, are we still retaining external legal counsel in order to respond to and administer our responses to the MECP through that process? So I know when we started this process in 2018 as a city, we retained legal counsel to do that and to respond to the MECP. Are we still retaining that legal counsel in our responses to the MECP, or have we shifted that portfolio in any way?
So I would just ask whether maybe Jeanette, or I see Mike reaching for a microphone, whether they'd care to take that. I'm happy to answer it as well.
City Manager Smith.
Through the chair, my finger was faster than Mike's. We are bringing a report forward on everything to do with the Shadok order and an update on that at GIC on Wednesday, and that might be a better question when we have the discussion around that content and materials versus the budget, would be my suggestion.
Thank you. Councillor?
Okay, I'll ask it then. Other questions. You talked about leak detection program award on slide 34, and I have to say that there's a bit of dissonance between this idea of getting an award for a leak protection program when we know there are sewage spills, and this is something that's come up, and I've received feedback on this publicly a few times from people saying, like, I don't get it. How is the city winning a leak identification type of award, but we're having sewage spills? So there is a bit of dissonance. Could you close that gap a bit by explaining maybe what the difference is, or how those things work together, or perhaps what the gap is provincially that we are the leader?
Thank you. Director?
Yeah, certainly through you, Mr. Chair. You know, I think I can answer that question. Likely part of there's likely some confusion about, again, technical terms. When we speak about our proactive leak detection program, it is a water distribution system program, which means we're able to detect leaks on our water mains and fix them to prevent infrastructure failures that could be more expensive in the future if we had a road bedding washout, for example. We know we have sewer leaks as well, and I think it probably comes down to the vernacular that we're using. That program specifically has nothing to do with the detection of sewer infrastructure leaks, and so, you know, I think I'm following your line of thinking that when we're talking about it, that we're using water system leak detection program as opposed to just generic leak detection program as an example. I hope that answers the question.
Councillor?
It does, thank you. This is something we touched on, I think, at another meeting that we had before this about a stormwater fee system. I just want to get it out there. When could we most quickly implement a stormwater fee system in the city of Hamilton? It's a big question, doesn't need to have a long answer, but like I was looking for a date or an approximate date or time so we can start thinking about stormwater fees.
Yeah. So I'll defer that question to Brian if he'd prefer to answer it instead of me.
Yeah, so through the chair, Brian McMullen, the Director of Financial Planning, Administration and Policy. I think Director Winters alluded to it earlier that a report is coming forward to a upcoming November committee meeting. So we're going to bring a report November 30th, next week, on the status of that review. A review started last year. We had a consultant work with us, and the consultant work is going to continue. At the same time, we have a report on today's agenda regarding a utility building system as a result of the Electra's contract ending with us at the end of 2024. So there's some synergies and work that needs to be done on the integration of a storm funding model, whether it is a new rate in the future, and how that might get billed through a new utility water billing system.
Thank you, Director. Councillor?
Thank you, Director. Appreciate that. Last question I'll ask a quick question. SCADA system alarm reduction on slide 24, and you talked about that, and I have some kind of familiarity with reading all the Coots reports. I read into some of the things that were going on there, and you talked about nuisance reduction. Could you speak to what on earth that means exactly?
Director?
Certainly, through you, Mr. Chair. So first of all, SCADA, it's Supervisory Control and Data Acquisition System. It's the system, it's the operating system that we use to monitor and control all of our infrastructure that is spread out across our water, wastewater, and stormwater systems. So we have operators that are out in the field on a regular basis, but all of this infrastructure is controlled centrally at the Woodward facility by our supervisors and operators down there in a control room. And you know, the theory behind the SCADA system is that for all of our infrastructure, we have certain set points that are monitored electronically. And if a set point is exceeded, then it's programmed to issue an alarm that then goes to the control room, and then it's on the staff in that control room to notice that alarm and make an intervention. One of the challenges with that type of a system is that oftentimes our instruments, they operate within a range. And so if you think of this like an electrical signal as an example, that electrical signal can fluctuate just naturally. And if it fluctuates just a little bit too much, then it triggers, in this case, an alarm. And what that results in for our staff, and hopefully that example was helpful, but you've got a supervisor sitting down at the Woodward control room who maybe in a 12-hour shift, they get 500 different alarms. And is it realistic for them to be able to understand, process 500 different alarms and sift through those and say, well, which one of these this is just an instrument issue, like a signal drift issue, or no, there's something actually happening here. And so that continuous improvement program, really important, and I mean, I know I flew through it, but it's about going through the alarms that we do receive and figuring out where can we make adjustments to just get rid of the stuff that isn't actually an issue. It's a nuisance created by signal drift or something like that, so that when the operators down at the control room, when they get an alarm, they know it's something they need to pay attention to.
Councillor?
Thanks, impeccably clear answer. I appreciate that. Last two are just opinion questions. No big deal. You talked about the age of the infrastructure is used as a surrogate for its condition, which always concerns me. How big of a risk do you think that is? And I mean, you talked about the quality of our data, right, because of that. And so obviously the data is, well, how big of a risk do you think it is for us to continue to use that as a measurement tool? And what do you think the impacts of that risk are?
Director?
Yeah, thank you for the question. And through you, Mr. Chair, you know, I would characterize it as a medium risk. You know, what we see is that we may have a 100-year-old pipe, but the construction standards 100 years ago and the quality of the materials in a lot of cases were much more robust than what is manufactured and installed today. So the fact that we have a 100-year-old pipe, you know, it looks old and we think, oh, maybe we should be replacing that, but it's not always the case. Sometimes those are our best pieces of infrastructure. They've lasted really well. And so the risk is that if we're saying, hey, 100-year-old pipe, you need to be on our replacement list in 2023 because you're 100 years old, we could be replacing a pipe that's perfectly good instead of replacing a pipe somewhere else in the system that is newer but is in a worse state of repair. So I think that, you know, if we had a full data set of you know, firsthand inspection results for all of our infrastructure, we're going to find that there's a reasonable number of old things that fall into the good state of repair bucket, and a reasonable number of newer things that aren't as good as we thought they would be based on their age. I hope that answers that question, but I mean, I would characterize it as moderate because I think things are going to, I think we'll find, well, I think I explained it, so I'll stop talking.
Councillor, 1 minute left.
That's a clear answer, thank you. I only have one question left. Similar question, different topic. You talk about, and it gets mentioned a lot, and I hear it rhetorically, the term like for like. We're used to hearing that term a lot. First thing that comes to mind is the LRT. I think about how replacing like for like services there will have an impact on our ability to, you know, service even current standards, because of course the like there is some time old. And so what level of risk do you think that represents, us having that? And to the extent that you have knowledge outside of the city of Hamilton or knowledge and understandings of how like-for-like implementation in water systems is elsewhere, how common is it for us to be doing that, for other municipalities or other jurisdictions to be using a like-for-like model? And yeah, what the risks you think are of continuing to do that?
Director.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. Honestly, I would characterize a like-for-like replacement more often than not as a very good thing. And you know what we're talking about. You're asking the question. I happen to be looking up at the light bulbs, and you know, replacing a light bulb that's been in the socket above my head for 2 years with the same light bulb that's brand new, and you're getting yourself more service life. And when we think about an enhancement, you know, maybe we're replacing an incandescent light bulb with an LED light bulb that has less energy costs associated with it. But when we talk about like for like in our systems, a lot of the time we're talking about replacing an old pipe with a newer pipe that's the same size, but is, you know, if the old pipe had 15 years of service life left, we're talking about replacing with a pipe that now has 80 years of service life left. And in a lot of cases, that's a very good thing. Where it falls short is, you know, in areas where maybe that pipe size is wrong. Maybe because of development, we need a little bit bigger pipe. And do we have the analysis already to help us understand that? Or is there a new technology, we've talked about Dundas, where you know, maybe replacing a wastewater treatment plant like for like, which is way more complicated than a pipe, maybe that's a good thing because we're going to get a facility that's going to last another 80 years with reasonable effluent quality. But if we want to spend a quantum, 20%, 25% more, whatever it happens to be, then we can have a better environmental impact as a result of that facility. And I hope that answers that question as well.
Totally answers it. Thank you so much. Through Chair Clark.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Nan, please, you're up next. No? Says Nan second time. Not trolling for questions, but...
I think it's on the report, Chair, so I'll hold.
Thank you. You're too kind. Okay, thank you so much, Director. You're probably wanting to take your seat now in a more comfortable chair. That's a terrible chair you're sitting on there. Look at this, you're getting applause and everything. Yeah, it was a long haul is right. And now, Director McMullen. Just giving some clarification to folks. So after this presentation, the report will be on the floor, and it is the first document in item 5.1 on our agenda. There you go, Director.
Looked up there.
It's like magic.
I know, I looked up there and didn't see anything. Yeah, good afternoon, members of General Issues Committee. Thanks, Nick, for that presentation and those very detailed responses. Hopefully, the councillors got everything they needed on that part of the presentation. So my presentation, if you go through the list of items that are in the agenda today, it is listed down there as what would be Part B of the presentation today. I have 29 slides. So what I'm going to focus on is some of the things you're going to also see. You're also going to see some information that Director Nick Winters has already shared. I have them in a bit of a different format sometimes. At the beginning, I'm going to highlight some of the things that I think are the sort of the 4 or 5 slides that are sort of the snapshot of the budget. So this snapshot right now for the water, wastewater, storm budget is an operating budget of the $272 million. It's a capital budget for 2023 of $253 million. And then a $3.27 billion capital investment forecast for the full 10 years for $3.27 billion. And then that's an increase of $0.57 billion from last year. And then highlighted over in the box on the right is the rate increase of the 6.49%. When we look at the operating budget by the numbers, Nick had this information. Nick went through a lot of this as well. So we break it down between the program expenditures and the capital debt and reserve financing expenditures in the operating budget. And then on the revenue side, we have the rate revenue separate from the non-rate revenue. So even though these particular increases on the far right would be your 10.3% on the program expenses and the 5.7 overall on expenses, and you see 5.7 and 3%, those don't translate into a 5.7 average increase. They turn into a 6.49% increase. And that's based on some other assumptions around consumption and other things that I'll get into in a minute. Regarding the capital budget, we have a number of sources of financing of the capital budget. Some of those were mentioned earlier by Nick Winters. I'll start at the top. So when we say it's from operating, so previous slide, We have some operating contributions from the operating budget going to capital, paid for capital. We have our development charges, a little discussion about that earlier as well. And we have work in progress surpluses. So previously, committee and council would have approved capital projects. The money wasn't necessarily spent completely, so we've brought those monies back in to help finance what we need this year for the capital budget. Then we have debt, reserves, and grants. So debt is the external debt, not internal. So the debt that where we need to go out to the capital markets or Infrastructure Ontario and get debts to finance over the longer term our capital program. Reserves, so those are funds that we hold in the City of Hamilton. They're our equity, and we set aside those funds. We have, I have a slide later on about those reserves, and we're using 7.1 million of reserves to fund these capital projects. And then we have grants, so a small amount of grants from the federal and provincial government in year is all that's available, as Nick pointed to. So that's our $255.3 million in the gross capital funding, and we have the picture on the right. So a lot of the, the reason for the rate-supported water, wastewater, and storm rate-supported budget is related to the consumption and how we have to, and how we break that down. So in our case, we have over 157,000 accounts. And what this slide shows is the breakdown between the number of accounts versus the consumption. So we have the residential, about 93% of the accounts, but their consumption is 50%. And then in the industrial, commercial, institutional, ICI, the multi-res, their number of accounts is only 7%, but their consumption is 50%. And the way we've done the rate structure, we did a rate structure review. I was trying to look at my notes to see when that happened. Back in, it would have been between 2011 and I think 2013. We looked at all the factors about the different sectors and what kind of minimums we would want to have in those sectors and what to cover off some of our fixed costs. So when we're developing our financing strategy, I think I saw this slide on Nick's presentation. It was also included in the report as one of our charts or tables. What we show in the blue is our rates the history on our rates. So it's averaged around, I think it's about 4.68%. It says there in the blue, and going up this year, the 6.49%. Whereas last year we would have had some different assumptions, and that's on the next slide. But when we adjust for inflation, what you can see here is that you adjust for inflation, and the rates would have been an average for those years, 2014 to 2023. They would average about 2.33%. So when you take that into consideration, it's a 4.27% increase based on with inflation factored in. 2022 looks like it was a bit of an anomaly there. So when you break down the average residential bill, one thing that we like to do, obviously, is to see what the impact on the residents are. So the 6.49%, that's $53.45 over the full year. So we went from an $823.85 average to $877.30. And you'll also hear us talk, and maybe if you read in the report, we talk about an average consumption. It's 200 cubic meters per year for the average residential customer. That rate increase, this was also in Nick's presentation. That rate increase of 6.49%, the 1.95% is related to the capital financing costs of that, and the remaining 4.45% is for operating expenditures. Now when we show you this, this is our comparison of the 2022 budget financing strategy versus the 2023 financing strategy. Nick also showed this, but it's the same thing. I'd like to highlight it again. Different assumptions were being made between information we had last year and information that we now have this year, and that's why we're projecting for the upcoming years an average of about 10%. When you compare that averages, the blue is the 2022 dollar increase. So starting in 2023, so that's about the same $53. And as you can see, those increases in the blue would have been much less per year. And then now in the orange, it's obviously exponentially or incrementally growing. So when we look at the consumption, we go back a number of years here, not necessarily 10, we go back, what's that, 8 or 9 years. We've had 11,900 accounts. There's an increase, 8.9%. But the increase in consumption's only been 5.2%. So there's been a number of trends over the past couple of years where those, the number of accounts, they all don't have this, use the same amount of water as they used to. We have some good examples about some of our parents possibly that would have used water differently than the way that we use water now as residents. So the consumption has gone down. There's been changes made in low flow toilets and those sort of things to incentivize consumption of water. That unfortunately affects our the rate revenue that we get. So in addition to the residential, there's been some slight growth in that. We're expecting from 2022 to 2025. On the ICI multi-res, same thing. We're expecting some growth there as well. We also have 2 other agreements with Halton and Haldeman. We're seeing some consistent growth in Halton, and we'll see some growth in Caledonia, Cayuga area. Something that is in the report, and it was discussed earlier this morning, was how do we compare? So our water rates, and these are last year's bills, right? The information is not available from all of the municipalities for their 2023 budget. So the 2022 water bill, as was pointed out, we're down at the lower end at $824 for last year's bill. And what this chart does, it shows the in the green, those municipalities also have stormwater included in that rate. And what we've done, we were able to get the number that's shown in brackets is the storm water piece of that budget or of that bill. The purple is those are comparators where they don't have their storm water funded from property taxes. Nick mentioned the differences between the lake-based municipalities or those that are closer to the lake, and also the age of the infrastructure has an impact on where we're going to fall with our comparators. When you talk about affordability, we've had a number of things where when the water bills are not collected, we transfer them to the taxes, so they get transferred. So what you can see here over the last few years is that there was quite an increase in the number of transfers. Other than 2022, it's a year to date. So there's quite an increase in the transfer to taxes. So we're concerned about that, just about the affordability and people then not being able to pay their water bill and then having it transferred to taxes. And then we then monitor on the tax bill side and in taxes receivable area, monitor those collections there. So some of the information you already saw. So the capital investment, we break it down by the 3 systems, the wastewater, water, and storm. So these charts are not necessarily graphically correct as far as their magnitude and size. So right now in 2023, we've got about 42% of the spend related to water, 46%, wastewater, 46% for water, and 12% for storm. If you go through all of the appendices, there's so many appendices that we have attached to our report. You're going to see the capital project listings that are there for the specific projects. Nick highlighted a number of projects that are there. Also in those appendices are the projects for the future years as we predict to spend in the next 10 years. So going from 2023 up in the average over the 10 years, slightly more in wastewater over the 10 years than currently, but basically, and the storm seems to say the same. But I know there was you were questioning Nick, and he was providing information about some of the future projects that are not necessarily included in that budget. So how much we plan to spend? There was some discussion this morning about the Woodward wastewater treatment expansion and upgrades, and that is taking part. We're highlighting that in the middle of the slides here, 2026 to 2029. So that's why some of those numbers are higher in the green, and the green represents the development charge supported growth projects. So bigger in those particular years. So on the other ones that are rate supported, so that's the water, wastewater, and storm supported projects that come from your water bill. And those fluctuate a bit over the years, as you can see from the blue bars. And as we get better with our asset management, our practices, we're going to see that those, hopefully there'll be some, there'll be better information, as Nick indicated, but also, you might see some leveling out of those as we determine which projects need to be done when and when we replace those assets. There's some discussion about how we pay for this, right? So in our operating budget, we're paying for the capital. So at the bottom is the debt charges. So what you see, the debt charges being from a somewhat low number in 2022, growing slightly to, and I guess the high point would be about 2027. The blue area there is the rate contribution. So that's the contribution from the operating budget to the capital. So we call that the rate contribution, and that's essentially when we need to increase rate revenues. That looks like that's the majority of that number. And then we have development charge exemption funding. So there's a number of exemptions that are provided that are statutory and a number that are discretionary, that through our last DC background study and previous background studies that we've done on our development charges, we have some exemptions that are built in, and we have to fund those. So we fund the rate-supported ones through the water, wastewater, and storm budgets, and we fund the tax-supported exemptions through the tax-supported capital budget, which you'll hear about tomorrow. So when we have our financing strategy, so in addition to the rate contribution and the grants, we have our debt. So we have our external debt, and what this shows is that it's growing. It's expected to grow, and this is just related to the water, wastewater, and storm debt. I have future slides on total debt. So when we talk about our debt, we can't just focus all the time on just the rate-supported debt. We have to talk about our total debt. We have some requirements under the provincial legislation for our annual repayment limits, and we have our City of Hamilton policy for our debt policy from, I think it was 2013, that we adhere to. So in 2023, we're at $336 million of outstanding debt, and we expect that to grow to a high of $1.375 million or billion dollars in 2029. The biggest piece to see is I guess that's, I'm going to call that beige. The beige color is the development charges supported debt, whereas the blue is the debt that comes from the ratepayers. So the cost of our debt, right? So our debt turns into debt charges. So this is the debt servicing cost, the principal and interest repayments. So that's what that profile looks like from 2023 to 2032. So we always use the 10-year horizon, and it's peaking at 136 million. So similar to the previous slide. In this case, it's a lighter green. That is the ones that are funded from development charges. So those numbers are going to be, they're in the operating budget, but you're going to see that they're funded from development charges, and that comes from the development charges reserves that we have set aside and for the collections that come in. And the blue is the rates that are funded from the debt charges that are funded from the rates. This red line is our council-approved tax and rate debt limit. So I mentioned a minute ago, we need to show both the rate-supported and the tax-supported debt. And this does not include the development charge-supported debt. This is just tax and rate. So based on our forecasts and the information that we're compiling in tomorrow's presentation from GM Zagaric, and in this presentation and in these reports, we're coming up against the limit in about 2027. But this is something that we obviously review on an annual basis. And this is, part of this is because of, projects have previously been approved for debt, but we haven't issued that debt because the work hasn't been completed yet. We have your approval to issue the debt, and we'll go and issue that debt at the appropriate time and when we need the money. So on the development charges supported debt. So this red line, you'll see in 2027, we're coming up against our development charges debt limit. And this is rate supported and tax DC supported debt, primarily rate supported debt though in this case. So that will be a challenge. And we've presented it similarly in prior years. It might have been would have been a future year, but as the projects, and you heard from Nick, a number of the projects, their costs have gone up for some of the estimates that we've been receiving. So that's going to push up those when those projects were development charge supported debt. So that's something that we obviously need to continue to monitor. When we talk about reserves, this slide in particular, we have 3 reserves that are for our water, wastewater, and storm capital programs. We have a couple other reserves related to water, wastewater, one being a meter replacement reserve, and the other one being a provincial subsidy reserve. So we concentrate on these 3 because those ones have, well, the provincial subsidy one has a specific purpose, and we have to use those funds specifically for a specific project, and the water meter replacement reserve is specifically for something else. These are related to the general capital program, that information that you saw earlier and information that's in the report. And the differences in the color schemes here, the red is the water, the blue, blue patterned is storm, and then the blue solid is wastewater. So we're using, it looks like in 2024 and 2025, we're using the water reserves to fund our capital and our operating budget, and then we get back to so we right now, the way we generate our funds, it's a combined water, wastewater, storm fee. The wastewater and storm are combined. The water is separate. So we can try to keep our funds separate. But then when we go to issue the debt, we can decide on where we issue the debt for what type of projects, whether we choose to issue the debt for the wastewater or for the water. They're all long-term projects. So make that decision and how these reserves then get affected. Now, the last slide then, I went through that pretty quickly, is our next steps. So today, we have a report that's coming up next that we can discuss. And then we have another General Issues Committee budget meeting on December the 2nd, set aside for another water, wastewater, storm rate budget discussion. And if it gets approved at either of those meetings, it'll go to council on December the 7th. And that is all. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Our first speaker is Councillor Alex Wilson, please. Councillor.
Thank you, and through the chair, for the very efficient question. I'm going to keep it short, I'm sure to the relief of all my colleagues. Just focusing on the residential water consumption, what we learned from some of the past questions was that there's real opportunity to work with our natural environment to both find savings, but also better understand the risks. From this slide would suggest to me that we also have a possibility or maybe some similar opportunities and risks associated with working with the public and our residents when it comes to consumption. I know a lot of the reductions we see have happened from energy efficiency, appliance efficiency, people's behavior, things like that. In the context of all of this new growth that we know is coming to our community, I'm not going to get into a green development standards or a Bill 23 conversation here, but just to better understand what is the opportunity to reduce some of the costs or find efficiencies by working with our public on either in-unit, thinking of a multiplex, like either in-unit efficiencies, or I think more excitingly, whole building systems. So for example, gray water recycling and things like that. And to what extent does provincial legislation allow things like that? So for example, a composting toilet's not allowed right now via provincial legislation in most residential development. So what are some of those opportunities, but also where does the province come in and limit those opportunities maybe?
Director?
Yeah, so through the chair, I might not be able to answer that question completely because I'm not really fluent in some of the discussion around what are some of the development approvals and the processes around building. That might be better directed to someone from planning or building, but I don't think that they're here. I'm not sure if they're on the line. But yeah, no, it's certainly an opportunity. There's a couple of projects that we would have initiated a few years ago back with City Housing Hamilton with something with low flow toilets, right? So we ended up working with them on a loan program actually, so that they could fund it and it'd be, save them operating costs in the future as well. So there's opportunities for those types of things for, in this case, they're a related not-for-profit organization. So I think there's opportunities to do that, but I'd have to follow up on that.
Councillor?
I'm happy to cede the floor and follow up offline.
So are you looking for further comments, or are you taking it offline?
Offline.
Thank you. Sorry, I didn't catch that. My apologies. I'm getting old. Cameron Kretsch. Sorry about that.
Okay, Chair Clark, thank you so much. I too just have a couple of brief questions. Mine is a philosophical, I think, perspective of Councillor Alex Wilson's question. Similar question, but You said in passing, as you went from slide 13 to slide 14, you said that unfortunately impacts the revenue that we will receive, right? When you talked about reductions of consumption. We're in a climate emergency right now, and so the thing I think about right away is, our finite resources like water and consuming less water being an important thing to consider. But what you said was consuming less water has a negative impact on the rate budget or the amount of revenue we can generate, or that's what I understood you to have said. So I just wanted to ask, how do you deal with that in the context of a climate emergency specifically?
Thank you. Director?
So through the chair, thanks for the question. Yeah, so in addition to the residential, what we also found this year was the industrial sector, their consumption was dropping. So we did a survey of some of the top industries in the city, and we found that what they're doing is that they're looking to save, conservation efforts to reduce the amount of water that they use. They're changing their processes so that they're using less water. So all great for the environment. But then what that happens then, in our case of our current operating budget, the current fiscal year, we have those revenues then that we're not going to, they're not going to meet the budget. So then we then have to draw, in our case, we would then be drawing from the water reserve to fund that deficit that going to happen in year. And in this budget on the industrial side, we also reduced the revenue expected from that sector. So then what that causes is that we have to make up the difference either through through some debt charges or through a contribution, which then increases the rates overall for everyone.
Councillor?
I thought you would say that. Thank you for saying it. I appreciate it. My last question. Do you know, or do we know, or do we have a report that shows to what extent area rating budgets and area rating funds have paid for or subsidized water, stormwater, and wastewater capital projects?
Director?
So through the chair, if you're referring to what currently exists in our operating budget process it's what we refer to it as an infrastructure. We refer to it a bunch of different names, but there's a capital infrastructure levy that we have on the tax operating budget, which would have been for the former City of Hamilton properties. And we have that still in our budget. It's about $13.4 million annually, and it gets allocated to the former which would have been wards 1 to 8 at the time. Now it's wards 1 to 8 plus 10 and 14, I think, that have properties in Hamilton. So those monies get allocated. And we do an annual report. Those projects those funds are available for the ward councillor to spend on things in Hamilton related to the infrastructure deficit that would have existed. So we do an annual report and we indicate where the monies have been spent and what the balances are in those reserves.
Thank you. GM Zagaric, please.
Yeah. Through the chair, specific to the water, wastewater, and storm programs, we do have a area-specific development charge for storm that was introduced in 2019. So specific to the water, wastewater, and storm programs, that is the only area-specific charge that we have. And again, that is aligned to the combined sewer system versus a separated sewer system, recognizing the costs associated with the separated sewer system being higher. Consequently, the development charge for the separated sewer system development within that geographic zone or area of the city is higher than the geographic area supported through a combined sewer system.
Councillor?
Thanks. That wasn't what I expected, but a very interesting answer, and thank you for that a lot. I really appreciate that. It's not at all what I was meaning to ask. Let me be a little clear. There are 8+2 discretionary area rated funds. I don't know how you want to call these things, name them as you wish, pots of money. And so to what extent do those pots of money, or have they been used to support or subsidize capital, storm, water, wastewater, and water projects? So I'm wondering is, at a discretional level, and I'll use Ward 2 as an example for fun, but in Ward 2, do we find that there would otherwise be capital projects being done, but they're being actually funded out of the ward reserve rather than the actual capital budget? And to the extent that that subsidization goes on, I'm curious to understand, if we have a clear map and a clear understanding of exactly how those area rated funds that are discretionary are subsidizing our capital projects.
GM Zagarek, please.
So through the chair, the councillor speaking to the tax area rating. So this is specific to the tax program. We do have a complete inventory of the projects or initiatives that have been funded through the capital reinvestment area reserves, and these are specific to wards 1 through 8 and ward 14. Those funds are generated through property taxes, and for that reason go to support property tax supported programs. I'm not sure, I can't recall if there have been any water or wastewater storm, likely not, as the funds are generated through property taxes. With respect to the use of those funds are intended to accelerate a project, not to substitute a project. So where a project was identified as a priority to be funded from the, and I apologize, I'll use the levy, but through property taxes, the intent of that program was not to substitute property tax revenue with the capital reinvestment revenue, rather to use that funding to supplement, either to accelerate a project or expand the scope of a project versus to be a substitute source of funding.
Councillor?
Thanks. I think I understand what you're saying is that the water budget is not, those water-specific projects, we'll just say, are not being supported by those area-rated funds from those nine budgets. It's as far as you know anyway, right?
James Zagarek?
Through the chair, that's correct. The water, wastewater, storm projects are self-sustaining through water, wastewater rates, and I'm not aware that there have been the application of any capital reinvestment funds towards water, wastewater, storm projects.
Super, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kassar?
Thank you. Through the chair, if you do the math on the 6.49% increase in the split, 82% of the increase was based on inflation, is what I gathered from the presentation today. So on the surface, that's easy to explain. We're in incredible inflationary times. Costs have gone up. We need to increase and recover those costs so we continue to operate. My question is, and I think I know the answer, but have we looked at every opportunity, turned over every rock for cost savings, looked to renegotiate contracts, look for alternate suppliers in order to keep the costs as low as possible?
Director?
Yeah, so through the chair, yeah, thanks for the question. Yeah, so there's every opportunity within Hamilton Water and within procurement, which is a corporate services division or section. Yeah, they look at all of those opportunities all the time for those, generating and getting the best price for the contracts that we get. You heard some discussion this morning about liquid chlorine as well, about the prices. So some of those things are just out of our control, and I think it was suggested if we're look for alternative ways to different chemicals, and those are things that we're always looking for, those opportunities to reduce and keep the budget in line with what should be acceptable, and keep the increases to a minimum as best as possible.
Yeah.
Councillor?
Yeah, no, thank you. Like I said, that's what I expected, so good to hear. Second question, on slide 24, you just talked about how the DC debt is growing year over year, growing significantly. And maybe this is just a general education question, but can you help me understand why it's growing year over year like that? I understand the capital requirements, but specifically DC debt, and why is that growing the way it is?
Director?
Yeah, so through the chair, when we have development charge related projects, we have an option of funding that directly from DC collections or using DC debt. So we would use development charge debt when those collections aren't expected to be where we need them to be, right? So we're working on the way we collect our development charges. We have a development charge background study and a development charge bylaw, and that has certain capital projects that are built into it. And then there's a calculation that comes out about how much we're then going to charge houses or apartments, and also the industrial. And then we start to get those collections as development happens. So when those collections aren't coming up to where we need to be to match the capital spending, then we have to issue the debt. So that's what we do. And so we spread out that cost, and those development charge debt costs then form part of the next background study, and are then recovered through the next background study through development. Now, a little bit of discussion about Bill 23, and we'll see how that may be changing in the future, and that'll be a discussion on November 30th as well.
Right, okay.
Councillor?
Okay, thanks. So yeah, I won't follow up on that specific question, but through the chair, one final question. On slide 15, you talked about how there's a burden that lower income or people who can't pay their water bills has increased, right? And the number of people who it gets moved on to the tax bill. And you express concern on that, as I would have as well. Is there anything that we do today to help those residents with water efficiency in order to reduce their specific water bills? I understand that the conversation just a minute ago, reducing water consumption presents challenges for our rate budget, but for those specific people who cannot necessarily afford today, do we do anything to help with water efficiency?
Director?
So through the chair, I see GM Zagaric is prepared to answer that one.
So through the chair, I can speak with respect to that financial lens, and maybe if Nick has any examples of programs within Hamilton Water. With respect to our financing strategy, what Council approved, I believe was 2018, was a revised rate structure, whereby the first 10 cubic meters for a meter size less than 25 millimeters, which most residential fall within, is half of the volumetric rate over and above that. Some communities might call that a lifeline rate. So what is the minimum that a household would require? And that rate, I believe, is around 98 cents per cubic meter, and a cubic meter is 1,000 liters or 265 gallons for those of us who still remember milk gallons. And with respect to we have a utilities arrear program that is administered through Healthy and Safe Communities, through community partners, $500,000 a year. That is not specific to water and wastewater, or not exclusive to water or wastewater. That goes to support homeowners, residential property, and tenants who are having challenges with respect to their utility bills. So those are examples in terms of the rate structure, how we try to address affordability, and through a dedicated program. And I'm not sure if Hamilton Water has any specific programs around supply side management.
Director?
So through you, Mr. Chair. So Hamilton Water doesn't have specific programs with regards to helping homeowners or businesses with water bills. We do have a number of assistance programs. It's related to infrastructure management. So we administer the sewer lateral management program, which provides grants for residential homeowners. If they need to repair their sewer lateral, then there's funds available from the city to support them in that if they can't afford the total costs. We also, the city has determined many years ago under that program that despite the fact that residential homeowners own the entire length of the sewer lateral all the way from their basement out to the sewer main in the street, that the city covers all the costs associated with the portion of the sewer lateral that's on public property for repair. Or replacement, unless there's evidence of negligence from a homeowner. So that's a pretty significant assistance program at a cost of about $5 million per year. We have grants related to assistance with flooding protection under our protective plumbing program. All these are aimed at helping homeowners with affordability, and certainly there's loan programs related to lead services. There's a lot going on. I do recognize General Manager Burden is on the line and has her hand up there, so I'm sure she's got some comments regarding the healthy and safe communities.
GM Burden, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Perfect. Thank you. Through you to the councillors. We do have a variety of programs through both our Housing Services Division as well as Ontario Works for individuals who are recipients of Ontario Works or Ontario Disability Payments. Some of those are local programs. Nick was referencing the Housing Stability Benefit and the Utility Arrears Program. Through the Housing Stability Benefit, we have about $3 million a year that is allocated to help with various needs. Up to $500,000 is related to the utility pieces. There is also a provincial program called the Ontario Energy Support Program, which is administered through the province. There are a variety of assistance programs, but typically the need does outpace the availability of resources. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor?
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor. Our next speaker is Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
Thank you, Brian. Through the chair, I just want to make sure I'm going to go back to the theme of setting targets and measures. I want to make sure I understand your presentation. The investment in stormwater, is it staying the same at, is it 13% throughout whatever horizon you're offering there? I can't recall. Through the chair.
Yeah, so through the chair, it was about 13% over the 10-year period.
Councillor?
Thank you. And I recall, I thought, and maybe this information is coming forward on the 30th, in previous rate budgets, the council was offered a comparator of what was the identified municipal threshold for stormwater expenditures and where the city of Hamilton sat in comparison to that threshold. Do you have that?
Director?
So through the chair, no, I don't have that information available. I can get it to you after the meeting. We can go get that for you.
Councillor?
Thank you. If it would be available on the 30th, that would be helpful. The reason I'm asking is I think it would, if we are going to move into an era where we're setting targets so that we can inform and be transparent to residents on our expenditures and why, I think it would be valuable if we were able to make that comparison to how much are we gaining ground on moving closer to that threshold, which my recollection was, at least on stormwater, we were quite far away. I would appreciate that. So if that could be forthcoming, thank you very much. Through the chair.
Thank you. Anything further, Councillor? No? Thank you. The next speaker is Councillor Mark Tattison.
Through the chair. In terms of your operating budget, when there's an issue that requires road repairs, such as a leak underneath the road, or you need to replace a culvert, dig a hole, whatever, where does the money come to repave the road? Where's that money come from?
Director?
So through the chair, I can have Carlisle or Director Kennedy check me on this, but I'm pretty sure it's 50-50. So 50% would come from the tax supported budget and 50% would come from the water, wastewater, storm rate supported budget. Good.
They're trusting you.
So through you, Mr. Chair, I'm happy to take that one. I just want to make sure, I'll answer that question in two ways, and I think it'll give you what you need to know. During a full road reconstruction project, Director Kennedy's teams are going through and they're replacing water mains, sewers, servicing, curb, sidewalk, road, all of that. That's what Brian is referring to with regards to a 50-50 split between the water, wastewater, stormwater rate finances versus the tax levy finances. If Hamilton Water's teams are out fixing a water main break or a leaking water service or a sewer repair or something like that, we either do that through a contracted service, which is paid for from our capital budgets, or we do it using our internal staff, which is paid for from operating budgets. The repaving in the road, the patch out in the roadway, it's managed through a contract through our colleagues in engineering services, but it's paid for from a water, wastewater, stormwater rate capital program.
Thank you. Councillor?
A follow-up through the chair. I'm going to head back to to our trunk sewer in Glanbrook. It's my understanding that Dickinson Road from Miles Road to Upper James is going to be dug up in a trench format as opposed to being tunneled through to make that. So when we dig that up, the only enhancement afterwards for the road is going to be repaving. There's not going to be any widened shoulders for walkability, no bike lanes for cycling. My question is in terms of the bigger picture for my rural residents, in terms of a rec master plan, in terms of Vision Zero, in terms of a cycling master plan, walkability, why can't we, when the road is dug up, why can't we find some enhancements for when we repair the road as to just repaving?
Who wants to tackle that one? Well, don't all jump at it. It looks like it's you, GM.
All right, through the chair, General Manager Carlisle can. By all means, Councillor, what you're proposing makes perfect sense. I think part of what we need to do is look at what the initial plan was, what the initial design was, and how it was costed out. In addition, the resources that were available at the time when we allocated it to the project. So if you will leave that one with me, we'll go back and take a look at it and report back to you through a communications update.
Councillor?
Through the chair, that's much appreciated, and thank you for your foresight.
Thank you very much. I have no further speakers on my list. I'm not trolling, but I'm just looking around because I don't want to forget anybody. We're good? Oops, sorry, Councillor Pauls?
Thank you. I was just looking at the chart here. I think it's the comparators. We are right at the bottom, right? Almost at the end.
We can't see what you're looking at.
I'm trying to look at the page. The comparators to with all the cities. Page is it? 17, yeah. Can you, I noticed, and most of them have the stormwater included. Ours doesn't. So can you explain where would we at if we did include the stormwater?
Director?
Yeah, so through the chair, yeah, we currently don't have a stormwater fee or a stormwater rate. The amount that we pay or how we fund stormwater projects is within the wastewater storm rate within this budget, and we're not able to break that out for this comparison purposes. Those particular municipalities that are showing that, they actually have a storm rate that is separate from the water and wastewater rates.
Councillor?
Right. Okay, and one more question. I know it's to do with the budget. 2.7 increase it would be if we didn't have inflation because of fuel and construction and everything costs so much more. I hope this inflation doesn't last much longer. If the inflation goes down, if fuel goes down, would we then see benefit to our operating?
Director?
So through the chair, we've built in certain assumptions in these budgets, and we're building in certain assumptions in our tax capital budget and in our tax operating budgets that you're going to see in later in the year. So if inflation does change and those assumptions change, then there will be an in-year impact after those budgets are approved. So if inflation goes down on these capital projects that are in this particular budget in 2023, then there would be potentially savings in those projects, and those would be then available to be spent on other, in this case, water, wastewater, and storm projects. If there's savings in the inflation, I'll call it, related to the chemicals, there'll be savings in the operating budget. But a lot of these things, if they're in contracts, the prices are going to be set at the time we sign the contract. So we might be in a bit of a bind in locking into those. So similarly on, you didn't ask this, but when you talk about the external debt, right? We go out to borrow right now, probably in the 4 to 5% range. A few years ago, we had a debenture issue, and the average rate was 1.62%. So it costs us more to borrow money as well when we need to do that. It's tied to the inflation because those are Bank of Canada measures, to try to keep inflation around the 2% mark.
I guess we don't have a crystal ball, but we all wish the inflation would go down and the fuel and every cost that's happening here and the whole world, it seems. But anyways, so thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Nan, please.
Thank you. Through you, just recognizing the needs-based budget that's before us and the necessity to get work lined up in order to get some of these itemized large projects underway. What is the ideal date for final rate budget approval from this term?
Director.
So through the chair, typically we would like to get the budget approved before the new year. The budget is based on having these rate increases effective on January 1st. We have a supplier who does our wastewater billing, Electra. There's a bit of lead time involved in getting those rates changed over and having those done. So I think typically this is why we work to this schedule, is that we have the meeting typically in November, another one in December, and we hope for approval in mid-December.
Okay, so in an ideal scenario, it would be ratified in the December council?
Through the chair, yes.
Got it. So at that, I know many of us were huddling prior to coming back from lunchtime, just getting a sense that this is a first rate budget for many of my colleagues around the table. There has been an expressed wish for us to defer decision today to the next available rate budget meeting opportunity, so that my colleagues around the table, if they have any supplementary questions, have the opportunity to do so prior to going into debate right now on the recommendations before us.
That would be December 2nd, based on my notes.
So through the chair, yes, that's correct.
So then we would receive the presentations that we have heard today, and then the report would be referred to the December 2nd GIC budget meeting, if that's okay with my colleagues. Madam Clerk, does that make sense?
That is correct. It would be deferred until the December 2nd meeting.
Okay. Councillor, anything else? Oh, thank you. Councillor Kretsch?
Do we need a motion to that effect?
Yes, we will be doing that shortly.
Thank you. My only question was, because Councillor Paul's asked this question, so I think it's worth going back to slide 17, and maybe this will clarify part of what you asked. It's interesting to me. I hadn't noticed it before you asked, but we have set it up in a situation where it seems like here are all these comparator municipalities, and there are three kinds of municipalities on this chart. Municipality kind 1, the kind where stormwater is included. Municipality kind 2, the kind where stormwater is not included. And then a mythical municipality, the city of Hamilton, which does something altogether different. And so I don't really think that's completely true, but that's how the slide portrays that. And maybe it is true that we are doing things completely different than all these municipalities by offering these three services, as the slide says, for a value at the bottom of the chart. So could you unpack that slightly, because it's a bit confusing.
Director, that would be helpful.
So through the chair, yeah, so when Hamilton is shown second from the bottom at $824 a year for the average water residential bill, we are similar to some of these others on this chart. So Hamilton provides three services for, in this case, less than some other municipalities which offer two. So we have stormwater included, and so do Peel, Toronto, Guelph, Waterloo, London, and Kitchener. So they all have stormwater included in their in the first number that's shown there. So we're similar to those municipalities. The ones where we've shown in the brackets that have they actually have a storm fee that's actually separate that we're able to get out. So we don't have that necessarily for Toronto. We didn't have that information.
Anything further, Councillor? No, thank you. So I need a mover and a seconder to receive the two presentations that we heard today. Moved by Councillor Paul, seconded by Councillor Alex Wilson. And we will have that electronic vote now, please. Nope, this is receipt of the presentations. No problem. Councillor Alex Wilson. And the vote is up, councillors. And that carried unanimously, 15-0. Now I need a motion to refer Report 5.1 to the December 2nd GIC budget meeting. Moved by Councillor Nan, I think she raised it, and Councillor Alex Wilson. Any comments or questions on the motion? Seeing none. Oh, sorry, Councillor Kretsch, please.
Yeah, I want to speak in favor of the motion and say I support the deferral. And a couple of things that came up from today I wanted to kind of just highlight publicly that I hope we can see come back as part of the future presentation or the future discussion. And I know that we heard answers to questions about these things, but I want to offer my comments. I do think there's still a gap when it comes to talking to Indigenous water walkers, speaking to Indigenous communities about our water. What I don't see reflected in the documents we've received, what I don't see reflected in the presentation is exactly where we're at, exactly how we're doing that, where the gaps are and where we have to get to. I don't see a plan forward. I know you said that you thought, Director Winters, that you could manage this with the current staff you have, and that sounds really hopeful, but I'm not sure how we do that. So the second thing I wanted to say was about some of the comments, excellent questions from colleagues today about some of the things that we see in terms of how things are valued, and especially our environmental assets, how much it costs when we degrade those assets, and the work needed around a comprehensive kind of budgeting, I think, that would like show us all of that, right? Show us the numbers, show us the finances, but also show us what's happening with the environment. What are the environmental impacts? How does the climate change and climate emergency factor into this kind of thing? So like what FTEs are required? What staffing additions are required to do that work? Because what I heard a number of times, and these are things I heard today, were our traditional systems do not do a good job of valuing these assets. We're not great at telling that story. We don't have the expertise in-house. So if those things are all true, how do we get to a place where those things are true, where we're good at telling these stories, where we have the expertise in-house, and where we can find combined systems that do a good job? In order for us to get there, I think we're going to have to, have more staff on hand to get there. So again, seeing what that might look like is a picture for our budgeting process as well. So that's just something I want to throw out there and say, like, hey, so I'm hearing from today's discussions. I'll leave it there. Thanks.
You can always do an offline conversation prior to December 2nd that might assist you in making sure that things are covered off coming back on December 2nd.
Yeah, I think that was it, though. Like, I think they should just come back publicly, right? That was the offline conversation right there. And so I think that maybe if there's a way to get those things to come forward.
That's a different definition of offline than what I'm used to.
Fair enough. I don't think I do offline very well. Fair enough. Maybe it's an amendment. I don't know what it is, but I'm just signaling those things out loud. Thank you.
Okay, the deferral vote is up. Please vote accordingly. And that vote carried unanimously also. We are now moving on to item 6 on the agenda, which are 2 consent items. 6.1 is the implementation of utility billing service, and 6.2 is the Electra Utilities Water, Wastewater, Storm Service Activity Report. I believe they're both information reports. Does anyone have questions on those reports? Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
Thank you. I'm just hoping to understand there was 3 options put forward by our consultant. One, to bring everything as in-house as possible. Other options. I actually have a question about the procurement of the consultant and some of the finances. That there is a Crown Corporation in Ontario, and we don't have to use it, but it's the Ontario Clean Water Agency. And I guess my question is around procuring a public service versus a private one, and the cost that we had, as well as the recommendations we may have got. So for example, on the Ontario Clean Water Agency's website, because they work with over 120 municipalities, They boast about their ability to find those savings or find those efficiencies because of the scope and scale of their network. Obviously that could be true or untrue. They're marketing themselves, but I guess my ultimate question is, how do we procure this specific consultant for this report? That's something I'm interested in as we think about future consulting on water.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, I'm just confused because I haven't had a chance to read this report through. Is it discussing the procurement issue, or is
Yes,
that not
it is.
the matter? Okay, then that's perfect.
There are
Thank
three
you.
different options, then it talks about the procurement issue later on. GM Ken, do you want to address that now, or?
Through the chair, I will attempt to address it at a very high level. When we procure consultants for the water wastewater services, we go through a formal process of providing a scope of work, the area of study, and then we allow all vendors or all responders to it. Ontario Clean Water Agency is no different than EPCOR or anyone else. Quite familiar with them, and they do good work, not to take away anything from them. But ultimately, it comes down to a technical assessment and then price, and then we award based on that. In areas where we do have limited expertise, then we may get one response, and then we then start work with purchasing to kind of go through the process to nail down the procurement award. But I don't know if Director Winters, you wanted to add to that or not?
I'm not sure who you're pointing at, sorry.
Sorry, I think that GM Zagaric wanted to chime in on this report. It is a corporate services report.
Fair enough.
Thank you. GM Zagaric, please.
Yeah. So through the chair, this is specific to our water meter reading and billing. You've heard today the reference that electric utilities will no longer support that service. We have done a joint procurement with other municipalities who have also been impacted, and that being Guelph, Markham, and Vaughan. Cayenne has expertise in this sector. I'm not familiar whether Ontario Clean Water Agency provides consulting services to municipalities of this nature, but we did look at the expertise. We did this as a collaborative procurement with those municipalities to see whether or not there were opportunities, recognizing that we were all similarly impacted to either do some joint future procurement or whether or not it's a hybrid model. So again, the rationale was looking to leverage the opportunities with a joint procurement and looking to leverage the expertise that Cayenne had in this sector.
Thank you. Councillor, you good? Perfect. Thank you. Councillor Kassar.
Through the chair, just a question around the decision on a hybrid model. I just want to understand at a high level why the hybrid model was recommended. Is it cost-based, because of capabilities, because of projected service levels? Just want to get a sense of that, please.
GM Zagaric.
So through the chair, I believe there is a report forthcoming that speaks to some recommendations on how to proceed. By hybrid, it could be a combination. So recognizing there's a meter reading function, there's a billing function, and there's a customer support or service function. So again, I'm not going to assume the outcome of that work, but there may be functions amongst those three areas where those services could be brought in-house, or the recommendation may be the best value and the least risk to the community is to deliver those functions externally. So there may be opportunities for a hybrid in that some services may be supported in-house by city departments and some services supported through external vendors or contractors.
Councillor.
Okay, thank you very much. That's clear. That's all.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, shall we move receipt of both reports at the same time?
Yes,
both
absolutely.
information reports? Okay, so I need a mover and a seconder to move both of the reports. Moved by Councillor Wang, seconded by Councillor Beattie. And we'll call the question. The vote is up, councillors. And that vote carried 15-0. I have no further discussion items. I have no motions before us, no notices of motion, no general information items. I need a notice to adjourn. I'm losing my mind here. I need a motion. Yeah, sure, laugh at me, guys. I need a motion to adjourn. Councillor Spadafora, Councillor
I'll second it.
Meakin. Oh, Councillor Francis, we haven't heard from you today. Okay, we'll give it to Councillor Francis. And we're calling the question now to adjourn. You're free to oppose, but you will be staying in here alone. Thank you, everyone, staff, everybody, for your cooperation today. I know it's been a tiring day, but we've got a lot accomplished. And the meeting is adjourned.